Link and link. Oh, hey everybody.
Hey, can you hear us? All right, it looks like we got audio.
Hey everybody.
Welcome to the MRCC introduction live stream.
Welcome.
Welcome to Synthesesia 2021.
Yeah, in all its glory,
virtual
show. We're down in the basement here, and well, we got the heaters on. It's actually kind of warm. And this is my synth studio, also known as Conductive Labs East. Can you turn the volume down on that?
That's you. Oh, that is this.
Yeah, it's coming out there. Just maybe muted. Yeah. Cool. So we've never done this before, so this is going to be fantastic. Although we are veterans at giving demos.
We've done a lot of demos,
but never during
new to YouTube live streaming.
And never during a pandemic. So we'll see how this thing goes. Okay. So what are we going to start with? Okay, top of the agenda. Let's do a 5-minute short intro, sort of a commercial. So here we go. Daryl's going to take it away.
All right. The MRCC, MIDI Router Control Center. Why do we call it that? Well, because you can control MIDI routing right from the front panel. Just like the good old days, like, you know, the classic days of MIDI products that had buttons on them. So I don't know where all the buttons went. It's crazy. But so we got a button for every input and output. We've got 6 classic MIDI inputs, 5-pin DINs, 3.5 millimeter in both MIDI A and MIDI B format. We've got 4 USB host ports, PC interface with 12 USB virtual MIDI ports in, 12 in, 12 out, all individually routable through the buttons. And then we've got, let's see, how many are there?
Lots.
12 outputs. Hey, I can look at the numbers here because they're numbered to 12. That's handy. Besides the buttons, there's RGB LEDs for each input and output. And Steve will show you in great and infinite detail how all that works.
Yeah.
But it's very easy, you know, to do basic routing, get something from in to out. On the left here, we've got an color OLED display. We've got this green button is standby. So if you hold it for a few seconds, it puts it into standby mode. It basically shuts off everything. The processor still runs, but all the I/O stops, and it turns the screen off. Turns the USB hub off optionally. You can change that, so if you want to leave it on to keep things you have attached to it powered, you can do that. We have an encoder, some navigation knobs, up, down, enter, a shift button for various functions you'll see, and finally a button here for configuring the remote. And what's the remote? We've got some ports on the end here. This is an RJ45, which is not Ethernet. Don't plug anything Ethernet into it when you get it.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that. The Remote 7 is actually MIDI ports going over an Ethernet wire. And then this 1/8" jack on the end is CD clock out when you're using the MRC's built-in clock. And then finally a power switch and a USB-C port for powering MRCC. And the USB-C port, there's no data on that port, it's just power, and it's USB power delivery standard, so 5 volts, 3 amp power supply will do, but we'll supply a power supply. And this power supply we supply has enough power to give you half an amp on each of the host ports, which is USB 2.0 standard.
Yeah, mega supply.
It's
we
plenty of supply.
spared no expense on
It's
the
not
supply.
a phone charger. Okay, it's not a phone charger. You could plug a phone in, but it's not a phone charger, but it'll power any
USB
MIDI
2.
USB 2 thing.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
And you said you were talking about the
Oh, the remote.
remote. So this is what a remote looks like today. It's in plastic, and we've sent this to all of our beta testers. The metal will be just like the MRCC, just shorter. It'll be like short. It will not have these ends on it. It'll be just a closed end.
Yeah.
But this will be the front panel. That's kind of what it'll look like on the front panel. And yeah, it's we'll give you a demo in a few minutes with that.
What else can I tell you about the hardware? It sits on the table at an angle, and there's enough room underneath for your, kind of sits like that. So there's enough room underneath for wires to go under if you need them to, which is pretty convenient. Yeah, I think that's all we need to talk about on the hardware. It's a really, really fast processor. So this thing is capable of doing a lot, and it seems to do it with a really great performance. So
Yeah.
maybe we should talk about why did we make this?
So gone are the days of only being able to merge like one port,
Yeah.
or 2 ports or whatever. So
Yeah.
you can, and we'll get into that, but basically you don't even have to worry about merging. It just kind of happens by virtue of the way the product is laid out.
Yep.
Speaking of which, we can just probably pop this thing on and there we go. So we can cut to, let's see, camera. There, that's a good angle. Boink. All right. So, boy, a pop-up just came up and it obscured my view of the screen, so I'm going to go change it. But you should be able to see. Oh, good time for a pop-up.
What is that?
Google wants us to send our feedback about how well they're doing. Well, bad. You're doing badly.
Yeah,
Putting a
don't
pop-up
bother-
on the
don't
middle
bother
of my
to
stream. Okay, so what you see here is a close-up of the MRCC. We did this close-up so that you could see what buttons we're pushing. This is over here is an extreme close-up of the screen because this camera wouldn't do a very good shot of the screen. Let's try to align that a little better. And so we'll walk through all that. Boy, aligning this at a distance, difficult. Very difficult. Okay, there we go. All right, great. So where were we?
Why did we make it?
That's why. Go grab that thing off of there.
Oh. Yeah.
So, here's a studio. Here's our studio. This is a shot of where we're at, right? So I got gear everywhere, right? And you don't even see the wall across from us, which has got keyboards on racks and shelves. Not that I play all this stuff very well, but the fact is that I do want to have it connected.
Yeah.
So when I have controllers on the table, like a Noodler or some other cool sequencer, I want to be able to quickly route that sequencer to any of the synths in any of these racks behind me or any of the keyboards over there. And this thing, great device in 1990 or whenever it came out, but it does no longer work with my computer. Yeah, it's a Motu router. I picked it up for $100 on Craigslist or something. And you're supposed to be able to configure it, but the configurations happen on your computer, and you have to upload them to this device, and it's not class compliant. So I got stuck with the one mode, which is send everything to everything. So it does merge, and that's great, but there is no control over anything, and so it's very stressful to use it. And that's the reason why I wanted this, is because I wanted a replacement for that, and I didn't want a device that I needed to go to my computer to configure, because I spent the first year of my life in the synth craze, trying to get a DAW to work in a studio, and I worked at Intel for 25 years, and I could not figure out how to use a DAW efficiently, so that when I stepped into the room, my creative hat was on and not my IT hat. So I kind of went mostly DAW-less, and I wanted a device that I could route everything without having to use a computer. So that was my reasons.
Let me tell you my reason.
Yeah.
I got a show and tell as well.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Love this guy.
So this is one of my favorite. Can you see that?
Oh, let me cut to the right camera. There we go.
There you go. Jill Cooper Nexus. What's wonderful about this thing is it's got friggin' switches.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't, only has 3 inputs, 1 on the front, 2 on the back here. It's got them on the front and back. But switches. So you can switch your inputs to your outputs. And me and Steve both really like these things, so we both found used ones.
Yeah.
It's in great shape and, super robust. And, but it's just a switch. So we wanted...
I think it's a mechanical switch.
It's a mechanical
There's not even a
switch,
computer in there. It's literally
Yeah.
just like
think
hard
so. I think
switching.
so.
No merging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's actually a different box for merging.
Yeah,
the
you got
Nexus
that one,
Plus.
right?
I got that one too, and I think it merges 2 or
Yeah.
2 or 3 inputs. I forget.
Yeah.
So we wanted that, but we wanted all the nice modern features of a MIDI router with the filtering and
Yeah.
channel mapping
yeah.
and all that good stuff. And there was a few things we wanted to put in there that we just wanted.
Yeah.
You know.
So the channel map is like a big deal, right?
Yeah.
That takes us to the next reason why we did this is that how many times have you put a controller on your desk, plugged it in, had no idea what channel was coming out
Yeah.
on, or even how to change it?
Right.
And for that reason, the synths are the same way, right? Some of them, I mean, God love those guys in Greece, right? The Erebus is an
The
awesome,
Erebus, yeah.
make awesome gear.
But I don't want to open the
Literally.
side panel to change the MIDI channel.
Yeah, literally
Yeah.
have to take the side cheeks off.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's why we did this. And we found that with the Noodler, which is our previous product, that if you build what you want and you kind of have decent understanding of what you want, usually you come up with something that other people want. So that's kind of how we got there.
By the way, we've got a chat thing. If you're on the Synthesia 2021 site, Delicious Audio, there's a little button. You can click the button, get into a chat session. And the way we're going to use this today is if you ask a question there, we'll try to address it eventually once we get through the demo. And so we've got some sessions scheduled today. This first demo session and then a Q&A. But if we have time and Steve's kind of done showing you all the details, we'll go through and look at some of the questions and see what we can answer.
Yep. So now we're on the big cam again. I did that because I wanted to kind of give you maybe we have a table, don't we? We could do this shot. So we'll go to our table cam. And so what we got here is I got a red MIDI cable, and we're going to just jump in to start showing you how this thing works.
All right.
So number one used controller probably is the KeyStep or something very similar. And it does have MIDI outs, so that's a plus. I think that's why everybody likes it, especially DAWless guys. So we're going to grab a MIDI cable and plug it into the output of this guy right there. And then we will take the other side of the cable and plug it into one. All right, so let's turn that off. So now we'll go back to the desk view. There we go. And gosh, the window popped up again. Hate that thing. Okay, so now we have this thing. I'm going to pop this out.
Is this a wireless mouse?
Is my mouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a.
Oh, bring it over.
Oh, that's a great idea. He's so smart.
So smart.
Wicked smart.
He's the wicked smart one.
All right. Now let's see. Can I drive it? Oh, look at that. Click. Okay, good. All right. So, KeyStep plugged into channel 1, and now we have. Can you manage this as I talk?
Yeah, sure.
Get to the table. Oh, we are. Yeah. So just hit. There we go. Sorry. Okay. So now we've got the Volca FM plugged in through a regular MIDI cable into channel 1 out. So what I'm going to do is, let's go back to this shot, is I'm going to route 1 to 1 by hitting that button, and now it's routed. So, I don't hear anything. Notice over here, you could see a green arrow on the screen. That's telling us that MIDI's coming in, and that box up there is telling us that 1 is mapped to 1. There's some other boxes mapped down there. We'll get to that in a second. So that's that routing. If I unroute it, you'll see it goes away. So it's telling me what my routings are. If I routed a bunch of them, you'd see them all show up. Okay, so we'll leave one routed, and now I'm going to go over to the routing window, and this is the actual routing, the information about routing 1 going to 1. And if I hit the keys here, you'll see little green text up top, and that's telling me that MIDI data is coming in on channel 1, and the X is a node off and the O is a node on. And AT is aftertouch, so if I push down on the key, you'll see aftertouch. Okay, so still, why isn't it playing? Well, I always label my synths with the what channel they're set to, and the Volca has a channel 5 sticker stuck on the top of it right there. Oops, go over here. Right over here. So pull this down. So I know this guy's on 5, but when I press the key and I'm looking over here on my screen, I see it's coming in on 1. So that's telling me, okay, obviously there's a problem. Thank God on the key step, it's easy to change the channel, so I just hit the shift button and 5. Now if I press the button, so I get a little bit of a okay. So
You turned the rate down.
yeah, turn the rate down a lot a bit. Okay. So doing an arpeggio, and you watch over here, you can see that notes going on and off. Okay, so what I did was, basically routed 1 to 1. I could monitor what channel things were going on, and that helped me get the right channel to the Volca. That's sort of the simplest version of how to route things. If I want to route to another synth, over here we have the Arturia Micro Freak, and let me pull that cable out. Okay, and this guy has an 1/8 inch MIDI jack, which is plugged into the back of it. It's kind of off screen over there. Let's see, do we got any volume? Let's pull up a... Okay, just wanted something with a fast attack. Okay, so great thing about this guy is that it's easy to get cables for these in any length. And if you don't know if it's A or B, we have, I should say, let's talk about this for a minute. There's 2 standards for the standard. Wonderful. 2 standards for the 1/8 inch plug standard. They call it standard A and standard B. I think the Arturia was originally on B, and now they're on A. The new gear is on A. They changed.
They called it A and K. It was referred to as A for Arturia and K for
Korg, right?
And there was different companies that kind of did it
But A was
the different ways.
A was B, spec B,
Right.
and K was spec A.
Right.
Anyway, so if I don't know, it's fine, right?
A1, then A is the official.
A is, so if I plug this in here and try to let's so I don't know what channel that thing's on. So I'm going to go ahead and that's 5. What channel is that guy on? Crazy.
Do you have a label?
I don't have a label.
What?
I just totally did what I
No
said
label.
don't do. So as you can see, as I'm going through this, I guess I'm just going to have to find what label it's on. Utility. And MIDI. And input channel. It says 1. Okay, so let's go back to 1. Oh, so we don't hear anything. Why not? Because I'm plugged into A, and this is probably a B. We just told you that, right? So I'm going to plug this guy here.
Have you routed it?
And I haven't routed it. God, all the things. So let's route 1 to 11 and leave it to routing at 1, too. Okay, smarty pants. Maybe it was right.
Did you set up
Bad
a
demo.
channel mapping?
Bad demo. No, nothing's mapped. Bad demo, huh?
All right, Steve's looking at it. We'll see if he's got it plugged in right. You sure you got it on MIDI in?
No, I don't, actually. I have on MIDI out. That would also be helpful. So, it still didn't work because it's Hey, look at that, success. Okay, but the good news is here is you could tell that these notes are coming out on MIDI channel 1, and that's what the synth is on. Okay, so great. So that's how you route that. And if you want to notice that 1 is still routed, which is the Volca. And so if I go to channel 5, I get the Volca routing, and you can see it's coming through on 5. When I go to channel 1, there's key step. So there you go. So that's how you route, one controller to multiple outputs. So we also have, so that's just sort of 5-pin and 3.5. We can also route USB as a host. So over here we have
very colorful noodler.
A very colorful noodler. I changed knobs because later when we talk about this, it'll be easier to explain motifs and pads and drones and stuff. So I'm going to take the USB cable for the noodler and plug it into the MRCC, and the noodler turns on.
See the light up, maybe.
Yep. So the USB light tells you that it's active. And so now the noodler, if it sends data out on the USB port, because it also has MIDI. But if we have it set up to send data out USB, it will come in to this channel. So let's choose this as an input. So I'll do that. I'm going to turn all these off. So that's it. So I just unrouted everything. Now we will send stuff from the noodler to the Volca. And so I'm going to go over to the noodler real quick and make sure that we're going to channel 5 on USB 1. There you go.
Look at that.
And then you can see over here that from A1 is going out 1, and it's showing it's going out on channel 5. I'm also going to route it to channel 11, which is the Microfreak. Now, notice now it's showing you on the window A1 to 11. So how you change what's on the window is you can just hit these. Let's turn this off for a minute. Oops. I know how to use my own device. Okay. So when the light is regular blue like these, let's change screens there. When the light is regular blue like these, then that means that it's routed but not selected for the screen. If it's bright blue, that means it's selected. In order to select it, you just touch it. But this also means, well, how do you unroute? And so you unroute it by hitting the bright one again. It's a little bit finicky. We've had some feedback from our beta testers about this, but I still think it's the best way to do it. So if you hit that button, it'll go away, and if you hit that one, it'll go away. And if you want to turn that one off, you have to hit it twice like that. And that's it. It's really not too difficult.
No, once you do it.
Once you do it once or twice, you remember. Yeah. But the point is that if you've got two, you could switch between them, and you'll see on your screen what's going on. So as you see, as I toggle back and forth, I'm going from A1 to output 1 or A1 to output 11. And that's how you do that. And it's important because let's say I wanted to filter clock going from A1 to 11. I can filter it by doing that, and you see the little clock is now red, which means it's filtered. If I go back over here and show you that other routing, it's not filtered. And that's why we do this, because each routing has its own set of parameters, both filters and modifiers. And we'll get into detail about that in a few minutes. So that's why we did that. Notice this arrow up here is red. That's telling me that there's, in addition to MIDI coming in, it's also coming in is clock. And whenever clock comes in, it's red. So even if I go back to my main screen, you'll see that as well. On the side there, the red arrow, that's showing you that's row A1, and what's routed to 2 places, and it's coming in red. Notice that 1 is also still routed to 1 and 11. I'm going to go back to 1 by clicking that. And now I can unroute those. And so you can see now that it's all clear except the stuff coming in on on the A USB host port. And that's kind of how routing works. We get any questions? Anybody have any?
There was a question about MIDI effects. Is the MRCC able to be a MIDI effects platform? It's got some things.
Well, I mean, a MIDI effect means that you take in, I mean, this is my definition, you take in MIDI data and you manipulate it in some way and then you crap it out.
We do that.
And we do that.
Yeah.
There are great MIDI effects boxes out there. What's the name of that one?
MIDI Hub.
MIDI Hub is a great MIDI effects. It also does some hub stuff like MRCC, but MIDI Hub does really
4 in, 4 out.
4 in, 4 out, but it does really cool effects that you can go to your computer and set up a bunch of really complex stuff. Our intent was to do that. It might be the long-term intent to add some fun features, in addition to the things that are found on a normal router. We do have some things on there that do some MIDI effects. We'll get to those later, but yeah, I don't think we're going to be like the MIDI effects funhouse. That's not really our goal. And yeah, there's enough power to do it, but it's sort of lacking interface. And when you overload the design of something with so much that, and you'll see that there's actually a ton in here, but that
it's complicated.
It gets complicated, and if you go to a whole other domain like making, like fun MIDI effects, then it's a whole other thing. So anyway, yes, we do some effects in terms of, routing, of channel routing and velocity scaling and all kinds of weird stuff like that. Keyboard splitting, yeah, right.
Arpeggiator.
We do have an arpeggiator, yeah. So in a way, we do effects, but not the things that you might be thinking of. All right, so let's see. What else do you want to show on routing?
Cloud Run says awesome.
Okay, thank you. So I guess people are. If we can get some feedback on whether or not the volume is good for the audio, for the mics as well as the synths, that'd be great too. If somebody could let us know.
Anything we should be adjusting, let us know.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to not plug in a bunch of stuff, but just to show you the screen, let's go to MIDI. So we're at set for input 1, and I'm going to show you that you can route to multiple outputs rather. So there's all of the 12 5-pin routings, and you can see that they're all in white. I'm going to now turn them off. Also, we'll leave that one on. You can also route as an output through USB, because USB is bidirectional, where the 5 pins are not bidirectional. That's why you see on the interface, the user interface, there's an in and an out button. So if I wanted to route to something that had a USB port like a synth, I could click that, and now it's routing 1 to the output of A, so we're actually sending data to the noodler, which in this case is actually kind of cool. I know that if, let me double check this here. I know that if I send data on channel 15, I will be able to manipulate the noodler through the keys. So let's go over to channel 15. I'm going to change that on the key step by doing that. So now let's verify that. So I'm going to go to showing 1 to, let's go to this output. Okay, so 1 to A. And if I hit a button, you'll see that it's going out on channel 15. Now watch over here on the noodler screen. That's going to be tricky, isn't it? Maybe you can't see that so good. Let's put you on this camera. There we go. You might not be able to see it so well, but as I press the keys here, I'm actually changing the chord. Let's just play it. You can hear it instead of... So now I'm playing a C chord, an arpeggiator on a C chord. And now I arpeggiate the D chord, an E chord. And so what's going on is, it's not really a demo of the noodle right now, but I'm routing the keyboard data coming out of the key step from a 5-pin input out a USB port. That's kind of what we're trying to show here. And you can see here that I'm sending out what channel I'm sending out, which is 15. So that's kind of cool. I'll turn that off. There we go. Okay, so you can route 5-pin to both 5-pin in to USB host out and vice versa. It works both ways. So yeah, so check this out. So what I forgot to mention is, I'm going to go ahead and go here and do this demo again. If you look close on the screen here, you'll see that there's the green boxes are saying that whatever's coming in on channel A is going out to 1 and 11. That's the green boxes. When I hit the keys on the key step, you're also going to see a green box happen up here. And what that's doing is that's telling me that I'm getting data coming in on 1 and being routed to A, which is this one out that way. So yeah, so I'm on 1, I can turn that off. Yeah. So it's only sending data out to A, and this is coming in A and going out. So we're routing. We're routing. That's what we're doing. Rooting. We're rooting for the routing. I guess if we were in England, we'd say rooting.
Do they say it that way?
I think so. Because when I first started this and I would listen to Nick Batt on Sonic Talk, he would say rooting, and I'm like, I couldn't understand what he meant for the longest time.
What are you from New York?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm suppressing, a lot of comments. But anyway, we are routing or rooting, your choice, from the noodler, from the key step to control the noodler, in 1, out A, and then coming from the noodler to the Volca from in A and then out 1. So that's a 2-step hop routing there. Yeah. Okay. We are not going to show routing from, well, not right now. I don't know what time it is, but if we have some time at the end.
11:16.
Well, we've been at this for a long time, haven't we?
Man, that was a long 5-minute introduction.
Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. We're not going to show routing to this because this generally is a USB-B port which goes to your computer
Or your tablet or whatever.
or your tablet, right? And so it doesn't. Anyway, so we won't talk so much about that, but you can plug your computer into this thing, and from a DAW. Well, okay, we'll talk about it. Talk about it.
It's important to some people.
It is. It's important to a lot of people. For me, as a guy who doesn't like to use DAWs so much, I do enjoy using soft synths. I bought the Arturia soft synth collection ages ago, and they keep getting me to give them $100 every couple of years to upgrade, and I'm happy for it because I use it a lot testing the stuff we make. But the problem with those soft synths, that if you don't run them in a DAW, what happens is every one of them needs their own port, because if you choose a port, an inbound MIDI messages on one of the ports, the other synths cannot also get data from that port.
Yeah.
So
Windows doesn't let them share it.
Windows doesn't let them do it.
Yeah.
So what we did is on this guy, there are 12 virtual ports. So you can route to 12 different standalone synths on your computer. And I think that that's another breakthrough kind of thing for a device like this. One of the reasons why we built this is so that we could drive multiple soft synths outside of a DAW, specifically the Arturia ones. Coming in the other way, you can, because this is also bidirectional, when you're in a DAW, you can create a bunch of DAW channels that route
MIDI tracks.
MIDI tracks, thank you, that route to different MIDI output gear. So if you want to run some gear, outboard gear, and not soft synths, you can do that.
You can do it by port, or you can do it by channel.
Right. So you can, thank you. So you can route all that stuff through this port out to hardware. Hardware that's both either sitting on host ports or on 5-pin. All right. Next thing. Okay. Hardware. Okay, we did hardware overview. Let's do the menuing. Okay, so I'm going to switch to a screen here. Hopefully it'll work. There you go. Okay, so it looks a little busy. These are all the screens on the MRCC. And so I put them up there on a graphic, so as I change them here, you can refer to them over there. But this is the main activity screen. You saw kind of what it does. It twinkles when data is coming in, and it tells you where data is coming in. And if the triangle is red, it's a clock. If triangle is green, it is not clock. It's just any other data. Okay, so if I change, so as I rotate this encoder, it's going to move me through that top menu. You see the circles, so I'll just go from one to one. The next one is routing. The next one are port filters. And now if you notice down on the actual, yeah, you can see it, on the actual banner, there's another menu layer. So this one has two options. One's the import filters, and then it's the output filters. I'll briefly talk about each one of these. What import and output filters is you can filter, for instance, we can come down here, and now we're on input 1, and I can filter clock for input 1, and it will filter clock to anything. So it's blocking everything, all clock messages coming in on that port. When you saw me doing the filtering before, that was specific between the input and the output. So it was specific for the routing. This is specific for the port, so I can make sure that no clock ever comes into anything on one. Any of the routings here work that way. So let's see, there's the clock and notes, CC. What was this one? This is when you send
program change.
Program change. Thank you. And then this is stop, start, and continue messages. So that's the 5 filter classes. Each one does sometimes more than just what I said. In other words, a note one will also do like it'll also filter like aftertouch and velocity aftertouch. Okay, so those are the filters. So come up, go back. So if you hit the green button, it'll pop you all the way back up to that main menu. So that's kind of handy. So then we get into the mods, and in the mods, this is we've got channel mapping, we've got velocity scaling, CC scaling, channel layers and splits, note alterations, and transpose. So those are the 5 submenus there, and there are no submenus beyond that. That's it. There's just 2 layers. So go back to the top, and now we go over to the extras. Here is where we have the onboard MRCC clock and the ARPs. And we'll get into those in a bit. And notice that there's a middle one here called program change, and we're going to have some program change chaining, but that's not ready to be released yet, so that's not there. Go back up, and now in the tools menu we have load and save. So this is where we can load and save our presets for the device, to set all of the settings for the device. And then we could do, we also have labels for the ins and outs. We'll talk about that later, but this is where you assign the labels, and this is where you edit the labels. And this is a MIDI monitor. So if we turn it on, you'll see that node information comes through, and you can see more data than just the data that you saw on the other screens. So in other words, this is telling me that there's a node on and a node off, and it's telling me the data 1 and data 2, which is the, I guess that's a note and the velocity. And it's also telling me that it's on, it's going out A, and it's channel 15. All right, so turn that off, go back up. Oop, sorry, that was just one of the, we're still on tools. Okay, and then the next tool is Play Notes. This is sort of like a helpful thing to have in your studio, because it'll play notes all over your studio to all your inputs and all your outputs based on 5-pin USB host and device. And then this will, you can search for what channel your gear is on by using this little feature. And then lastly, we have our settings for actually the device. So you can control the device, particularly the ARPs, if you send stuff in this case, port 1, channel 16. There's also brightness settings for the LEDs here and the screen. And then you can read about this stuff in the manual, which is online, but we've got lots of little doohickeys here for configuring the MRCC. Okay, so go back up here. Okay, so that's an overview of the menu. Anybody online got any comments or questions?
Nope, no questions right now.
Okay. Where are we at next? Filters. I think we kind of covered filters, didn't we?
Yeah, maybe you could show how to do. No.
The modifiers?
Yeah, I guess we did. We covered the filters.
We covered filters, yeah.
Maybe modifiers.
So briefly, let's just review it, right? So if I'm coming in on 1 and going out A, which is this guy, here's a good example. If I hit play, you're seeing that there's a red there. That's telling me that now the Arturia key step is sending clock to the noodler, and I may not want that to happen. So I can come down here and just go boink. I thought I could. Oh boy, that's no good. Anyway, that should have turned red, and that would stop the clock from coming and going. Jesse, if you're listening, write the bug down.
I never had a problem with that.
I've never either. Okay, something new. All right. So anyway, wonder if it's on. Let's go to that one and try it. Yep.
Oh, because this wasn't routed.
That's
you
what it
can't
was.
filter
You
something
can't
that's not
filter that's
routed.
not routed.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going from 1 to 1, and now we can route. We can filter. And if I go across, you see the cursor. I can actually filter pretty much everything. Yeah. So now nothing will get through. And if I go back across here, I can only let notes, for instance, let notes through. All right. So let's disable all these filters. All right. So you're probably watching me scroll around. When I have a cursor on there, I can move the cursor up and down like that, and it starts on the first menu, second menu, then it goes through all the different settings here. If I want to go fast, I can hold the top button down and rotate the knob, and that'll make me move through the tab steps really fast. Okay. So that's another little thing. I'm going to set up, I'm setting up, let's quickly cut to this camera. I'm setting up 6 output channels for input 1. And you'll notice right now it says 1 to 6 because that's the bright light over here. Go back to the screen. Oh, yeah, you can see the screen in that shot too. Watch this. If I tab over to here, I can actually scroll through the different pages. I don't have to push the buttons. Or I could just push the buttons as we talked about earlier, right? So there's a couple ways of doing that. Also, if I want to go see all my outputs, I can scroll through them. You'll notice they're being scrolled through as I scroll through them. And you also notice that for A, there's 4 ports. So there's also virtual wires coming in on the USB ports. And that's how you select those. And if you want to select them with the buttons, if you hold it down, you'll see these 3 light up, and it's telling me I'm in virtual 1. I can go to virtual 2, 3, or 4, choose any one of them. And so now I'm on A1. I can also be on A3. And now if I scroll, you'll see that, and I'll route that to 7. So as I scroll through the inputs, you see A1 is routed to 1 and 11. A2 isn't routed to anything. And A3 is routed to both 7, well, just 7. Yep, so that's how you navigate around like that. Okay. I'm getting a throat. I can't talk.
You getting dry?
Getting dry. I'm going to
You
have to
wanna
get some
talk?
coffee or some water or something. So you want to talk for a minute?
I don't know. Do I want to talk? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Talk about the hardware some more, maybe.
Yeah, tell them about the buttons. Let me grab some water real quick. And we'll
Yeah, we
jump.
got buttons. We like to talk about that. So yeah, these. In fact, these are actual brand name buttons by TE. I forget who TE used to be. Anyway, when we first made the noodler, we found a reliable China vendor and manufacturer of buttons and encoders. We did a lot of testing with them. They happened to be suppliers for a lot of big brands, so we actually had really good success with those buttons. But they were, on the noodler, the complaint was they're too noisy.
Yeah.
So at some point we decided, well, okay, we'll put some lower gram force buttons on.
Yep.
So they wouldn't click so loud. We don't have a problem with the click because, well, maybe we're old and deaf, but we play the music loud. What? we play the music loud. We don't hear button clicks, but you can feel it. And when it's loud, you kind of want to know if it's, we want a decisive tactile feel when we press it, because there's timing involved. So anyway, we have softer buttons now, and on the MRCC we use TE buttons, and the enclosure is a custom design. We had actually let's talk about our extended team a little bit. So we have a friend named Ben. Ben is a veteran mechanical engineer, and he did the design for the extrusion for the enclosure. And we have a friend, Nick Oakley, an award-winning industrial designer.
World renowned.
World renowned. You can find him in Architectural Digest for his house design. He does a lot of kinds of designs. He designed the nose of a bullet train, for instance. So he did our graphics. He helps us with things like box design and stuff, things that are just super simple for him.
Well, I think he's most notable for, those laptops that fold like both, that all the way, fold all the way over? That was Nick also.
Yeah.
We knew Nick from Intel.
Yeah. I don't know if this laptop I've got here actually has the flippy screen thing, but not the backwards.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we got Nick and Ben. Paul is a veteran electronics design engineer who has worked for what was a Roland-owned company for like 25 years or something. That company got bought, but he's the chief engineer there, and he helps us with circuit design and helps with board layout challenges and things.
Otherwise it would be like the Arduino. It would be an Arduino prototype.
Yeah,
where
right.
if you plug something in wrong, it would blow something up.
Yeah, so in fact,
Yeah.
Paul did have a stint at a RF test place, and so he's a real stickler over having bypass caps in the right spots. We've got a lot of circuit protection on here. There's inductors on any hot wires. There's the USB hub has overcurrent switching on each port. There's polyfuses. There's
not to forget. There's optocouplers on all of the inputs.
Yeah, all the inputs have.
five.
Yeah, we wouldn't make.
Of course,
we wouldn't make a MIDI thing without optocouplers on the inputs.
But people ask us all the time.
Yeah, I guess some people have done that.
Yeah,
that's not not a good idea.
Yep.
But so this thing is built to MIDI spec, so all the outputs are actual 5-volt outputs, not 3.3. Yep. They're powered like they're supposed to be. If you want to plug in something like MIDI, I forget the name, the MIDI little bus-powered MIDI splitters or mergers or whatever, those kind of things will work.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And then let's not last and least, I'll say Blake. Blake is an old friend of mine, and he's been a software engineer for since he was like 9 years old. So that's like he's 70 or 80 years. No, he's not that. No, he's been a software engineer forever, and he is fantastic, and has been helping. Like Paul's been helping Daryl on the hardware. Blake's been helping me on the software, teaching me how to be a better software engineer reluctantly.
He helped with
the actual
routing matrix
database. Yeah, so it's really fast and efficient. and he just keeps an eye on my coding style, and then just helps us with things that are just above our pay grade in terms of code and stuff like when you're pulling in libraries and stuff like that seem a little weird.
Yeah.
We kind of figured out a Rube Goldberg way of getting callbacks from so when you plug stuff in and pull stuff out of the host ports, we did some modifications on the source code for that to get callbacks. So so Blake's been a big help too.
Yeah. And let's talk about Jesse.
Let's talk about Jesse.
Jesse is our support guy, and call him forum administrator. So we do most of our customer support on our own forum at conductivelabs.com/forum. You can register there and participate in lots of cool, great conversations about MIDI gear and about the Noodler and MRCC. You can make feature requests there. But if you leave a technical question, either one of our experienced customers might answer, or Jesse will answer. Once in a while, we answer too.
Yeah, and Jesse gets the ear of us. So if you want to know something more about the Noodler and MRCC, Jesse's your friend.
Yeah,
because he's the guy that talks to us. So and I have to say, hats off to Jesse.
He's got a great customer voice. He's very friendly and he's very knowledgeable. In Portland, he runs. He was before the global pandemic. He was running a synth jam.
Yep.
So a lot of people bring synthesizers over and they divide up in tables and jam with headphones. And
Jesse makes his own Eurorack modules.
Yep. And he does build parties where he'll find a Eurorack DIY kit, find a bunch of people that want to come over and learn how to solder. Yep. And he'll bring them over and have some volunteers help and show people how to solder, how to put together these Eurorack modules.
I think Jesse's biggest, he's got so many, but on the tech side, he's got all that tech stuff that we just talked about. But on the customer service side, Jesse is the nicest guy. You've probably been on a forum before, and maybe you didn't experience the bullying, but you've certainly seen it, right? I've seen it.
Snobby people giving snide remarks over a simple question.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know anything 3 years ago when I started this, and if I didn't have the internet and YouTube to teach me how to do all this stuff, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. And the snide remarks that people put out are really depressing, because there are some genuinely talented people that have just never done whatever XYZ thing is, and they're just starting, and they're going to ask dumb questions because I had a professor that used to tell us every question was a stupid question. Yeah. So I kind of go that route, right?
I tell people I like stupid questions because they're easier to answer.
They're easier, right. Yeah. So all that stuff, Jesse is really great. He will never ever make you feel like you're asking a dumb question. Yeah. And he'll always be respectful, and he's just a fantastic voice for our company, and we're really, really very happy that he's working with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
You want to show the remote?
Well, I was going to do a little bit.
You wanted some water.
I have water and coffee, and I did both of those. What I was going to do is go to another routing thing using a non-output USB. 5-pin. Losing my mind here, but I wanted to do that because we can do some other modifications to the MIDI stream and talk about it with that. So this is another really cool thing about one of our design goals with the MRCC was, can we use gear that was meant to be used with DAWs, because it's generally a little cheaper, right? So there's all the Akai, there's the Fire. Where did the Fire go? Is it over? It's still over there. So there's like the Fire. There's the let's just pull it up. Let me grab it real quick. Yeah, I like show and tell time, right? So you've got this thing. Let's go to the other camera here. Which one is it? There it is. Blink. So this guy, the Fire, it's only got USB out.
Kind of made for.
And it's made
Fruity Loops.
Yeah, Fruit Loops. And then this is this is the Keith McMillan pad. Again, only USB out. And there's so many of them. And then even the smaller The smaller guys like, you know, the Korgs, that's hard to see because it's all black. Maybe this one's be easier. Yeah, these guys, the nano controllers,
Yeah, those things are great.
and these things are great, but it's like, how do you,
USB only.
USB only, and then here's a Behringer one that's got ring lights, kind of like those. All these devices, USB only. Some of them are a real pain in the butt to configure what channel is coming out of what knob. It often doesn't tell you. The more modern ones are having these little screens on them, but most of them don't. And so one of the goals of the MRCC was to be able to use those kinds of devices in your DAWless environment. So here's a Keyrig 37. I like 37 keys. Now, you know, there's now the KeyStep's got a bigger version, but, you know, there's some 37 key. What's the one that looks like an apple? It's got those keys that you press. We were going to buy one.
CMI.
Something like that, yeah. Polyphonic aftertouch on that guy.
Yeah.
USB out only.
Right.
Right? So it's like, what's it right here, right? Turn this guy on. So we got, you know, a Hydrasynth right here in my rack, and, you know, it supports polyphonic aftertouch.
Yeah.
What controller does that, right?
Yeah, right.
Very few.
Yeah.
So there's a great, and it was on sale for like $50, $40, something like that on Craigslist. So how do you take advantage of all that? Well, you without a computer, you use an MRCC. So we're going to plug this guy in with camera on. Okay, great. We're going to plug this into D. Right there. You never plug it in the right way first time. Light goes on. Nothing's coming out because it's not routed. So we'll choose D as our input. And you can see here on the screen that stuff's coming out. Now notice, what does that tell me? Right away, I could see on that screen that data's coming out on channel 11.
Nice.
Right? So otherwise, I wouldn't know what channel stuff was coming out on.
Once you have this feature, once you've used this,
oh gosh, yeah.
you don't know how
it's
you
insane.
live without it. It's so much better.
Also, if I'm just pressing buttons, well, what does that do? Oh, that's program change, right? I didn't know that sent out a program change, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what does this one do? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay, oh, wait, another program change message, right? So you didn't even know what was going on until you see that there's program change. Now, there's a pot on this thing, and if I twist it, look at that. So pot's
That's
coming out on
CCs.
CC number 7, right? So I know that I've got CCs coming out of this pot. I know that if I scroll my pitch bend, I got pitch bend coming out. Scroll this one, that's CC1. So what is your mod wheel? Well, often it's CC1. So I've got CC7 and CC1 on this device, right? So I can see that right away, and I didn't have to go look at manuals or anything like that. I can sort of interrogate the device just by pushing the buttons and looking at the screen. Okay, so now how do we use all this stuff? Okay, well, my Volca is on channel 5. This guy's out 11, and I have no idea how to program this thing. So I could go look at the manual, or what I could do is, let's route it to 1, which is where the Volca is. Still nothing, because it's on 5 and this is 11. So let's go down here to our first modifier box. So I'm going to choose channel map. Now there are 6 channel maps that I could put in this thing, and you'll notice as I keep scrolling, oops, if I go over here, so those are the 6 different channel map presets. So we're going to stay on channel map preset 1, and now I'm going to edit that. So I created a quick hotkey to get there fast. If you just press the encoder when you're on one of these boxes, it'll bring you right to that channel map editing window instead of having to, navigate around the menu. So now we're in channel map preset number 1, and I'm going to come down here. And we're going to go to the first one, and I'm going to change that to inbound channel is 11, because that's what we saw this. I'll come over here, channel 5. Okay, so there you go. Okay, so isn't that cool? We figured out how to route this silly thing without having to figure out how to change a channel on the Volca or how to change a channel on the iRig. Bam. That right there is like, that's why we made this.
Yeah.
That's why I know
you wanted that bad.
I wanted that bad.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's channel map. We won't get into all the details, but you can see you can actually map multiple channels simultaneously in that one preset. If I hit the button again, the encoder again, it'll pop me back to where I was. Okay. Okay, so now, let's say, geez, what do I want to do? I wanted to do something cool, but I don't know what the CCs are over there. But I'll do it anyway. Okay, so let's go to the next one, and I'm going to go to my CCs. Click on this button, it pops me into the CC menu. Okay, so I wanted to route this number 7. Let's say I wanted to make this knob be my filter knob, as opposed to the volume, right?
Okay.
So I'd come in here, come down here, and go CC map CC7. Boink over here, 43.
Something like that.
We'll see what
I
happens.
don't know if this will work or not, but we'll show you how it works.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm mapping CC7 to 43. So if I
Did something.
did something.
Yeah,
I don't know what that is.
it's changing something.
Changing something.
Or 42.
42. Okay, velocity. 41's velocity. Okay, so I made it change the octave. Okay, so now I'm hitting, and I can use my volume knob. You can't, can you see this? There's that overhead shot right there. There we go. So if I rotate it,
You can see it changing here.
so you could, map your iRig that was a dedicated volume knob to anything you want. Okay, so that's that. I'll click it again to go back to my screen. So now I'm mapping both the CC and the channel. Now, these things are notorious. Oh, wait a minute. No velocity, right?
No,
Why?
because those map velocity. So yeah, for some reason the Volk FM, it maps velocity to a CC.
No, it
Or
doesn't.
CC to a velocity. It doesn't take velocity
It doesn't
directly.
take velocity
Yeah.
in as a node in.
Yeah,
What the
yeah.
hell?
That's weird.
Okay, so we'll come over here and go over to the next one, and we're going to map our velocity. So I'm going to click on this,
Velocity.
and now, is this right?
Source channel.
Oh, no, it's a CC. My
Oh,
mistake.
right. CC.
Right. So I'm going to
it's
go,
velocity to a CC. Right?
right. So I'm going to go back in here, and this one's doing 7 to 40, so we can map this one. So I'll go back here, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to use CC preset 2. So I'll go there. And now we're going to map. Now watch this. If I go backwards on this knob, it gives me two things, velocity and aftertouch.
I didn't even know you had that there.
Well, one of our beta testers asked
Oh, I remember.
Jesse.
Yeah.
So I
Okay.
figured I'd stick it in there. So
Great.
now we can map aftertouch and velocity to a CC. So I'm going to come over here and 41? I think it was 41. By the way, if you hit the shift button while you're twisting this, it'll go by 10, so it goes a lot faster. Okay, there it is. So anyway, if you can, maybe you can see it right over here as I'm hitting the velocity. Actually, this sound doesn't really do much with the velocity, but the fact is
Yeah,
that
it's showing it.
it's showing it.
Yeah.
Now, what's really weird is this keyboard, if I hit it softly, I get a velocity of 1, and then it just jumps immediately up to like 40.
Oh, it doesn't have any sensitivity.
It's got a gap, right?
Yeah.
So that's what these funky lines are down here. So if I want to force this thing to accept anything from 0 to say 40.
Oh, can you
Well,
get a bigger picture?
Oh
of the
yeah,
screen?
sure. Bam.
All right.
So if anything from 0 to 40, now maps.
Show them how that works again.
Oh, so I moved my cursor here and I scrolled this and you can see
See, it moves the bar, horizontal
it
bar.
moves the bar up and down, and this is how you can like scale 70 to 127 to 0 to 127. So you can actually scale and change the scale. So like there's the famous DX7 can only accept a velocity up to 100.
Yeah.
So if you're not scaling up to, if you're scaling up to 127, you're never getting any of the high end stuff. So you could come over to this number, to this 127, and scale it down to 100. And so now your velocity will scale from 127, from 0 to 127 will scale from 0 to 100.
Nice.
So you get your full range for your DX7. So this you can scale the inputs and the outputs, and you can use it to overcome, you know, bad or dead zones in velocity on these lesser keyboards, and on the output side as well, like for DX7.
Yeah.
So that's a sort of a rundown on how to use these modifiers. You can load as many as 6, and they chain. So in other words, what comes out of this one goes into this one, et cetera, et cetera. So you got to make sure that you keep track of, if you do a channel map early in that chain, that will, the next box that you do something in, you got to make sure that you understand that the channel coming out of the previous box is the channel coming into that one. Yeah, so we could also do things like we can load a transpose into this. If I click on that, so I can transpose. So we've got a plus and minus 12. And Jesse, there's 12, by the way. It used to be plus and minus 6, and Jesse really wanted 12, so we changed it for him. So yeah, so again, you go back here. So we're doing a channel modify, 2 CC modifiers, and a transpose. And so when you talked earlier a little bit about, someone had a question about MIDI effects.
Yeah.
Although these are not like fun effects.
It's not like delay or something.
Right, yeah. But we're certainly doing some MIDI manipulation here, and that's it. Now, I went through all this trouble to map my iRig to my Volca, and I don't want to lose this because I pretty much keep this as my main thing. Let's say, so I go up here, and I go to Tools, and I can just save. So I come down here to save, and I have to hit Shift Enter, and now it's saved, and now that preset's saved forever. In preset 1 you get 128 presets, and so that's how that works.
128, I think I
Zero
said the wrong value
Oh, it's at
somewhere. I
127.
got to remember to fix that.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, we had a question.
Oh, good.
The question is whether the MRCC or Noodler has brightness control on the screen or some kind of screensavers. The
Oh, good, yeah.
the Noodler does not, though maybe that's something we could add. There is a transistor that switches the backlights on and off. The MRCC has a brightness control. I think it's all the way up right now. It's an OLED display.
Right, so, right.
Who puts an OLED display on a MIDI rack? That's not cheap. That thing's expensive.
So you can turn the
can turn it
brightness
up and
down
down.
and
Yeah.
up. And the camera's not really doing justice. It's the latitude is, it's almost, at 1 you can barely see it.
Yeah.
And at 10 is what we usually drive it at normal. And then you can go over to the LEDs. So let's put this thing in chaser mode. Let's change there's a good shot here. There we go. So that's in chaser mode, and that's at LED brightness 2. Yeah, just leave that. I'll put it over that way. And I can brighten it up. There we go. By the way, when you change, so it's really bright.
Yeah, it's really bright. It's kind of
it'll blow out. Yeah, it'll blow out your eyeballs.
It looks better
too.
here, actually, but
Yeah, it looks fine here, but it's blowing out the camera. So yeah, we have it at 2, so the camera. By the way, when you're in what we call light show mode and you rotate the encoder, it pauses light show for, I think, 3 or 4 seconds. So in other words, if I'm in light show and I want to see what's going on here, I can click that button. It'll show me what the routings are. Actually, if I click any button, it'll just pauses it. So if I just, and then it will go back. Yeah. And then, what was the other question? It was about the light show, basically. About do we have any screensavers?
Yeah, whether you can turn the screen on and off if it's just sitting on.
Oh yeah. Okay. So let's show this first, and then we'll show standby. So you can go from chaser, is what we call chaser, and then there's gradient, and it'll just ping pong back and forth with different color gradients. And the camera's really not doing this justice. It's a beautiful,
Yeah, it looks pretty nice.
Very
The
beautiful.
Hues are good.
The hues are, yeah. Then we have single color, and it'll just pulse from super bright to super dim, and then rotate through the camera space, through the color wheel. And then we have port monitors. So this is actually, as I hit things, you can see notes going through that, and then there's a note monitor, so you can. These will also track what notes you're playing, so you can look at that. I don't know what that is. Morse code from Aliens. Okay, and then we've got the 808 theme, which you can't really see, but it's red,
Change
orange.
the brightness again.
Oh, did it? And then this is Jupiter 8 mode. Just silly
Jupiter
things.
8, nice.
And then this is just blow your brains
This is
out.
actually for testing the LEDs. I wouldn't recommend
Yep.
using this. I'm blind.
I'm blind. So anyway, that's what these are about. And then we talked about. Let's go ahead and turn that mode off. And then we talked about standby for a minute. So you've seen me hit this green button up here, and that if I hit it quickly, it'll bring me up to this top menu. So it's just a fast way to navigate. But if I hold it down, it'll put me into screensaver mode.
So everything appears to be off, but it's still powered. We haven't turned the power switch on and off.
Right.
It shuts everything down, including the USB hub. But that's configurable. So if you want to leave the USB hub, I think I mentioned earlier.
Yeah. Like for instance, I think if I made any changes, like the channel change on the Noodler, so it would talk to something, we just lost that.
Yeah, we just turned it off.
So that might be a reason. That's why we put the option not to turn off USB devices, because maybe you didn't want to lose your preset before you saved it. And if you just touch it again, quickly, it just pops right back up.
Right back where you were.
Right back where you were. Yep. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Clock and ARPs. Let's go to extras, and here's clock. Okay. So these lights are red when there's you're on clock, because there are no inputs for clock. So I just use those lights to signal you that you're in clock mode. If your clock is actually enabled, what it will do is it'll become a metronome and show you the speed of your BPM, and you can change that. I'm going to hit the blue button to go by tens, so you can speed it up. It goes really super fast or pretty slow. We have a clock out on the side here that we can change the PPQ to go from 1, 2, 4, and 24. Then we have stop, start, and continue buttons up here. And what these do are they send out stop, start, and continue messages. Just kind of like when you press play, pause, and resume on the key step. So if you wanted to have that, those are there.
There's also CC controls for those, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now if I want to route the clock, so now the MRCC becomes the clock source. If I wanted to route that clock, I could route it to an output by just pressing the button. So now I'm routing clock to 1 and 11, and that's how you know where things are going. So we can turn those off. And now it's routed nowhere. Right. So that's clock. It's pretty basic.
Yeah.
Also, in this settings menu, you can change your clock out, CV clock out, to be
5 or 12 volts.
Thank you. 5 or 12 volts.
So it's 5 volts by default, so we don't.
Right. And you have to hit the shift enter button in that menu because we don't want you to accidentally hit 12 volts and cook your gear. Don't cook your gear. So let's go back up to the menu for extras. Now let's go to the ARP. This guy, so I'm going to unroute everything just to make this easy. So yeah, everybody's unrouted. Okay, let's unroute that. Oh, okay, good. So everything's unrouted. The ARP is an extra. That's why it's on the extra menu. So the routings that you have do not affect the ARP, which means that you have to route the ARP separately. So if we go down to the bottom here and we choose a source port, this thing is in D. So I'll come over here and I will go to D1. And then the channel is, if you recall, 11. So we'll go to 11. And then the destination port, let's send this thing over to the MicroFreak, which is on 11, port 11, and it's on channel 1. So, wait. Oh, I need to go here and unroute it. Boink. Okay, so that's a mistake that can happen. If you have it routed, it will route it. So now that it's not routed, I should be able to, yeah. So, what camera are we on? Let's try that. That's a good one. Yeah, it's not bad. Let's go over this. Oh, slide it up a little bit. There you go. So as I hold the notes down, and when I let go, they let go. And that kind of sucks because I like to latch mine. So there's the latch button here. By the way, if you hit enter, no matter where you are on the screen, it'll turn the ARP on or off.
These are also CC controllable parameters.
Yep. And if I hit the shift enter button, it will latch it. There we go. So now it's latched. Let's do, okay. So now we'll do a quick little tour of the various ARP settings. So we have modes, so up and down, ping pong inclusive, ping pong exclusive, the order that you played them. So shuffle, which means every time you hit them, it'll choose a different random order, but it'll keep the order. It doesn't just randomly play notes.
It creates a random order and continues to play that order.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do that one, and then we have octaves.
Violet's getting ready to take off.
Oh, did she just stick her head in the door?
No, she sent a message.
Oh, okay. I wonder if she left already. Do you want to continue this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Daryl's going to take over for a minute. I'll be right back.
I feel kind of bad because I really haven't spent enough time with this stuff as I should have. I've been focused on a lot of other things to get the manufacturing going. But I will play with it.
Can you hear me? Test, 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 test. Nope. Can't hear me anymore?
Nope. All right. You know, arpeggiators are so much fun. And this arpeggiator, I believe, is clocked off of our clock right now. So if I go back up to extras, and I switch over to the clock, I can go down to BPM, crank it up. You can see when we're on the clock screen, the red lights are kind of keeping time with the clock. Slow back down a little bit. Alright, go back over to, we still have some pages that are placeholders for things. some feature set we have now that we're showing today will be what we ship with, and once we ship, we'll look at what requests are coming in for additional features, and we'll make a list and prioritize those and see what we can do to add. So for the Noodler, I mean, we've done, I don't even know how many updates now.
Oh, about 50. No, am I on? I don't even know if I'm on.
No, Steve's back.
Hello, testing. Yeah, okay.
Here, we can switch to.
Yeah. Hey, I'm back.
So yeah, with the Noodler, we've done a lot of updates. A lot of the updates, we just put them on our forum and in the open beta section, and sometimes I forget to put them on the main website. But if you're a registered forum user, you can download things like the manual, the quick start guide for MRCC, pre-release firmwares, and for MRCC, we'll make sure it is properly maintained. If there's issues people report, Jesse will prioritize those and let us know what the issues are, and we'll address them.
Yep. Did you cover all the ARP stuff?
Well, I didn't really get much farther. I went and showed how the clock works with the ARP.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
What else? Oh, we got. So I didn't show clock division. For
How about gate?
Yeah, there's gate. There's a gate.
So we have random gate too.
Nice.
Yep, and then we clock division, you showed that?
Nope.
So all kinds of clock divisions, like real slow, like forever.
Oh, that's really slow. It's nice for doing drone kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah, if you have a nice long, yeah. And then 8 triplets, eighths, quarter triplets, quarters, half triplets, halves. Yep. And then we also have some funky stuff, this rhythm. So there's some rhythm to the, and the number there, the letter just tells you it's a different rhythm. So it's rhythm A through whatever, G or something. And then the number tells you how many notes you should play to have a repeat. So this one's 4. So if I hit this, let's go down and change it. Yep. Here's one with 9. So if we hit three notes. Anyway, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I cut you off?
No.
Okay. So that's clock and ARPs. What? Labels.
Labels.
Let's talk about labels. Let's stop the ARP. Okay. And then let's unlatch. Okay, good. Let's see. I'm gonna. Oh. The first thing about labels is let's go over there. So here. And so.
Oh, here we need to change the screen.
Oh yeah. Go back.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
So what's cool about labels is there's essentially a list of labels that the MRCC has built in, like 12 or 15 or something like that. Just generic stuff. Whenever you plug a USB device in, it will interrogate the device, and it will take the name of the device, like the iRig, and stick it in that database. Also, and we'll show this in a minute, actually I'm not going to tell you. We'll do that in a minute. Okay, so let's look at that label database. So if you come here, you can scroll through, and these are some of the, so you notice beat step is there. So they pulled beat step off. There were 2 beat steps. Let's see.
Drums, effects.
iRig,
keys.
right? What else did we plug into this thing? There's
Noodler.
Noodler.
Seek.
Okay, so there's a few that we've plugged in that you saw. Give me a second.
Okay.
Burn some time.
All right. Labels. Labels are cool. we'll have to show you how to see the labels, but once they are assigned to an input or output, when you touch that, you'll see it light up on the menu bar momentarily. Steve's disassembling the computer we're using to stream, so I hope it doesn't screw it up.
Yeah, me too. Okay, don't do that. Scoot this guy over. Ow. Did I just screw up the camera? Just head-butted our overhead camera.
It's all right.
Yeah, okay. All right, so let's
Unplug that.
let's unplug it. Okay, so if we take a standard, was that me? Am I keep slamming on the mic? If we take a standard QWERTY keyboard right here and plug it in, what happens is, fingers crossed, right? But what happens is, if we go into the actual window, we can actually type whatever we want. You see that pretty good? Yeah, you can. So if I had like some cool synths, like a Moog, I could type that. What's the one you got? You got like a few of them, but the
Siren?
yeah, I don't know how to spell that. SIRUIM. So you could do that.
Yep.
And then hit enter. Boink, and now it's saved. If you hit delete, you erase it all, and then let's see. Let's just go around here. Okay, Hydra. HYDRA. Synth. SYNTH, because they like it called Hydra. Enter. It's saved. Okay. What else we got over here? Korg MS2000R. So MS 2000R. Saved. Okay.
Right.
GIA. G-I. G-I? Yeah. G-A. I'm a terrible speller.
G-A-I-A.
G-A-I-A. Okay. Save. Okay. That's good enough, I guess.
That's good.
Rev 2. Okay. Now, let's go scroll through this list, and you'll see now that HydraSynth shows up. iRigs, you saw that before by me plugging it in. Moog Serum, MS2000R. So these are now in the list. And if you turn off and turn back on the computer, it stays there. If you plug in a USB device a second time, it won't add it to the list multiple times. And if you want to get rid of it, you can tab over to here and delete it. Not the built-in ones, but the ones that you plugged in or typed in. So now that's just for editing. That's all that this window does. It's just for putting labels into the machine and maybe deleting them. If you want to assign them, you go to the the other window. So port
Assign labels.
right.
So
So
look, it lights up a different color.
it does light up a different color. So if I want to go over here, I click on 1, and I know I've got my Volca FM. Oh no, I didn't type Volca FM. We got to do this. Oops. Come up here. Doink. Delete. Okay. Oh, I misspelled it.
That's all right. We know what you mean.
Okay, thanks. I fat-fingered it.
We know what you mean.
Okay, so come over here, output port. I can choose any one of these. You'll see that it's changing on there. That's just a quick way to get to it. And if I come over here, I can scroll down. I'm going to hold the blue button down and scroll fast. Volca FM. I come over here, and I hit assign.
All right.
So now I'm going to pop all the way out. Oh, I might not have said this. So when you're on the modifiers and you hit this button, it'll go to that modifiers editor and back, right? That's really helpful. If you're not in the modifiers and you hit this button, it'll bring you to
We'll do something smart.
the routing screen.
It'll take you to where you want to go.
Where you wanna
even
go.
if you don't know where that is.
Right. Okay, so let's go back up here, and if I go into my routing and I go to output 1, notice it tells me that it's
Wait, it says Volca.
Volca. So if I come over here, you can see it says Volca, and it will eventually go back. And if I want to see that, what labels are on things. Well, let's label a few things before. Right, let's go back up here, and so let's label. Let's label 2, output 2.
If you've just joined the live stream and you did it through YouTube and not through the Synthesia 2021 website, you may not realize we have a chat feature on the website when you go to our Conductive Lab zone, and you can click on the little icon in the corner and ask questions, and we'll try to address them in the live stream here.
Okay, so I just assigned a bunch of things. We'll pop out to routing, and if I hold the blue button down and touch anything, you'll see it says iRig. These are all none because I haven't done them yet. But the outputs, I did Velka and Serum, Hydra, and none. So you can label these in that labeling thing, and so while you're selecting them, it'll tell you what they are, and it'll go back to routing. So if you've got a bunch of cables plugged in and it's going in back into your rig and you don't know where they're going, if you don't keep changing them all the time, you can actually label them.
Yep.
This came from an idea when Ben, who was our enclosure design guy, came over for our first ideation session. I tend to create images of these things, of what it might look like, and Ben asked, why aren't the buttons, why aren't there lines attaching the buttons to the ports so you know exactly which one they are? So obviously that stuck. And the other one was, why don't we make these long strips so the device is maybe another 2 inches longer and you can literally write on
Scribble
it
strips
with a grease pencil.
Yeah, yeah.
And we really liked that idea, but we didn't want to take up all that extra room on your desktop. So we decided to make them digital, and that's where the whole idea of having labels comes from.
Let's just emphasize the design of this, because that was kind of a big change
Yeah?
in the design process, right? When Ben was over and said, you know, if these lined up, you'd know what you're changing. And so everything is aligned. The button and the light and the port are all aligned. There's a line drawn to it with a circle,
Yes.
so that you can easily, quickly glance and know what you're changing without having to navigate through a routing menu, for instance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's really
Very well.
designed for usability.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. At first, you know, we didn't have it that way, right? I had a bunch of
Originally, it was the ports were separate and the buttons were down in a group and the screen was over here. It looked nice. It looked great.
Yeah.
It would have been perfectly functional, but
it didn't
every
have
little
the
thing is important to us. We want it the way we want it,
right.
because we make stuff we want
Yep.
and we need. And having those aligned just makes it so much easier to know
Where
I
that's
got
going.
something in this port. I can see it right there. I
Right.
know where it's
right.
going.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
I think our first design was actually thinking about doing a 1U 19-inch
front
rack,
and back,
front and back standard
Typical,
stuff.
yeah.
And exactly, if you had it plugged into the back, you don't know what port anything's plugged into because you can't see them.
Right.
This way you can see what's plugged in. And if you have colored cables or you put little zip ties around them
Yeah.
or whatever, you can
Yeah,
kind
sure.
of color code them that way and
Yep.
figure out visually what's going on.
Yeah. Speaking of rack, I don't think we mentioned up front that MRCC is rack mountable. We have rack ears available, so that's what they look like. There you go.
There you go. I can change
Rack
the camera.
ears. And so, yeah, this fits in your.
There you go.
There's that Google thing keeps popping up.
Good thing I have the mouse.
So there's for your 19-inch rack ears. The side has the holes for the ports on the end. So you just take off the 4 screws on each end and stick these on, and it goes in the rack. Steve's actually got one in the rack over here, but you can't see it.
Yeah.
I
wonder if we can.
You know, so some people will say, you know, I really want the ports in the back. No, this was really designed with all the UI and ports for usability in the front, and there's other options for if you really, really have to have your ports in the back. And, you know, if you want an MRCC and to be able to control everything from the desk, you can always plug whatever rack device you have in your rack into the MRCC and operate it and use the MRCC as the control center for the rest of the stuff.
So right now, I am jacking up my, whoops, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it that way. I am jacking up my rack. So we have an MRCC over there. I'm on the global shot, Daryl, so if you
okay.
point to it. Yeah, they can see you.
Yeah,
Yep,
right there.
it's right there. It's hard to see maybe in the shot, but that is an MRCC in my rack. And so I have this MRCC outputting to that one. And
Yeah, it's a little hard to see, but Steve has a little 1U brush. What do you call this thing? Like a
just a gap, like
Yeah,
a
it's a-
1U gap thing.
yeah.
with
It's
the-
got a little brush on it to keep the dust out, and the cables route through it, so you can go right over the top. It doesn't interfere with the buttons or the screen or anything. It's very neatly controlled.
Can you route on that one two in? Yeah. To the gray one.
Right. Channel's that one on?
It's on 11.
Are you mapping it? No.
I'm not mapping it. That's okay. Keep talking and I'll.
All right. So that's the rack mount story.
That's the rack mount story.
So the other way to get something to your rack is with the remote, which we talked about a little earlier. And if you missed that, I'll just show you again. This is the remote.
Oh.
So this will come, if you order this, it comes with a 10-meter cable, about 32 feet or so.
Yep.
And it'll go up to 50 feet, maybe spec cable length. Using a shielded Ethernet cable, and a shielded Ethernet cable has shields over the connectors on each end, and those are connected to each other through a drain wire in the cable. So I think category 6, Cat 6 cables have that drain wire typically.
Yep.
So if you shop for one longer than 10 meters or shorter, whatever you need, you got to be sure to get one that is connected on both ends with that ground.
But you do get the long cable.
You get a 10-meter cable with the remote.
Right. And 10 meters seems like 30 feet seems like a long way in like a 10-foot room or a 12-foot room. But by the time you go down from your desk over to the corner, route it all the way across the furniture, back up and over, you chew up a lot of cable fast. That's why we put a long one in there.
Yeah.
So while Daryl was talking, I jacked up the iRig coming into input C and out 4, and 4 is going over to that MRCC over there, and we got it.
Cool.
Yep. So we got it going.
What are you playing?
I'm playing the Hydra.
The Hydra. Nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So the remote will get you, rather than having MRC dedicated in your rack space, if you don't want to do that, you can use the remote, have the MRCC on the desk,
Right.
route the ports over there.
Right.
Yeah.
And the other day we wondered, well, what happens if you plug the MRCC device port into the host port? And of course it works.
Yeah, you can daisy chain
So
the MRCC that way.
right. So we took a USB cable from the device port and hooked it into the host port of that thing, and that gives me 4 different ports to route stuff to, because there's virtual ports on that host port.
Yeah.
So that's a bit advanced topic, but you can daisy chain using just a 5-pin like we did, or you can use 4 ports over 1 USB cable to have. And then,
Yep.
are we talking about the future?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
mention that.
So this guy is the remote is working now and everything's fine on it. We do have a couple of the wires on this Ethernet cable dedicated to a protocol that's not just electrical, it's actually a networking protocol. And in the future, and we hope to get this done. We're not promising, this is a hope. So don't buy this device on what I'm about to say. Buy it on only what we've already said. We will be able to plug two MRCCs into each other through this Ethernet port, this RJ45 port, and have full remote control of that device from this device. And that's why there's this Y button right here. In the future, when you hold the Y button down, if you press any of these inputs or outputs, it'll be on that unit as opposed to this unit. It's not working now. It's architected, but it doesn't work yet.
Yeah.
But that's the future vision.
That's the goal.
That's our future goal. And so we just thought we'd talk about that here, but it's not in any documentation or
Maybe you
anything.
can talk about also the way the remote works currently versus how we want that to work. In the future.
Oh, right. So currently there are 5 ports on the remote plus these two, the A and the B port, which are just
Shared with
shared.
2.
Right. And they're labeled 1 through 5. Right now, what they do is they are in parallel or mimic ports 1 through 5 here. So if I'm routed to port 4 here, it'll also come out port 4 here. And that's the current implementation. In the very near future, we will be able to route these independent of those. So in other words, you'll hold the Y guy down, and if you choose 1 through 5, that'll be a remote routing. So it'll be an additional 5 ports, not a copy of the 5 ports.
Most of that's implemented. It's
Yes.
Just, we want to feature freeze the code now, make sure just everything's reliable and working correctly.
Right.
With good performance. And then once we start shipping it, we'll get back to finishing those things.
Yeah. In fact, on some of the remarks we've had on our Kickstarter, some people have mentioned feature creep.
Yeah.
And I can assure you, we know all about feature creep. We both come from a big company that was a common discussion topic.
Yeah.
We have tried desperately not to have feature creep. When you're designing a product and you on paper, and then when you get to the implementation, you find that there are things that are required to make it more usable that you didn't anticipate during the design phase. And so those things have been added. I will cop to, I'm the guy writing all the code for this thing, and my brain feels like it's going to blow up every once in a while. So I will do things that for me might be more fun, like getting the arpeggiator to work, or maybe adding or adding the labels, which are more of a creative endeavor than actually the nuts and bolts of the infinite number of details. So there's been a smidge of feature creep there, but it's just for my sanity, and trust me, that's an important thing. So that's why
For me too.
This man is a okay. So so that's why the remote is just a copy. It was very simple to implement that way, and like Daryl says, the extended nature of the channels is implemented, but we didn't want to waste. We wanted to do the minimum viable product to get out the door as fast as possible, because we know that our Kickstarter supporters have been waiting a long time, very patient, and we wanted to get that out as soon as
We
possible.
want to thank our Kickstarter supporters too for your patience.
Yes.
It's been a long wait. We launched this thing quite a while back,
Yeah.
and it's been a wait, but
Yeah.
it's also come out. I think we're not real we're not salespeople. We probably could have mentioned you can pre-order this thing on BackerKit right now. There's a link on our website at conductivelabs.com/MRCC.
But we wouldn't say that.
But we wouldn't want to pitch anything like that.
We are not the hard sale guys.
Yeah.
No, we're soft sale guys.
Yeah,
but not
yeah.
hard.
So we want you to judge for yourself what we've done.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we've seen so much excitement.
Yes.
People are, why are you so excited about a MIDI router? It's just a MIDI router,
Right.
What's the big deal? But man, it really does make a difference in your studio flow.
So we mentioned Jesse as our support guy and a technician around the lab. He also has been running our beta program, and I can't remember what the count is. I think somewhere in the 20s or 30s. We've got them out in the wild. These devices out in the wild, And Jesse is not just running the beta program, but having hour-long meetings with everybody that has one. Make sure that they're spun up on how it works and in the actual testing and getting feedback. And we've been getting really great, it's for patting ourselves on the back, but Jesse just told us yesterday, he sent us a really nice email saying, hey, and I guess you talked to him, right?
Yeah.
He said, the response that we're getting from everybody is really great. And so that's good, because
People are really excited.
I've been locked in his basement for the last 2 years writing code, which is
almost 2 years.
Almost 2 years. Well, we started this long before we announced it, and while we were doing wrapping up the Noodler stuff, and it's really good to hear that when you finally let your baby out into the wild, that it's being received well. So that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it? It's 12:30.
12:30. Should probably.
So we're like in a half an hour overdue. We're like past our.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the schedule is. Does it say on the screen?
Oh yeah, we
You
do.
have a screen for that, right?
I do. I think I do. Let's see.
Let's see what our schedule is.
There it is.
So
Boink.
10:40.
This is East Coast time,
12,
so we're supposed to
12
end.
is supposed to be our Q&A. So, yeah, Q&A. I didn't get the link for this show on our website.
Oh,
Oops.
maybe we'll
I
work
should have
on
done
it.
that.
Can we
but
wrap up? Are we?
But it is on our Facebook. So if you go to facebook.com/Conductive Labs, I think, or just search Conductive Labs.
Well, probably if you just go to
There's
YouTube and search Conductive
There's a link
Labs.
there.
I wonder if that pops
YouTube
up.
doesn't have the link to the show either. I don't think.
To this stream,
I don't think
if
so.
you go to Conductive Labs.
Well, you find the stream, but you need to go to the show to ask questions.
Oh,
You
I
need
got
to go to the Synthesia 2021
Okay.
at Delicious Audio. Maybe I can try to read that.
Are we monitoring the
that
YouTube
URL.
chat, by the way?
We don't have a YouTube chat.
I thought it was built in.
No, it's turned off.
Oh, okay. Alrighty.
So here we are. Let's see. People can make comments probably. Let's see if there's any negatory.
No comments. Okay. So
There
just
are 29 people watching right now.
and we
so-
have 32 thumbs up. Oh, great. And only no, it's zero thumbs down. That's awesome.
Oh,
Great.
yeah,
Thanks,
you.
guys. Appreciate it. So we must be doing okay, I guess,
For a first time.
for a first time. And so it's 12.
Yeah, so
1, 2. So it's 3:30.
yeah, so it's essentially
supposed
part of the Q&A time.
So we're over by an hour.
Yeah, but we're taking Q&As anytime.
Okay, so
Yeah, so
guys, go over to wherever Daryl just told you if you're watching the show.
yeah, let me look and see if I
Do you
can
want me to
find
type?
the-
I could type the URL in on that.
So delicious-audio is the site, and they have a let's see if I click on it.
Yeah.
So the show with the chat feature. Yeah, so you actually sign up on Eventbrite. So let me see.
Oh, this sounds hard. No wonder we're not getting a lot of questions.
Yeah, it's not so easy to find. I mean, the URL doesn't even appear. Look at that. It's kind of weird. Why is that there?
I can't see that far. Well, maybe if we figure this
I'll
out, we
just reload it.
should put it back up on the screen.
Okay, so if you go to delicious-audio, delicious-audio.com, I think that'll get you there. Let me just try that. There's a great big URL behind it, but yeah, Delicious Audio.
And then what do you do?
Delicious-audio.com. Scroll down to the RSV, or scroll down to the Synthesia 2021 show icon and click on the link Synthesia.
Huh.
And that will get you to a page where you can essentially sign up for the show. It's free.
Okie doke.
Looks like there's another link here. synth-expo.com/synthesia.
Were we asked not to have YouTube comments turned on?
Yeah, we don't want more than one place to have comments.
Okay, well now we're having 0 places to have comments.
Well, yeah. That's
because
what
nobody's ever going to find this.
maybe. Oh well. The good news is anyone can watch the replay of this anytime
Yeah,
for the next.
but it's going to be a boring
Infinity.
Q&A session if nobody.
Yeah, we might have to make something up.
Okay, I'll ask the first question then. What's the square root of 2? Everybody
4.
knows that.
Don't ask me math questions.
Isn't it 0.707? Isn't that the RMS value? That's maybe I'm making shit up. I can't remember. It's been too long. Maybe we should take a break
We could take a break.
and get some order our lunch.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break.
Okay.
And as far as Q&A, you can go in, if you find your way to the show, you can click on the chat button that's on our page. So when you scroll through the show page, you'll find Conductive Labs. You can find us in the new synth zone and in the controller zone, either one. Click on that and you will get to our page with the chat button.
Well, wait. If we're officially in the chat, we're officially in the Q&A right now, right?
Yeah.
Time-wise.
Yeah.
And you just told everybody how to get there. We can hang out for a few
Yeah,
minutes
we'll,
and, see
okay.
and see if anybody
All right, we'll
shows
hang
up.
out. We'll hang out. All right. In the meantime,
Yeah.
maybe you can
Let's.
talk about the noodler a little bit.
Oh, can we do something else first?
Oh, we haven't showed the remote.
Yeah. Let's fire this bad boy up just to sort of show that it
All
works.
right.
So.
Let's go back to the.
Yeah. Okay.
There we go.
So I'm gonna. This is a short cable because we didn't want 30 meters or 10 meters of cable.
32 feet.
Okay, so we're going to plug that guy in there, and we're going to plug this guy in here. Okay, so that's that. That's your connection. Oops, out of screen. Okay, so we'll put this down here. Maybe tabletop view. There you go. So that's right here. And let's see. This is, we're going to route, so I'm going over there, so I'm going to go turn that off, and then
I think you have to power cycle to
oh,
auto detect it.
I see. Let's see.
You might be able to manually turn it on through the menu, but
Yeah, I thought we had that working.
so normally if the remote is plugged in, when you turn the MRCC on, it will auto detect it and show a little icon in the top right corner.
Yeah,
that it's connected.
I don't think we're going to be able to do that. I think we did that on purpose, right? So let's power cycle. And the little Y guy up in the corner should light up. Yep, it's white.
All right.
You guys can see that up there. That means the remote is connected. And if I
Change your routings.
yeah, well, I was going to just use a noodler, I suppose. So let's send that out. 5 USB 1. Okay, so that's playing on the Volca. Let's turn all these routings off.
So you want to plug?
So now I'm going to unplug this. I'm going to stop that. Well, that's weird.
Oh, it's playing here.
No,
Yep.
no, we're routing. We're on the wrong one. Boink. There we go. Okay, so A was going to 1. So I'm going to unplug this. And this is the Volca MIDI cable. And I will plug it into, let's just plug it into 5 on the remote right here.
Not 5.
Ah! And then we'll turn on 5 over here. So there's no cable in 5 right here, but there's one here. So now that's the remote working. And like Daryl said, we can have a long cable. This guy can be sitting over in a rack, and then 5 ports can be showing up in the rack, distributed out from there.
Cool.
Yeah.
And we got a question.
We did?
Yes.
All right.
Doug wants to know, is there a method for wiping all the routings in one step?
Yes. If you go to load and save, and you go to default and say load, there you go.
Panic. Panic button.
Oh, here, I'll panic here.
Oh, we don't have a routing, so
Oh, right. Okay. So, because it's going through the remote. Maybe that's,
yeah.
yeah.
It's a higher pitch than
Oh,
your,
no.
I would power cycle it.
There.
There you go.
So yeah, so that'll get you a wiped grid, and
Yeah.
by default, what we do is we have, you can see up there in the corner. We'll switch over to the better.
So Doug, thanks for the question.
Yeah.
We don't have like a button that just unroutes what you see on
Yes.
here. You can load the default and
It'll wipe everything.
wipe everything.
It'll wipe everything.
Otherwise, yeah, you just hit the individual buttons.
Right.
You can do it pretty fast.
And when you have nothing routed, the default state is 1-to-1. Yeah. All right. Because it can get confusing
yeah.
if there's there's 10 inputs, 11 inputs. And
Well, the full matrix is like what,
yeah, it's big.
57 by.
Oh yeah. With all the, so like we talked earlier, if we were routing stuff through this
Four
port,
inputs on each host port.
Right.
There's 12 inputs here.
right,
You know, and 6 here. So there's a lot of.
right. So if I hold one of these down, you'll see that there's 4. This is actually a button that's a button for 4 different inputs. When you get to PC, you have 12 inputs, and you also have 12 outputs. So right there, that's 144 routings just from one port.
Yeah.
So yeah, it can get crazy.
So in fact, our prototype had an all button,
Yes, it did.
but we decided to use that for the
Yeah.
expansion.
Yeah, originally it was all on,
Oh, all right.
and I'm thinking to myself, you really don't want to route everything,
No.
because that's a lot of wasted CPU time.
Yeah. Plus, if you accidentally do it, then you might be kind of sorry.
Yeah, exactly. So all off wouldn't be bad, and it's a good question. Maybe we could even think about,
Shortcut.
is there a shortcut we could do an all off?
Yeah.
Buttons are getting a little overloaded,
Yeah.
but we could think about it.
Yeah. So that's the remote. We showed the sleep earlier, but we could show the sleep with the hub turned on.
Oh yeah.
So if we go to settings, and go over to USB hub sleep right here. So good to know. By the way, settings are saved real time in the EEPROM.
Right.
So as you change settings, it saves it. You don't have to go save that. Versus all the port routings, all of the filters and all that kind of stuff are
Modifiers.
saved in patches.
Yep.
And Steve mentioned earlier there's 128 of them.
Yeah.
It's kind of a soft limit if you guys really want more. There's a huge flash card in here.
Oh yeah. There's room for like
There's
10,000.
There's a micro SD card, and we got the smallest one we could get. I don't remember. It's
32 gig.
half a gig or 1 gig.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
Yeah.
It's big.
But it could probably hold, it could probably hold 30,000 patches if you really wanted it to.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay. So
we got a couple other questions.
oh, good.
Oh
good.
yeah, let's
so
show
you're gonna. So now we're gonna power cycle, and you'll notice that the noodler won't go to sleep. You have to
Yeah.
hold that down,
So I'll hold that down.
and you'll
And
notice
so we're sleeping now, but the hub is still on.
Yeah.
This light indicates essentially hub ready. I think in the manual we say that the MRC is ready when the blue light comes on, but it's really when the hub is kind of the last thing to come on, so that everything's booted up before it starts trying to negotiate with USB devices.
Yeah. So now we
Yeah.
could wake it up by just hitting
So
it.
now we wake it up.
And we didn't have to power cycle everything on the USB
Right.
hub. Yeah.
Right. It doesn't hurt anything to just turn it on and off if you want to turn it on and off. Your savings are stored. You know, if you save your patches,
Well,
the next time you go turn it on, it'll
you save your
resume.
patch,
If you save your patch.
Yeah, you have to save your patch.
When you come back and turn it back on, it'll load whatever the last patch was you were on.
All right. You said you had some other questions.
So. Oh, nope. Just Doug. Thanks, Doug.
All right. I think it's got to be me. Sorry about that, guys.
Sorry.
All right.
What else can we show? We could show how to route noodler inputs to different ports.
Yeah.
So right now we're on. So we've got some. We've got noodler going over USB, and we will switch it to. We'll switch the pad part to play on USB 1. We'll make the pad part USB 4. We'll make the drone USB 3. We'll make motif 1 is on USB 1 already, and so we'll make motif 2 USB 2. Okay.
If you make that pad channel 1, then we can play it over there on this guy.
Channel 1 USB 4. Channel 1 USB 4.
Yep.
Okay. Any other channels I should be concerned about? So
No, 5
that's already
is-
on 5, so
yep.
that'll play.
Yeah.
All right. So now, when you hold down the button.
Oh, I got an idea.
Yep.
If we make this 11, USB 2, okay.
So channel 11 on USB 2.
Yeah.
So if you're not familiar with the Noodler, it's got 4 USB outputs,
Virtual.
virtual outputs. You don't have to use them. You can set everything to USB 1 if you're using USB and just use different channels. Or if you really want to get creative, you can put them all on the same channel. Sometimes that's fun to do on a piano.
Yeah, right,
On a
right,
virtual
right.
piano.
Yep.
Sounds pretty crazy.
Poly-
It's cool, actually.
Massive polyphonic, but yeah.
And or you can use 2 5-pin outputs and USB. You can mix and match as required. So we've got a lot of choices on the Noodler. But if you wanted to route each of these parts through USB, through MRCC to 4 different ports, you can do that.
And we'll do 3 of the 4 right now.
Yeah. So port. So we've got port 1 is the motif 1, and that's on channel 5, and that's channel 5, so that works. And we'll just route port. What was the other port you said would work?
The 11.
11, and that's going to this one.
So USB 2, so choose 2, and route that to the red cable. That should run the Hydra.
Okay.
And then you have, what's on?
One's not routed actually, so 1 should go.
Well, wait a minute. Yeah, just push it down. Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe it isn't.
So where do we want it? Where do we want that one to go?
That should go to 5. That should go to the black cable.
Oh.
Yep.
So that's routed.
That's routed.
Okay. And then, well, that should work now.
Well, we were going to do 4, virtual cable 4,
So pick virtual cable 4.
and then route that to 11, which is
11. Oh,
which is the.
Right. Okay.
So I think if we hit,
All.
okay, so that routed. If we hit,
Yep.
so that's motif 2 coming out of here,
Okay.
and if we hit pad, that's coming out of the Arturia.
Cool.
Yeah, so it's all working.
Nice. That's how you route 4 USB virtual ports on
And I
Yeah, the host
think
input.
if we hit the screen like that,
Oh, yeah.
when you're on this screen, there's a sub-screen that pops up. Is that readable over there? Yeah, that's pretty readable. So there's a sub-screen that pops up, and you can see the routings. So the top line is A1, the second line is A2, and so forth. So we got A1 going to 1 and A2 going to 4, which is this one, and then A4 going to 11.
See if we can get a close up of that. Where's that?
I think it's the last one. Yeah. There you go.
There, now you can see it.
Maybe a little more. Yeah.
It's fairly legible, I think.
Yeah. So that's a sub window. When you click on these, up on top here in the banner, you can see that it says that's normal mode, and then you could see A, B, C, and D, and then PC. And it'll show you the routings, the sub routings on those virtual cables. Yeah.
Yep. And the the PC interface works the same.
Yeah.
Hold down the input, pick a port, virtual port, and then route it.
Yep.
So very straightforward. It's really easy. Once you've done it once, it's not something you're going to have to look up every time. Probably.
Yeah. Once you do it once, it'll be, and we did it so that when you hit the button to choose it. So if I want to choose A, these light up, and it's like, what are those lighting up for? Oh, right, that's my virtual port. So then you can be reminded of that. And if we go over to these, remember also if you put your tab on that port and scroll through, you could see that A1's going to 1, A2's going to 4, A3's going nowhere, and A4's going to 11. So you can scroll through them, the virtual ports, and it will tell you what's going on routing-wise.
It looks cool too.
Looks cool.
Yep. And then, when it's just sitting there and you're not doing anything, you want a cool light show, you can just turn that on. And you get oh, you can't see that. Hold on. There you go. Light show.
And if you want, you can, monitor what's going on by using the light show port monitor.
Here, let's turn
So
this back on.
hit play all.
Oops.
Yeah. Nope. So now these lights will tell you that you've got stuff going out on 1, 4, and 11. Yep.
By the way, on the noodler, that was just set to
That's
whatever
all the defaults
were.
are. Yeah.
I turned it on. I picked some outputs.
Yeah.
and routed it, and look, I can make beautiful music.
Such as it is.
That's why people like the noodler.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not good just for that. A lot of people use this in very creative ways that we never even envisioned.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Later today we'll have a noodler.
I think noodler's next.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is that what's on our agenda?
Yeah.
What's it say over there?
Yeah. So
I can't read that far.
4 o'clock.
So that's 1 o'clock
Eastern
our time.
Yeah, 1 o'clock our
So
time.
that's 7 minutes.
What? We should go take a break.
Yes.
All right, we're going to take a break, scarf some food down, and we'll be back.
Yes. Thanks everybody for watching.
Thank you very much.
And let me find the right screen. Oh, it's that one, I think. Boop. All right, guys. Thank you.
See you in a bit.
Did you turn your thing on? Your mic? I did. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
We're setting up right now for a Noodler demo, and we'll be. I guess we can turn on the camera,
We'll be with you shortly.
or they can just watch it, right?
Yeah, you can watch us set it up. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, big camera. Hey, everybody. We're going to do a quick little setup here, tear down. We had a few minutes for lunch. Sorry about the delay. Yeah.
Okay.
We might just have to, use that shot,
Yeah, that probably work good.
unless we really want. Oh, I guess maybe it could work. Let's see.
Oh. We're trying to
pull those
trying
out.
to get
Pull
the
those.
camera right over the screen so you can see what it looks like.
Hey, look at that. That might even work.
All right. Cool.
So if we let's get the different views. Oh, that's the overhead camera. Always seems to be the wrong way.
There we go.
Yeah. Oh, I see. That top view is not so good, is it? We have a
Yeah.
different. Yeah. The document camera kind of obscures it all, doesn't it?
Let's see the top view again. Oh yeah, it does kind of.
I could change that really fast. We'll have to I'll have to redo it for the other back when you go back, but it shouldn't be too.
Need to grab the keeping the aspect no matter what. Huh?
That's really
Oh, you
weird.
got to go into the menu to uncrop.
No, I should be able to just click on it and hold Control or Alt.
Try the one on the bottom. Nope.
Maybe it's because we're broadcasting that we can't change it live.
All right.
Well, we can change back between different shots.
All right. Shall we begin?
Sure.
All right. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. We're going to do a Noodler demo.
Oh, hold on. Now we are.
Oh, we are what?
Now we're doing a Noodler demo.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got an idea. Yeah. Why don't we start the same way we started the other video?
Okay.
You can,
All right. There it is. So I want to switch.
yeah. There we go.
Okay. Hello. I am Daryl. This is Steve.
His other brother.
We are Conductive Labs, makers of the Noodler, and now announced recently is the MRCC MIDI Router Control Center. We did a lengthy demo and explanation of that earlier today. There it is.
Oh, how's that?
Yeah.
Cuckoo?
Oh, nice. Unintentional zoom, or unnecessary zoom, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we wanted to do a Noodler demo. Is that a blue Noodler?
It is.
Wow, we don't really sell these anymore. This is
With
like
cool
a
cheeks.
rare beast, and yeah, it's got some beautiful cheeks
Wood
made
grain-
by our
wood-
friend Kelly.
Yep. which is available on his Etsy store.
Yes. And Noodlers are available in many places, including conductivelabs.com, Perfect Circuit in California, Patchworks in Seattle, Schneider's Lawson in Berlin, and very soon, a new one,
Yep.
MIDI Amsterdam, for those in the Netherlands or thereabouts.
Yep.
And so, yeah, this is the Noodler. And the Noodler is a multi-part polyphonic sequenced arpeggiator. And what's special about the Noodler versus other normal arpeggiators is it makes a note pool based on the chord and chord type you pick. And you pick the chords here. You can set a key and a mode, play the chords, and all of the parts on the Noodler stay in key and in time. So as far as the hardware, we've got a nice color LCD display. You've got the buttons for the chord. You got a shift button so you can pick chord type. What happens is you hold the shift, pick the chord type, and the next time you hit a button, it changes that chord type. So you can play the Noodler. And then 8 encoders and individual buttons to start and stop each part, and start and stop all the parts, which also resets the parts to the beginning of their sequences. And then all the controls. You can save settings. There's 8 global patches and 20 pattern patches built in, 20 rhythm patches built in, 20 user saves for each patterns and rhythms. And there's a chord editor. So that's kind of the let's talk about the ports, because that's important. So we've got a USB-B port. There's 4 USB MIDI virtual ports on the USB-B port, in and out. There's 2 5-pin inputs and 2 5-pin outputs. And you can pick and choose what ports you want to use. You can have everything go out on 4 different channels from output A if you want, or you can have 2 of the parts going output A to 2 synths, and maybe 2 of the other parts going to your MIDI router to be routed to other things, however you want to do it. Or you can record the parts through the USB interface to your DAW.
And let me throw in something.
Yep.
The reason why we have inbound ports, were you going to get to that?
Oh, good.
Is because, and I'm bringing this up because we've watched a lot of people make videos. I mean, there's probably 50 or 100 videos out there now of the Noodler.
Yeah.
And I don't often see people controlling the Noodler with like a keyboard or a sequencer or something like that. And so the reason why there's inbound ports is because you can control the Noodler that way. And then also, the Noodler will transpose notes into the key and mode that the Noodler's in. So if you have a sequencer and you're changing chords and time and key signatures on the Noodler, if you run your sequencer into the Noodler and through it, those notes will get sequenced appropriately into the right key and mode. Yeah. We don't see that a lot, but that's a big feature.
Yeah. So this is a great device for people who want to jam.
Yes.
And it's made for synthesizer jamming. That's why we made it.
And why we called it the Noodler.
And why we called it the Noodler, because we want to, sometimes maybe you're really creative, you're a composer, you're sequencing things on your sequencer, composing in your DAW, what have you. Sometimes you just want to play some notes.
Right.
And sometimes you want to play some notes to lots of synths. As you can see, you can't even see half of what Steve's got in here. But there's a lot
Global view.
A lot of synthesizers in here.
Yeah, a lot of 19.
What you see behind us is on the racks, and on the other side there's keyboards and desktop modules and all kinds of stuff. And with the Noodler, you have 4 parts, but you can actually play up to 8 things at once. And the way you can do that, one way is, as Steve mentioned, you can use an input, and you can play on a keyboard, and the Noodler will transpose your input. and then output it to the same port. So you're always staying in key with the noodler. You can also use a feature that's on here called interleaved polychaining. Really cool feature. And what that lets you do is it will send every other note from the pad part, which is the polyphonic chord pad player. It'll send every other note to a different MIDI channel, up to 4 different channels. So if you have a multi-timbral synth,
Like this guy, the
Steve's
Orbit.
got the Orbit there. That works really great with this. You can use 4 different timbres on different channels, and as the pad part is played and moved up and down the octaves, for instance, it will play the notes on different timbres, and that can make, if you use some kind of ethereal pad kind of droning part, with really long tails, it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
Great for doing ambient stuff. Works really good for that. Anyhow, what else? So wedge-shaped, nice anodized aluminum silk screen with silver and white paint. Yeah, that's it. It sits on your desk at an angle so you can kind of see what's going on and use it easily. Also works good on those little IKEA
Oh yeah.
book stands.
The
The little plastic stands.
iPad stands. Right?
That's an
Is that
iPad.
what that? Oh, you mean yeah, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that stands.
That little wedge stand.
Yeah.
I use that at work all day.
And you can do firmware updates through the USB interface on our website, conductivelabs.com/download. There's a manual in English, German, French, Spanish. So you get
Yeah, shout out to all the guys that
thank you very much
translated those
to,
manuals for us.
people who volunteered to do that. There's a quick start guide that comes in the box. We don't include a power supply, but we include a cable, and you can power it with any USB 2. Use a quality power supply, not like Steve with his dollar store stuff.
Yeah, don't do that.
It works fine. You can plug it into the Noodler host port to power it, and it'll do MIDI too. So I've even used like a USB battery pack.
No, you haven't.
I have, and it ran 24/7 for
Days.
5 days. Like it's like 90 milliamps, so at most, so it doesn't use a lot of power. I don't know if I talked about the clock in and out. So there's a CV clock out and a CV clock in. So if you want to clock the Noodler off your Eurorack, or you want to send clock from the Noodler, on the send port you can set it for various PPQs. 24 PPQ for MIDI, 1 or 2 PPQ for like a Korg thing.
Yeah.
However you want to do it for your device. All right, that's the hardware introduction.
Okay. Check.
Check 1, 2.
Let's see. When are we supposed to be done with this? At 4:45? Is that what that says? I think so. Which is 1:45. So we're done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, see you later.
And then when's our next thing at? At 6, so that's 3.
Yeah.
All right. We have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're 5 o'clock is MRCC demo 2.
Oh, it's 5, which is 2,
Yeah.
which is in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right.
So we'll do a quick
just
demonstration of the Noodler.
Yeah. Okay. So Daryl just explained most of the architecture of it, so let's just jump in. The USB cable's connecting the Noodler. What am I switching to? Something else?
So you can see it.
Oh, okay. There we go. We'll use that view for a minute. Okay. So we've got the Noodler's plugged in through the USB port into the MRCC, which is just off screen there. And we will route using that to the different synths. So we'll use a Volca. Maybe I can find a better. Okay, so We'll use the Volca as our motif 1. And so I'll go over here. Oh, let's switch over to that view. Where is that view? Here we go. Yeah, so you can see the screen a little better here. So for motif 1, I will make sure that that is going out the USB 1 port, and then I'll make sure that I route it on this device. And it is on channel 5, so let's move that to 5, USB 1. Uh-oh. Actually, it would help if I had this on the right input. There we go.
And apologies, the little document camera that is giving you the nice view of the screen is kind of obscuring the rest, but you'll see what's going on.
Yeah, yeah. Boop, boop. Okay, so let's just do a little tour of the motif. So what's happening right now is we're playing notes out of a chord, and that chord is we're just going to stay in the key of C because it's easier to talk about stuff. So we're on the 1 chord, which means the C chord, which is this button up here. And if we move to a 2 chord, it'll be D minor, because that's what chord is in the key of C if you're playing off of the 2nd note, the D note. And so the notes that you hear are generally the chord notes, and you can change those to scale notes, or you can actually change them to chromatic if you don't want to stay in key. I can change the position. Let's talk a little bit about navigation for a second. These arrows are pointing upward, and each one of them correspond to these 4 buttons. And so when the arrow points up, it means it's the top function, and that's that top label. And if it's pointing downward, it's the bottom function. In some cases, there are 3 functions for the knob. And then if I press that, you'll see the arrow rotates up, middle, and down. And that's choosing one of these 3. So let's go ahead and choose the position, which is up. So if I change that, you'll notice that up here the yellow bar is moving. And so is the pitch. I'm going to shorten the length. So now I'm playing 3 notes of the chord. And what I can do is move that by just rotating the knob. We can also change the direction. I'll make it 4 notes long. Oh, that's position. I wonder it wasn't doing it. Okay, there you go. So I can change the direction. So I can make it up, down, down, up, repeat it. I can randomize it. So let's just ramp it up so it's easier to make sense of what's going on. And now I'm going to make it even longer, make it 8 notes long. And I did that so we can take a look at the pattern, so the rhythm. So we can also change the rhythm. You'll notice down here it's showing us the rhythm, and I'll make the rhythm. And if I change, you can see the screen pretty good there? Yeah. A better way to look at these patterns and rhythms are using the pattern and rhythm editor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and use the pattern and rhythm editor. And so that got me here to the pattern editor, and if I click here, it's the rhythm editor. And you can see the white dot going around the screen playing the notes that are in blue, and the red ones are rests. So if we change the pattern, if we change the rhythm to rhythm 1, you can see that they're straight time, right? And I could change the length. which doesn't sound like anything because they're not changing. But I can move over here, and I could change. So now that's a rest, and I can make it a tie. So I could change up the rhythms here. And so if, as I go through the different rhythms, you could see there's various patterns. And you could change these. Yeah. While all this is going on, these rhythms and patterns, you can also change what chord you're on. We've been on D minor for quite a while now. I could change it to G major. And then go back to C major. So you can kind of follow the chord progression. You create a chord progression here that the arpeggio would, or the sequence would take effect of. Yeah. You have anything to add?
We should talk briefly about you playing. What I like to do is play the
Play it, yeah.
play the motif.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Do you want to do it?
So as it's playing, you can turn the knob to pick a step, and then it's kind of an etch-a-sketch style thing. You pick a step like that. You can see it highlight in yellow, and then you can change it.
You mind if I
speed it up a little bit.
I'll shrink down the,
Oh yeah, good.
so now we just have 2 steps, and I'll,
So you can see I can turn it up and down real time. All these controls, by the way, are real time. You can monkey and change things as it's playing, and that's really what the fun of it. So with that rhythm, it sounds a little chaotic, but here I can change that too.
oh, here, yeah, just right here. It's right here. Oh, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, I'll turn the,
turn the division down. All right,
yeah. Yep, so, sorry.
sorry.
You can
Yeah.
change you can change a rhythm right there.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's yeah. That's something that's really fun to do. Is just play this thing as it's playing, and sometimes it's fun just to turn a note up and down a little bit as it's going.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What else?
Well, I thought we'd bring in a second one.
What?
So we have 2 motifs and they're identical. So the other one we have going to, where are we going to play that?
Play it on the Micro Freak.
Yeah, let me find a good preset. Okay, we'll try that. I like fast attacks just for demonstrations. So that one's going out here, and that's on channel 1. So we'll make that one USB 1. So if I bring in the other one, and again the same things apply. You hit this button and it will toggle you between the first and the second, so we can change the clock div. And let's put it on a different rhythm. There we go. And so now you have the 2, and you can change. So those are 2 motifs, and then we have we set up the we'll send it out there, and if we send out the pad to channel 11, that'll play. I don't know how much you can hear the Hydra because it's not plugged in.
Oh, the output of the Hydra's not.
Yeah, but it might be coming through our mics. Yeah, you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. So if we play pads,
Cool.
it's like church music.
Always sounds fun.
So what's that that just shows that you can play multiple parts, and when you hit the chord buttons, they all change.
Yep. That's what's special.
So now I'm going to route this guy. I'm going to plug him in, Daryl, the white cable there, right here, and we'll route. We'll route him to the noodler. And so when I hit the buttons here, I got to be on. I need to be on channel 15. So I'm going to do a little tricky.
So we need to be on the control channel of the noodler. So rather than change on the noodler, he's going to jump into the MRCC and do a channel map.
Yeah.
Because it's this fast.
Well, this was on channel 11, right? If I'm not. Yeah. And this needs to be 15. Okay.
Here, let's see what this is set for. Noodler control 15.
15, yeah. Was this 11? Oh, we should be able to see that, right?
Oh, you're not getting any input. It's not routed. Oh, you're on the wrong one.
I'm on the wrong one. It's not D,
There
it's
you go.
C. And C needs to go to A. There we go. There we go.
There we go. Channel 11.
Okay, so if you can, you can see me hitting the keys over here. So if I hit a C, it's going to go to the one note and a D and a. So as we play these.
Keyboard control. There's 4 modes, so you can do it just on the white keys. You can do it on the white and black keys, or the white keys are.
The white keys are the chord
chord.
degrees, and the black keys
Chord type.
will change the type. So if I want a 7th, I can hit the 7th, and if I want a suspension, I can hit the 2 black keys between the E and F. Yep. Yeah, so you can control it with your you can control it with the keyboard by just routing the keyboard into the noodler on the right on the channel, the control channel. We also had a funky thing where I wonder if it's set up right.
We got a comment that said they couldn't hear our voices
Right now?
since we got back from break.
Shit. It looks like they're coming out.
Yeah. It says just the arpeggio.
Wow.
Huh.
Well, let me double check what that thing. Oh my. Something funky happened here.
Something weird.
The dot cam. Testing 1, 2. Well, it looks
he's-
like, my
Oh, he
levels
says we're only coming on one channel.
on the left or right side.
Yeah. So he only had only one of his AirPods plugged in.
Interesting.
So it's not stereoizing our mix.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. Okay, thanks for letting us know, Aaron. We'll see if we can adjust it real quick before we move on to the next session.
I'm going to just click the mono button here. There we go. So now we're
Test,
monoing.
test.
Yep. It's coming out of both channels now.
Okay, we should be both channels now. Thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so one of the things that we showed you earlier is kind of using the Etch-a-Sketch view on the pattern editor. What we've also done is hooked up the keyboard. The control keyboard will also manipulate that. So if I make the length 3 notes and hit play,
Aaron says we're good now.
okay, thanks, Aaron. Where's the camera? Oh, he's not seeing us. Thanks, Aaron. So as I move the key, as I press the keys, oh, right, sorry, thanks. As I press the keys, I'm actually changing. Is that, yeah, you could see it.
So you can real time enter your arpeggio. Now but the keys you press aren't necessarily the notes that play.
Right, exactly.
The notes that play are the note pool that's created based on the key and mode you picked and the chord you're on.
Right. So if you go ahead and hit a chord, so even though I'm pressing the same buttons, we're getting different notes.
Yep.
So it kind of takes away from the idea of knowing to know how to play a piano keyboard, and uses the notes as control numbers, basically.
We've had a lot of we've sold some thousands of these noodlers already
Yeah.
over the last couple of years, and we've had a lot of comments from musicians who
Oh, right.
actually so one use case would be using the noodler as an accompaniment device.
Yeah.
So you pick your key and mode, you get it playing how you want, and then you jam with it, on the guitar, or you play drums or keyboard or whatever you want to play along with it. That's one way to do it. A lot of people are using it for just getting creative ideas. So they noodle around, they play with the motifs, and they come up, they might discover some melody they really like, and they'll use that and maybe just compose it in the DAW or whatever they want to do. But it's a creative device in terms of discovery.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Drone is we don't have that routed anywhere. We could probably route the drone also to the who's it? Hydra. So because the Hydra is polyphonic, we can send a drone note there as well. Okay, I think. Let's see. There we go.
All right. So it's so when you turn a knob, it changes the screen context to that function. And so I turn the drone knob, and there's a little bit of a dead spot so that you can turn it slightly to get to that screen without changing a parameter. Once you're on that screen, you can turn the knob and change the parameters. And so this function changes where in the scale where in the octaves the drone is playing. So you can turn it way down. Boom. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's pretty low. That's nice though. Yeah. I like that. And then on the one with the 3 rectangles, that is playing the root note of your chord.
Yep.
Or you can do the root and the 5th.
Octave.
Root and octave?
Yeah.
And then the root and 3rd?
5th.
Oh, 5th.
It's just 5s.
5th and octave. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Or all 3.
Or all 3. Yep. so you can have a polyphonic drone. And currently, the drone is set up on this last line. These dots represent the buttons, the chord buttons, and one square is filled. So what that means is when you change the chord, it will re-trigger the drone on the first downbeat.
Maybe make the pitch a little higher.
Oh, sure. All right. So I'll go back to this, and I'll change this to automatically triggering. Oops, went the wrong way. So now it's kind of a play symbol, and it will automatically re-trigger on the downbeat. You can automatically re-trigger on the first 2 downbeats. It's kind of hard to hear. It's not a fast attack patch, but Steve's gonna pick a patch. See how that sounds.
Let me find out.
Oh, that'll. Yeah, so you can hear it re-triggering now. You can re-trigger on every other one.
There we go.
All of them. So one fun way to use the drone is you can send that note to a drum sound and get a kick.
Yeah.
So you can get a 4 on the floor using the drone. Yeah, so that's the drone part.
Yep.
All right.
When you're in this mode, it'll only play the root notes. No matter what you hit here, it won't change it. But as Daryl said, if you put it on the circles, it'll follow the chord at that point. So it'll use the root note of the chord to track. So if you want it to drone and not follow the chord, the arrow is the right way to go. And then this one will follow your chord.
Yeah, in fact, the very first setting is this one, and it turns the drone on when you turn the part on, and it doesn't ever re-trigger it.
Right, there's no re-trigger. Right.
So that's the true drone.
Right.
Yeah. All right. We should probably jump over
Yeah,
back to
okay.
MRCC.
I'll try to unplug everything and
Yeah, sure.
what you want to pick a
Yeah. I'm going to change the screen to something entertaining, so you guys can watch us here as we shift products.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab that.
Yep.
And that. And that goes with the noodler.
All right. Let's see, did Juan ask a question? I think I missed it.
Uh-oh.
Nope.
Question for you.
No question. There is no question.
Right.
So yeah, that was a pretty short noodler demo. Later on the schedule, I think at 7 o'clock Eastern time, we'll hook up the noodler and the MRCC, and we'll just kind of go over everything again, and people can ask questions. If you're not on the Synthesia 2021 site watching this video, you're kind of missing out on the ability to click on the chat button to ask us questions. So I would encourage you in the description of the YouTube stream, if you look at that, there is a link to Delicious Audio, to the show, where you can sign up for free, and then go into the show to our page to leave questions. We probably could have just had the YouTube chat turned on and try to capture questions there, but it's a little hectic to keep up with.
Multiple. Yeah.
Okay, that looks nice. Okay, we've got our little document camera set up to look at the MRCC screen. Now Steve's messing it up.
Well, I need to get the other one.
What? Cables are falling.
There we go.
All right. So we're going to basically do a repeat of what we did this first thing this morning, and we're going to introduce the MRCC and go over its features. And if I haven't mentioned, you can find out more on our website, conductivelabs.com. And if you do /MRCC, you'll get right to the MRCC page, or just use the menu at the top. We're taking pre-orders. We have a bunch of Kickstarter contributors that help fund the MRCC. And, you know, Kickstarter is a really great way to kind of find out if a product's interesting to anyone or not. It was interesting to us. We wanted it for ourselves. That's why we made it. But, you know, we want to know if it's interesting to other people. So put it on Kickstarter. We had a lot of, I think, our first, you know, we had like 200 of our Kickstarter people were also Noodler customers. So we really thank those people for being a loyal customer.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to thank the MRCC backers for their patience, as we've taken quite a bit longer to finish this product than we had anticipated it would take. But we're advertising it now. We're taking pre-orders because we're actually done with development, and our manufacturing rep is working on production. So all the stuff's been ordered. The parts are all coming in. In fact, today they were making assembling circuit boards. Tonight, our time, they'll be assembling circuit boards. So yeah. We're getting there. We're anticipating end of April, assuming all the parts show in time. And if they don't, it's kind of a day-for-day slip. Could go a little longer than April.
Yeah.
But so far, so good. Things are coming in.
Yeah.
All right.
Not to harp on the COVID thing, and we were lucky. I mean, it affected us a little bit. We did social distance. I stayed home for a while. But it's not, certainly not, the delays aren't to blame on COVID mostly, but there are the second order effects that, you know, everybody's, we probably don't need to talk much about it, but everybody's, now that we've got some light at the end of the tunnel, I'm looking back at, it's been a year that I've actually gone out and done the hangout with, you know, and my brain's going a little mushy.
Yeah,
I think as a human,
it's a little,
you want to
I'm sure everyone's feeling it.
Yeah.
It's been stressful being under the gun to get this out, because we have people waiting for us, and also just
and then having to deal with the
You know, normally my life is I go see a lot of live music.
Yep.
You know, every 2-3 times a week. So I'm deaf probably, but I go see a lot of live music and socialize with friends, and me and Steve and significant others like to have happy hour, and there's a lot of things you guys all are missing out on. We're missing out on, and yeah, it's been a long haul. I think one of the biggest things has been impactful is we've not been able to go on site with our manufacturing rep to work through issues real time. So
which we did with the Noodler.
We did with the Noodler.
I flew over to China and spent over a week there, working with those guys, and you know, luckily we're using the same crew, so you know, we did that initial you know, meet and greet and training and all that. But
quality speeches.
Yeah, yes, I had to give them many speeches on owning quality.
Yeah.
They know quality. They know how to do quality, but knowing, you know, what's really funny. Where's the other Noodler? Is there one around? I remember having a little talk with them. It's like, you see that sticker there on the back of the box? You're gonna sign it, and then everybody in the world's gonna know that you did it. So if that button doesn't work, I know you did it, and your boss knows you did it, and the customer knows you did it.
Yeah.
So, you know, and all of a sudden that, and I wasn't trying to, you know, it wasn't really the whip and the carrot. It was just a sense of pride, right? Of pride and workmanship and all that. Anyway, we didn't get to do that, and right now is when we would be in China. with the MRCC, and now it's you know,
Or
they're
cereals, you know, they make something and it takes a couple weeks for us to get it, and
right.
then we have to look at it and give them the feedback, and it just slows everything down.
And even a day-to-day thing, it's their day. Their day starts at our 6 p.m. is their 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning when they start.
Yeah.
So we're finishing our day and they're starting their day, and so
We have meetings with them in our evenings.
yeah, in our evenings. But everything takes a couple days because it's not, you just can't pick up a phone in the middle of the day and talk with them. You got to wait until 7, 8 o'clock at night your time to have a discussion, and then they go off and do something. You wake up and hopefully it's done or it's not done.
They have questions.
Or they have questions, and then that's a whole day, one day wasted on a couple of questions, and it just piles up that way. So, yeah.
But no
anyway,
excuses.
No
we're,
excuses.
We're not very fast, you know. We go as fast as we can, but maybe we're not real fast, you know.
Yeah.
We're just going as fast as we can, and we're doing the best we can. And
Yep.
I think when people get this in their hands, they're going to be really pleased with the results.
Yeah. Hope so.
I mean, the beta feedback has been really positive. People are so excited about it. Like,
Yep.
it's just a MIDI router. What are you so excited about? But man, it's a really great MIDI router, and let's show you why.
Let's go for it. Yeah.
All right, so let me
All right.
grab one I can just hold up.
It's right back here.
All right. So by the way, I'm Daryl, and this is Steve.
Hi.
We are Conductive Labs.
We are. This is it. Well, there's a few others we'll talk
Yeah,
about
we'll
in a
talk
little
about.
bit,
We'll talk
but
about
we
our
are pretty much it.
friends and contractors. So here's the MRCC.
Let's see if I get a better. There we go.
There you go. Okay. There it is. And yeah, beautiful black anodized aluminum chassis. It's got a nice little wedge shape, so you get a little bit of a good frontal view of it, you know, when it's sitting a little bit back on your desk at an angle.
And turn it back that way.
Oh, yeah.
The cables can go underneath
Yeah,
it.
cables can go underneath it. We made a little gap. There's a little gap. We think of everything, guys. We're not effing around here. This is made for us, and we want it to be perfect. So,
Yes.
you know, that's the way.
If I don't want it in my studio,
we
we're
don't
not
wanna
making
do
it.
Yeah, there's just no motivation for it. So, let's talk about what makes this thing so great. The friggin' buttons. This has got real buttons. Remember buttons from the good old days? the days, the golden era of MIDI? There's a button for every input and output. And routing is easy, as Steve will show you in detail, but routing, you pick an input and then route it to an output, and it routes. And everything is aligned. So the button, the LED indicator, and the port, they're lined up so when you're looking at it, you see something's plugged in there, you can hit that button, you don't have to think much about it. You can do it quickly, you could use it in performance. We've got 6 traditional inputs, including MIDI TRS 3.5 millimeter jacks, type A and B, which were known as
A and K.
Arturia and Korg at one
right.
time.
Our first prototypes had A's and K's on
A's
there.
and K's. And we've got 4 USB host ports. There's a hub. And LEDs to indicate when things are communicating. Those are fully powered, so you get 500 milliamps per port as per USB 2.0 spec.
Maybe that's a good time to talk about the power supply.
Oh yeah,
That
we supply a power supply. It's USB power delivery, USB PD. If you're not familiar with it, you will be, because it's kind of going everywhere. It's becoming a very big thing. I hear in Europe they're thinking about making it a wall plug standard. So it actually, I think it supports up to 100 watts. So you can power all
at different
kinds
voltages.
at different voltages. So this one is takes the 5 volt 3 amp, which is the minimum. So any USB PD power supply would power it, but we're going to supply one with
Universal.
3 amps of power, so you can
Yeah.
power all your ports and the MRCC.
And a universal plug for international.
Yeah, with there's plug adapters.
Yeah.
So, or mains for those of you
For the
in
Brits.
Europe. Yeah, mains adapters. What else we got? We got a USB B port. That's your PC interface, MIDI interface port. 12 channels on here, also routable, so you can pick an input or output. and you can pick ports with these 12 buttons.
Virtual ports.
USB MIDI virtual ports.
Yep.
Yep. And then 12 traditional outputs. And on the inputs, the 3.5 millimeter jacks, you can use one. You can use either the 5-pin or one of these two. If you plug one in here, it shuts off that one and that one. So you can use one of those. But on the outputs, you can use them all at once. These are MIDI throughs. So yeah, you can. There's actually 4 outputs here where you might not think that's 4. Okay, and then on the end, on the button side,
Watch that thing.
it's a weapon. We've got this green button here. It's standby. Green for standby. Get it? It's green. It's a pretty low power device anyway. You can leave it on if you want, but you hold the standby button for a few seconds. It'll put everything to sleep. And then navigation buttons up and down, and enter, a shift button, encoder, and then this special little Y-guy button, which Steve will explain more.
And the
about
encoder
later.
has a button too.
Yeah, and the encoder has a button too. So some things enter button selects, and some things the encoder button does for navigation. Okay, and then back to the end here, we've got the USB-C power delivery input. It's not data, just power. We've got a power switch. We've got a RJ45 jack, which is not Ethernet. So we'll try not to call it the Ethernet jack, but
Right, yeah.
sometimes we slip up and do anyway. And it uses an Ethernet cable
For this.
for the remote. And that's called the Remote 7. It's got 5 5-pin ports and 2 3.5 millimeter jacks that are shared with the ports. And
And it will come in a metal box. This was
yeah, it'll
just a
come in a
prototype.
little box like MRCC. And then the CV clock out. So if you're using MRCC as a clock source, you can also do a clock out at either 5 or 12 volts. And then a little hole here for the firmware updates. There's a little recess button
Yeah.
for firmware updates.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah. Anything else? RGB LEDs,
OLED screen
OLED, color OLED screen.
on a MIDI router.
Who puts a color OLED screen on a MIDI router? I mean,
The biggest synth brand companies in the world don't even put color
no, they
screens.
put these crappy
little teeny
little black and white
half-inch
screens,
black and white.
super low resolution. This thing is super nice. You'll see.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Well, they can
Yeah.
see right now.
So, we spared no expense. It's expensive to make. It's not easy to assemble, but it's what we wanted. So it's what you're going to get.
Oh, and I don't know if you mentioned, but we went through lots of design iterations where the first one started as a 1U rack unit
Yeah.
with the jacks in the back and the buttons in the front, and then we did some design iteration. But these jacks are on the top for a purpose. If you notice, let's go to a table shot here. This one, yeah. I could slide this noodler right up against the back of that thing, and it doesn't cause any hassles with the plugs because they're all coming up. If all these jacks were out here, you'd need
Coming out the
4 or
front and
5
back, yeah.
4 or 5 inches across the back for room on your tabletop. This way, you've got all this room you can push right tight up against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way, you might have this. Maybe you don't want to play the MRCC all day.
Oh, right, of
Yeah,
course,
you
it'll
might
be in the
have it
back.
anywhere on your desk.
But it's
yeah. And the cables themselves, what I would probably do is once I get everything plugged in, use some Velcro wire
Cable
keepers
ties.
to kind of route things so that everything's nice and neat. Yeah.
All right, so let's do some routing.
You're gonna eat and talk.
I know. You stop talking. All right. That's better. All right, so the most common controller probably in everybody's arsenal is a key step. And so let's just do a quick, how does this thing work? So I'm going to power this thing up, I think. Let's see. I keep thumping my mic when I bend over. I don't know what's happening. So I'm going to grab some USB power off the floor here and just power it up. That's just right up here. And now you see that it's turned on. Nothing comes out. And then we're gonna use a red cable here so it's easy to track. So we'll take MIDI out of the back of that and we will plug it into any of the MIDI ins. So might as well try, let's try 4 just for fun. Mix it up a little bit. Okay, so if I want to route, well right now it's under default routing, which is 1, so I'm going to unroute that. If I want to route 4 anywhere, I first select it. Now it's armed so that any button I hit is where it will go. I have nothing plugged in yet, so let's go ahead and do that. I have a Volca, pull it in the frame here, a Volca FM, and I'm going to route this black MIDI cable. We'll just plug it into 4. Like that, and now oh, that's confusing. Let's put it in the 7. So I'm going to route input 4 to output 7. Point just like that. And I know it's on channel 5 because I put a label on my synths.
Label your stuff.
Label your synths with the, yeah.
Life is so much easier.
If you have
we give you some tools which will show you to help with that, but yeah, label your stuff. It really makes a big difference.
So hopefully.
Hey, there it is.
Okay, so we get some, we get the keyboard routed to the synth. That's pretty simple. That's what you would expect. What was the next thing we did? Oh, if we want to route it to another synth, we have the Microfreak over here. That actually sounds very similar, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I like that sound. No wonder I picked it. Okay, we'll do a sustained organ sound.
Sure.
So this guy is connected with the Micro Brute has a, where's the picture? Okay, there it is. Has a 1/8" jack, 1/8" stereo, and the standard for this is no standard.
Well, now it's a
Okay, they
Korg,
say
Korg type.
right. There were 2 standards because the tip and sleeve can be reversed. So there was the Korg way of doing it, and then the Arturia way of doing it, and people fell into both camps. I guess I don't want to make any assumptions why Korg won, but the Korg standard turned into the A standard, which is the preferred one. I actually think that the Novation or whoever else was following it's actually switched.
Arturia.
Maybe it was the circuit or something. But anyway, we have both A and B on our inputs.
So if it doesn't work in one, you can try the other.
You can try the other one, right. So let's go ahead and plug this thing into output A11. And note when I press the button here, you can see on the screen, let's go ahead and give you a better shot of that. Is that the good one? No, let's do that one. You can see on the screen that in port 4, that's the 4th row, you're getting data coming in. And
the little carrot thing.
triangle, green triangle. And then it's telling me that it's routed to output 7. If you can, I grouped them together, but you can count. That's 4 and 8, and 1 minus 8 is 7. And if clock comes through, and I'll hit the start. I'll hit the start button here. So this is the. So this is the sequencer coming out of the Arturia, and you can see though that there's a red arrow now. Hit the hold button. So there's a red arrow there, and the red's telling me that clock is also coming in. So you always know when clock is coming in on one because you see the red triangle, and that's really important because we all know what happens when you have multiple clocks coming in, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. Makes a mess, right? I'm going to go to the next window, and we'll go through a screen review in a few minutes of all the different screens here, but I'm going to go next screen, and this is showing me my routing 4 to 7, and over here you can see what's going on. I'll turn this off for a minute. If I hit a note, I get the channel it's coming in on, which is 5, and then I get a 0 for an on and an X for an off. And if I press hard, I'll get an aftertouch, an AT message, which is telling me there's aftertouch there. And if
there's a MIDI monitor in this.
There's a MIDI monitor built right in. And then if I scroll the pitch bend, you'll get a PB And if I change the mod wheel, which is basically just a CC, it's CC number 1, you'll see it says CC number 1 there. So, you can tell, what's going on. Also, when I hit that play button, you'll see an.
Ooh. Oh, it started the.
I know. I'm gonna show people how to fix that. So if anybody's like, when you want to play an arpeggiation or an arp or a sequence on this thing, and you hit play, and it's attached to a Volca, it launches the stop, start, and play command
sequence.
launches a sequence on the Volca.
You might want that, but you might not.
Yeah, so we're going to skip ahead while we're doing this, just to show real time how satisfying this can be. So that's the filter for stop, start, and continue. So I'm not filtering the clock, just the stop, start, and continue message. And this is an unscripted thing, so I don't know what's going to happen, but hopefully it doesn't do it. Bam.
See, now it started without the.
So now it started and it blocked that stop, start, and continue message, so the Volca didn't do that.
Also note when he hit play, the arrow on the MIDI monitor turns red to show that there's clock.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you hit stop, start, and continue, that
Look, there's some other CCs.
yeah. So when you hit these buttons, you get CCs, and then the stop button is the three exclamation points. The continue button is the double arrow to kind of going by fast here. And
There's a whole list of, like, everything is listed in the manual. There's
yeah,
30 MIDI commands or something
Right.
that this thing will decode.
right. But we just showed a quick filter of stop, start, and continue messages, and how that's nice when you do that, and not get the Volca going crazy. Yeah, this filter, these 5 different filters here are only for this routing, 4 to 7. If we route 4 to 11, you don't have the same routing. See, I'll toggle back and forth. So that one's showing, I'm sorry, filtering. So that one's showing you the stop, start, continue is filtered. That one's not, right? There is a way to filter at the port level. So if you just want to say, I don't ever want a stop, start, continue message coming in from the key step, you can do it that way too, so you don't have to ever worry about it happening again. We'll get to that later. But anyway, that's a quick preview of filtering, or actually that's pretty much the filtering demo for the routing filters. We were going to change now and go to the, so that's the Micro Freak, and I'm going to change my MIDI channel here, and I think it's might be a B,
Yeah.
or maybe not. Oh, that's on channel 1, not 11. It's on port 11.
There we go. That's a nice warbly one. You don't like that?
No.
It's too out of tune for you?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, I know what was going on. I have the arpeggiator left on.
Oh.
That's why it was doing weird stuff. Okay, so now I'm basically routing inbound port 4 to 7 and 11. And I have the keyboard on channel 1 right now. You could tell by seeing a 1 there. And if I want to change it to play the Volca, I can just change that to channel 5. And now it's playing 5, and you know it's 5 because it's telling you. So it's really very handy.
Once you've had this,
Yeah.
you can't live without it.
I can't tell you how many times, like, I had this thing, or, well, this thing's a little bit easier. This is the BeatStep Pro. So this will tell you what channel it's on. But how many of these things like this? What channel is this on? Does anybody know? I mean, probably 1, right? But if you've changed it, do you remember
right.
what you changed it to? Hell no.
You
And watch.
either label it or you just don't know.
You just don't know.
We've been joking about the poor my Dreadbox Erebus. You got to take the wooden side panel off
Oh my God, yeah.
to change a jumper to change the MIDI port. So you may not want to do that.
Yeah, you may not be interested in taking your synth apart to change the MIDI channel. Love Erebus. I mean, love
Erebus
love
is-
those guys, but it's not about the synth sound at that point. It's about the usability. Did I just? Yeah, I knew I was going to do that.
What do you need?
Well, I was just
Mini,
going to.
micro.
Yeah. But I thought it was going to be fun. It would be fun to just do this. I don't know what channel this thing is on.
Oh,
I literally don't. This isn't like a prop for a. But let's see.
Does this thing work?
I
Did
don't-
you get this to work?
I don't know. We'll see.
'Cause I
Okay.
know I have one and it works, and he had one and we couldn't get it to work, but
Oh, maybe it doesn't work.
I don't think it worked.
Oh no, there it is.
goes.
Okay, so it's on 2. It's on channel 2, and I think you can actually set these up so they're on all different channels. Like, so this slider, can you see? Yeah. So this slider here, slider 1, is channel 1 CC20, 25, 27. Channel 2 CC26, 25. I don't know what I was doing with this thing. Channel 3, 26. So, you know, these are on all different channels and all different CCs. These are also probably.
This has user presets or presets. You can change
Oh, right.
scenes.
That's right. So if I
Four
change the
scenes.
scene, then all the oh, there it goes. Now it's on channel 14 CC42.
Oh, yeah.
How would I ever know that
Yeah, you have
without
to plug it into the computer,
Plug it-
open
okay.
up their app. You have to have it.
No, you have to have the Korg USB
Right.
MIDI driver
Right,
installed.
right,
So you have to plug it in,
Yeah.
download the driver, download the app, open
Yeah.
the app, figure the app out.
Yeah.
This is why we made this thing,
Yeah.
right?
It's like Shamway. Steve's excited now.
I'm so excited. I've been working on this thing for 2 years. Just so when I turn this friggin' knob, I
Yeah.
know it's channel 14.
Right.
That's why I did this. I'm retarded.
That's not PC. You're not supposed to say that.
Oh, okay. I've lost my mind.
Yes.
Is that better? Anyway, I just wanted to show that that's what the value of this thing is. So now let's show you the next thing. Boy, I wish we would have figured out. Is there any way you can figure out what the filter is for that
Oh yeah.
while we're doing this?
Oh,
So-
I can search the internet.
So Daryl's going to search the interwebs, because we didn't script this, but we're going to use this more than once. Volca FM filter MIDI. Yeah. Okay, so why we're doing this is because I want this knob to change that filter on. Any luck yet?
Yes. I'm working on it, man.
All right. So let's talk about the modifiers while Daryl's looking that up, because that's exactly how we're going to
This
do
is a
this.
small screen.
Oh yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at you! You pulled it up already. That's really fast. Cool.
All right, let's see what
There's-
we got here.
that's up.
Function
It's down
default.
here. That's right, somewhere in there.
There's velocity, modulator, attack, what? Alpha algorithm.
Oh, maybe you can't.
Oh, this is a real short list.
Yeah, there's not much you can do.
Wow.
But algorithm, 48. Okay, so let's see. So I am going to let's do this first one. It's so this is channel 14. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to A, and we're going to map that to the Volca also. So I'm going to push 7. Now I'm going to come down here, and I am going to do channel map. And I'm going to map, what did I say this was? 14? Pop back out. 14, okay, pop back in. So we're going to go 14, channel 14 to channel 5. Okay, so now when I rotate this, I'm sending this knob CC to the Volca. And what number did I want again?
48. Algorithm.
Algorithm 48. Okay, so then I'm going to go back here, and we're going to go here and pull up a CC mapping. Click there to get in there, and I'm going to map. I keep doing it. 57. So I'm going to map 57. I'm holding the blue button down with this finger as I twist, and I go by 10s, so it's a little faster that way. So 57. What did I say was 48?
Yep.
To 48. hopefully now it's mapped. And if I turn this knob, can you see it? No, you can't. Let's change the screen. Let's see. Let's just go live here on the, oh, this one. There it is. Okay, so if I turn this knob, aha, it's changing the algorithm.
What do you know?
What do you know? So if I hit, let's see. So I got the sequencer going on the key step. I'm sorry, the arpeggiator.
Ooh,
And now I'm using this.
very nice.
Change the algorithm.
We didn't even have to go figure out how to reconfigure this thing
Right,
to control that thing.
right.
We just change it.
If I knew what CC I needed to change on that, I just programmed it
Yep.
by doing a channel mapping and
Yeah.
a CC mapping.
So we can't read your friggin' mind. You got to go look up some MIDI
Yeah,
tables, MIDI implementation guides sometimes, but we can read the input
right.
and show you what.
So we
the
can show you
channels
what's
coming
coming in.
and CCs.
Yep. So that was a live seat of the pants. Holy shit, it worked demo.
Yay!
Yay! But that's the idea behind this thing, right? Is that in addition to being able to route stuff, it also becomes like a little toolbox in your studio. So when you're up against it and here's the thing, you don't want to be the IT guy
Yeah.
when you're in your studio, and that's why a lot
That's
of
why we quit using DAWs.
exactly.
Wasting our time, want to jam.
You
sit
want
down
yeah,
and you
exactly.
spend a bunch of time troubleshooting your computer. It's no fun.
You want to be a little more creative, and so the faster you can get to a solution, the more time you're going to spend being creative and stay in the right mindset.
Yep.
And I know this didn't really sound like it was the right mindset, but it's a hell of a lot easier than going over to your computer, downloading the app, downloading the driver, all that,
Yep.
as we talked about. Yeah.
Hey, one community service message. If you found our stream on YouTube, then you might have noticed there's no chat turned on. It might have been a mistake, but it's not turned on. There is a chat on the Synthesia 2021 show site, which we're part of. So if you look in the description for this live stream, there's a link to Delicious Audio with a button you can click on to do a quick registration for the show, and not only get access to our stuff and our live stream, but a whole bunch of other vendors. Of course, ours are really all that matter, right? You know, but if you want to ask us questions, you can go there, and there's a little button to click on to do a live chat. So you send your questions, and we'll try to answer them on the live stream.
Yeah.
Take your time. We'll be here a while.
What am I doing? Is it scratching again?
Yeah, I think
My groovy shirt.
yeah, that is a groovy shirt, man. Look at that paisley.
Paisley, multicolored paisley.
60s psychedelic.
Macy's.
Macy's.
All right. So, in addition to using things like these nano controllers, also want to use keyboards, right? So same thing. We'll plug this guy in. Hate these little connectors because they break easily. And will come inbound as a USB. Well, we just did that, didn't we? Okay, so we routed that's 7. I'm going to go back to this screen, and so now immediately I know this device is on channel 11, right? So that's really cool to know. So if I come back to this channel mapper, I can go to 11 and map it to 5. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I could pop over to the CC control. I'm going to rotate the little volume knob here, and that's telling me it's CC7, channel 11. So I'm going to edit this, and I'm going to go to down to the CC, turn it down to 11. And it was, yeesh, you're going to kill me. Was it 40 or 41?
48.
48. Okay, I should have looked at it before I changed it. Okay, so now Oh, it's
7.
7, not 11.
CC7's incoming.
And then 48.
There we go.
So just like before,
That was fast.
it was fast because I had
Yeah.
already had the setting. So like we did with the Korg Nano control, I mapped the volume knob from the iRig 32. Can you see that? No, you can't. What was I thinking?
Sorry.
Yep, sorry about that,
Forgot to
guys.
switch screens.
There we go. So what I did was I mapped. Well, you might have. Oh, you might not have been able to see it. So I mapped CC7, which is this volume knob. Let's go back here, and you can see when I turn it, it's CC7 because it's generally the volume, which CC7 does. But if I want to map that little knob, just come in here, map 7 to 48. 48 is the algorithm change. So as I play notes here, and by the way, when I mapped the keyboard because it was on channel 11, and this is on channel 5, right? So in this window, in this map, right, mapped channel 11 in to 5 out. That's what makes that work. And then in this one, I mapped the CC 7 to 48. So I can change the algorithm.
Cool. You know, we kind of jumped in to the deep end.
We did?
Yeah, we haven't really just gone over the menus and navigation.
Oh, okay. Let's cut to that. Well, we were
Okay.
kind of doing routing, and I wanted to
Yeah.
show sort
No,
of
that was good.
the next layer
That was
deep.
cool to see.
And of course, pitch bend and mod. Mod is just, again, when you go back out here, you could see that the mod wheel is just CC1, and I don't know what that thing maps to CC1. I don't know if it doesn't seem to have a modulation mapping. So I could have mapped this to something interesting. Got anything interesting on that one?
I got a question, but it was a long time ago, and I
Oh,
think I missed
crap.
it. So, but someone was just asking what advantage MRCC will give me in the home studio, and I hope the demo kind of shows.
Oh, yeah.
But I think the big advantage is it's sitting on your desk. You plug stuff in the input, you plug stuff into the output, and you can quickly route things and save your patch for every time you turn the thing on. It's going to be what you want.
Yeah.
You quickly change it. You don't have to plug it into the computer to use it.
Yep.
That's the big thing for us.
Yeah.
You know,
You
it
know-
does a million other things, but
When you were talking about the intro and you were talking about the buttons and the way we designed it, what we didn't talk about is part of our inspiration. Why don't you show them the Nexus? And then and we can talk about that
You know
and
what?
the other one.
it's like, why did we make this thing?
Yeah.
We
I'll cut.
here. Oops. There we go. Okay. Here's part of our inspiration. We both
Yeah.
happen to have these.
Yeah.
We really like them. Old J.L. Cooper, right? Yep, J.L. Cooper Nexus. So this is a hardware switched MIDI switch. But what's great about it is it just has the switches.
Yeah.
You pick your input, 1, 2, or 3. So there's an input here and a couple on the back. And you pick your outputs on which input you want to use.
Yeah.
It's
That's totally how this was inspired. Just
It's
that,
really easy.
that
And,
simplicity. Yeah.
Yeah, that simplicity is great. But then you want all the advanced modern features a MIDI router should have too. And you know, you're not going to have any other choices that have RGB LEDs and OLED display and that kind of stuff. But
And don't forget, this guy doesn't merge.
yeah, there's a different
There's no-
model. There's a different one that merges. It's just a merger. It's called the Nexus Plus. I happen to have one of those too. These are great. You can still use them. You can get an MRCC and then hang this off the MRCC and put it where you need it.
I have one right over there hanging
Yeah.
off of my MRCC
Yeah,
right
that's
now.
why we're showing mine and not his. It's all plugged in. He didn't want to screw it
as
up.
a splitter, basically.
Yeah, it's basically a splitter. So if you've got a MIDI router or a splitter or a through box or whatever, you can plug it into an MRCC input or output and just
Yeah.
route to it.
In fact, if you want to grab that one. So what was it driving my studio for the longest time, and I bought this off of Craigslist. I was super excited because I thought I could finally route my MIDI, and then I spent, oh my God, I don't know, was it 2 weeks, 3 weeks trying to figure out how to plug. So this is a MIDI Express from Motu or Mark of the Unicorn. Looks like this. You guys probably have seen these before. Well, this was before class compliance. So I plugged this thing into several PCs, tried to load the drivers, all that stuff. Couldn't get this thing ever to communicate to my PC. So what I got stuck doing is picking the preset that was just everything mapped to everything. And that was real painful because that meant, and then there was none of this filtering, no modifying, none of that stuff. And all those little things we just went through on those last two demo examples couldn't do on this because it didn't work. And even if it did work, I would have to go to my PC, boot it up, plug it into the back, put this thing into program mode, and program up the routings, and then come back online, get back into my creative space and do the work. And then if I pulled one plug out and moved it to another jack, had to start from scratch, had to go all the way back to PC, program up the settings, all that stuff. And so that's another big inspiration for me to develop this, was to get to the next level. And I'm sure this was great in 1970. Well, no, it's probably like 2000 or something like that, maybe late 90s.
It even has the CE mark. So.
Yeah. So anyway, that was a big inspiration, is, a combination of what was really positive about those very intuitive switchers that Daryl just showed you, and then these complex ones that, unfortunately, because of changing technology, it kind of got left behind because of the incompatibility. So that's what brought us here.
Speaking of rack mounts,
Yes.
MRCC is rack mountable.
Yep. Where'd the little dudes go?
Right here.
Oh, okay.
Here's some brackets. You can get those. We actually got a question, and because we're kind of engineers and not salespeople, we forget to do things like this, but thanks for asking. Is there a discount code for Synthesisia? There's not a discount code, but we've got a pre-order site up, and we're discounting the MRCC up until when, probably till the end of April.
Yeah.
That's the plan. I think could be a couple weeks, could be mid-April. We'll start selling it on our site as well. Probably later in May, we'll see if we can get some out to retailers.
Yeah. Cool.
We've had a few retailers ask if they could carry them, so we'll get some out to retailers. You can get the Noodler at some retailers now, and they'll probably be the same ones that have MRCC, like Snyder's Lot in Berlin, Perfect Circuit in California, Patchworks in Seattle,
And then
MIDI Amsterdam, has got some noodlers on the way.
yeah. And now that we've got inventory of noodlers, and we'll have, I'm sure we'll be selling out fast of the MRCCs. We'll be working with more retailers, and
Yeah, we got to get the supply chain going for the MRCCs. The one thing about the pandemic is it's really screwed up supply chains for everything worldwide. They even had to quit making Fords. There's some Ford cars, they couldn't get the microcontroller for the car.
Yeah.
For the ECU.
So
it's happening everywhere.
So the story is, it's a couple things. One is we can't get parts, so we bought enough for 2 runs of the MRCC, enough parts ahead of time, because we saw that they were depleting.
Yeah.
6 months ago, I think we did that.
Yeah, for some of the key parts like the MCU and the hub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hub controller. And then you guys have probably seen the spike in shipping costs. And I didn't know this, but it turns out that a lot of stuff is shipped in the belly of commercial airliners. And so when the number of flights radically decreased because of the whole COVID thing, the price of shipping radically increased because there wasn't as many planes flying. And then because of that, there was a trickle-down effect, and it doesn't affect us because we don't ship by sea yet.
Yeah.
But even container shipping was getting more expensive because
that's crazy.
stuff
even to get a space to get on
a
flight or
yeah.
a ship is
so it takes
becoming a problem.
It takes longer to get your stuff.
Yeah.
In addition to be more expensive. Yeah. Okay, so we were going to talk about racks.
Yeah.
So I'll cut to this view, and you could point out.
There's a rack. There's a MRCC on the rack up there.
Right. And so what
it's a little small, but in the view, but it racks very nicely. And Steve's got a 1U gap kind of thing here with a brush, so it keeps the dust out, and the cables just route straight up through it. So some people are definitely going to prefer a 1U
Rear
rear
plug.
plug device, and that's fine. You might already have one, but if you want, like we said earlier, you can put the MRCC on your desk and route to that.
Yep.
And use it in the rack.
Yep.
Yep.
So right now we're going to do a demo, and then we'll do a demo, a walkthrough of all the screens and menus. But we're going to do a demo where this cable right here is plugged into the front panel of that MRCC over there, and so I'm going to route this out of jack 2, or I should say port 2, and can you route that? Is it routed from 2 to the gray?
Let's see. 2 is routed to
The gray. Okay.
That's gray. The Hydra.
Yeah. So if I route, I'm going to turn that one off, route, and it works. So we don't have I think you can hear it through our lapel mics, but that's the Hydra behind me, and I'm playing it with this key rig, and notice, that happened pretty fast. And it's because you can see the routings right over there.
Yep.
And then I just routed to 2, which is going over there. So you can route from this desktop version with all the stuff going on my desk, which is usually more crowded with controllers and synths, not PCs and stuff, over to the other one and get to all the gear behind us, which is really great. You can also do it with a USB cable because, let's see, let's get the close-up shot there. So this port right here, the PC port, has can plug into the host port over there, which means that we can route up to 4 virtual cables from this unit to that unit. And then that gives me 4 cables times 16 channels. So I have, it's math, isn't it? So whatever, a shit ton of channels. I can actually do that math, but I'm just kind of being funny. A shit ton of channels over to that unit to address all these synths. Did we show them the remote working?
No.
Okay. So this is good. God, I keep doing that. Sorry about that. Sorry about your ears, guys. Okay, so
Maybe make sure your thing is screwed in.
oh, my thing's screwed in.
Not your head.
It's yours.
No.
Okay, so here's the remote, and how the remote works is you use a single shielded Ethernet cable. What, you want to tell them about that while I plug it in?
Yeah, sure. So go ahead. So the Ethernet
Oh,
cable.
you want to show them?
Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, wait, up here, down here, right there.
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, you see this connector has a metal shield around it. That's important. We need that. It's essentially another wire to this. It's got it on both ends, and it is connected over like a Cat 6 commonly has. Sorry, we're getting noisy.
Okay.
I wonder if we can plug these in and use them while they're plugged in.
I hope so, otherwise we might lose power. I guess we're still broadcasting.
Yeah.
Okay, it's quieter
Oh, I
now.
still got 2 bars on my battery.
Me too.
Okay.
Okay. All right, anyway, you were saying?
Yeah.
Cat 5, Cat 6.
Yeah. What's important is that the connectors are shielded and they're connected with a drain wire in the wire.
And it's true that some Cat 5 have these, but they may not have that drain wire, right?
It's hard to say.
So Cat 6 is a better choice.
Probably, yeah.
And it probably doesn't cost any more.
So we ship, when you buy the remote, we'll ship you a 10-meter cable.
Yeah.
Like 32 feet, which will be good for a lot of installations. It can go up to 50 feet.
Yep.
Is what we
So-
we haven't tested beyond 50 feet, but that's what MIDI says it can go. So
Right. And basically for the Remote 7, which is what we call this thing, 50 feet is it's real MIDI going over this wire, over the twisted pairs, so we do abide by that.
yeah.
There's another version of this that we'll talk about a little later on. But for now, let's plug this guy in. Oh, we have to reboot, don't we? Yeah.
You want to save first?
Yeah, I was going to do that. Yeah. So as Daryl talked about earlier, we can save here. We're on our default preset right now, but I can just go to 1, come down here to hit save, and I have to hit Shift Enter so I don't accidentally do it by just hitting Enter without meaning to do it. And now that was saved, so I'm going to just power cycle. And you'll see the little MRCC guy, I'm sorry, the little Conductive Labs guy up there. That's our little logo. You'll notice this guy here and that same logo over on the side here. That's our logo. The little running Y guy is the logo for our remotes. Anyway, so how this remote works now is that these first 5 ports, out ports, map directly to these. They're copies. So let's see. I'm going to move. Let's go back to my route. So I'm going to unroute 7. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'll just unroute it. I'm going to unroute 7, and then I'm going to plug this thing into. This is the Volca. I'm going to plug Volca into 4. No, I didn't want 4 earlier, did I? Because it's the input. So I'll plug it into 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we'll route 3. And notice nothing's plugged into 3 here, right? This plug up here is 2. And make sure that that's what I thought might happen. But that's okay. We'll just come in here and we will choose my channel routing. And
Did you have a channel map?
well, I should probably route not 4, but I routed the wrong thing. So I will route A, which is where we have this plugged in, to 3, and then load channel. There we go.
There we go.
So the channel mapping that we did earlier, I can load it into any of the routings, right? That channel mapping was mapping 11 to 6, because this was on channel 11. I'm sorry, 5. This was on channel 11, and the Volca is on channel 5. So I can use this channel map 1 on any of the routings to do that. Okay, so it's going out channel 3, port 3, which is coming out of the remote 7. So we just wanted to show that. So this with a 10-meter cable could route easily into from at the edge of this table here all the way around my studio to my rack, and then I got 5 output cables, ports I should say, 5 ports coming out of this. So all right, do we want to talk about screens now? Yeah. We have a slide here. Let's see. I'm going to get rid of this real quick. Plug this into 3. Okay, it still works. Put this on the floor. And let's see. I had a slide. Was it this? This? Here we go. We will show you an eye chart. If you're on a PC or a bigger screen, you might be able to see this. So these are all of the MRCC screens. I think all of them. There might be one or two not there, but they're just duplicates. And these, I put them on this so that you can see them as I walk you through the menuing system. So it would be easier for you to follow. If you look across the top, so if I hit the green button quickly, it jumps my tab stop up to the main menu selector. And as I rotate my knob, encoder, wow, long day. I could get the first page is the activity monitor. The next one is routing. If you follow across the top of the page there, the next one is the import filter, and the sub pages for the output. You can switch between in and out. The next one is our mods, and you saw me toggle back and forth between the mods when I was in that box, but we'll dive into these in a moment. Let's just go across the top. Then you have extras, which is the clock and the arpeggiator. And then tools, that's where we save the preset, and we can do our label assignment and settings and some other things. And then settings are the actual system settings, things like dimming and brightening the LEDs, and changing the actual the control port and channel of this device. Because when you have the ARPs running, you can use CCs to change settings. Okay, so let's go back to the port filters. So as I mentioned earlier, when I filter a port, like if I come down here and filter port A, I can just change this to whatever port I want, to A1, and I can filter all the stop, start, and continue messages. So if this thing generated those messages, they would go nowhere. They would be blocked at the import. It's not a per routing filter. It's actually the whole port. Okay. Let's go back up and pop over here. This is for the outports. So the imports are green. As you notice, the LEDs are green. The outports are blue. The LEDs are blue. So that's how that works. Next one over are the mods. These are the ones that you put in the little boxes for the routing. And we have channel mapping, velocity scaling, CC mapping and scaling. We have layers, splits and layers. Note alter, which is basically random and probability. It's kind of it's more or less a placeholder for some future stuff. And then transpose. And then we'll go back up to the main menu, go over. Now here are the extras. We have clock, and then a placeholder for program change, and then our arpeggiators. Go up. And then we have our tools. So this is where we save and load presets. This is where we assign the labels from our label database. This is where you can edit the labels in the label database. This is a MIDI monitor, so you can watch MIDI messages with a little more detail go past. And then this is to play notes on your ports, all the channels and all the ports, so you can find synths if you don't know what they're plugged into. And then this is to specific channels on specific ports. So if you're trying to find out if you know the port that the synth is on, but you don't know the channel, you could use this. So these are some little diagnostic tools for your studio to help you find stuff. And then settings. As I mentioned, we've got the control channel and brightness. And then I'm not going to go over through all these, but these allow you to choose your light show and whether we send panic after you disable a port, and et cetera, but our manual is online. Is it online?
Yes.
Our manual is online.
It's on our forum.
On our forum.
Yep. So conductivelabs.com/forum.
Yep.
You can register there.
Yep.
No charge.
It's a beautiful thing. I wrote it myself.
Yeah. It's quite lovely.
Oh, where are we? Oh, you're not seeing it. Okay, never mind. Anyway, so you can look in the manual and learn all about these settings. Let's pop out. So any questions, just go ahead and put them on the forum about those, but we'll be popping in and out of these different menus as we move on with our demos. So let's see. Want
to show how the ARP works?
Yeah, we'll do clock and ARP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay, so
Maybe get the overhead.
yeah, good. Thank you for reminding me. This one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're on the extra screen for the ARP. And the ARP is a little weird in that it is an extra, which means the routings that you made to route stuff doesn't affect the ARP at all. You can think of the ARP as like a little cool little extra thing that was just pushed in there. So if you have your inputs and outputs already mapped like that, you want to unmap it, unroute it, I should say, because you don't want to be, every time you hit a key, it'll go to the synth, but then the ARP...
The ARP has its own router?
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm going to unroute it. Now it does nothing. And I'm going to come down to the bottom of the page here, and I am going to say my source port is A1. The channel is 11. That's what channel this iRig is on. And my destination port is 3. And the Volca is on channel 5. So hopefully, now I'm going to work my way back up here and what did I do wrong? Clock, right. All right, so clock is white right now, which basically tells me that nothing's happening. I've got no clock on any of these channels. This is just a selection. I'm going to use the internal clock. So what I'll do is I'll pop up here and go over to clock, and I will enable it. Boink. By the way, when it's not enabled, these lights are all red. And when they are enabled, they show you basically a metronome of the BPM. Okay, so now let's pop back over to the ARP, and now you'll see that it's green, and now it's working. Yep, so that's our arpeggiator. If you, on this particular screen, when you hit the enter button, regardless of where your tab stop is, it will turn the ARP play or pause. And shift will latch and unlatch. Shift enter. So now it's latched and played, so I will hit these notes. Okay, and what?
Yeah, so this iRig is like a bare bones
Key step.
a bare bones MIDI controller that's USB only,
Oh, right.
and has no arpeggiator features or clock or anything else. But you can get it to be kind of, yeah, like a virtual key step with the built-in arpeggiator and clock.
Yep.
Nice.
Yep.
So if you happen to have one of these, or score a deal on at a garage sale or Craigslist,
Yeah, yeah.
now you know how to use it.
And now let's explore a couple of the arpeggiator settings. So we can go down.
That's the arc direction.
Yeah, ping pong, inclusive and exclusive. The order I press them, and then the shuffle. So if I hit these, it shuffles the order in which I play them and stores them and continues to do it. If I play the same notes again,
it does a new shuffle.
It does a new shuffle.
And then repeats it.
Right.
Cool. That's a nice arpeggiator.
Yeah.
What else can it do?
Well, there's more.
There's more.
You can change the octave, of course.
Oh, the number of octaves.
Yep.
It's playing across.
So that's 1 to 3. Gate length. Of course, gate's gonna depend on the voice.
The release of your synth voice. Oh.
So there you go. So that one, you hear the zing at the end.
It's a short gate.
The short gate
Cuts off
the ring out. Yeah. There's nothing. Okay, so we'll use that one. And then we can change the clock div. And make it really slow, like 4 to 1.
Wow.
So every 4, that's one note every 4 measures.
You want to do some ambient drones, that would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be a good one for the gate.
I think that's the same one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That one doesn't.
Yep. And then we have some rhythms here. And this one's telling me there's a 3 there. It's telling me that it's a 3-note pattern. So if I hit these, there's a cadence to it. But if I go to the next one, there's a 4-note.
So if you do 8 notes, it's still
Right, so if I do 3 notes,
Yeah.
it's walking up the,
Yeah.
this one's 8 notes, so if I do 4,
A little polymetric effect.
yeah. And this one's got 9, so we do 3.
Dancing.
So you hit 9 notes, you'll get, yeah.
Yep.
All right, so that's enough of that. So I hit the, that'll just turn that off, and again, I can unlatch it. Yeah.
Cool.
So that's those things.
And there's like
Wait, there's
multiple arpeggiators, right?
It turns out
you
that
can
yes.
Save them.
So you can save them. Well, they get saved with your preset, but each one of these, there's 6 of them actually. So you can have 6 different arpeggiators going simultaneously.
Can you though?
Well, I've not done it.
We didn't make it to do it.
No,
To do that.
It was sort
Yeah.
of we made it.
We didn't intend for you to play 6 arpeggiators at once. But
We intended you to have 6 arpeggiators that had 6 different settings, so you could switch through them if
Yes.
you wanted to.
yeah.
Or I've had 3 of them going at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
When you have like a key step, and it's easy to change the outbound channel,
Yeah.
you could put it on the port, but the channels you can make in channels 1, 3, and 7 or whatever, and then you could just change them and then hold down the key and go to
Okay.
the other one,
Okay.
and that worked.
So the firmware has priorities, right? And the biggest priority is MIDI routing.
MIDI routing,
That's the highest priority.
Yes.
We want your MIDI routing to happen without delay.
right? So
And in
if
fact, the routing, like anyone with experience with a MIDI interface knows that there's a huge latency when you connect it to your computer. But the latency between our standard MIDI ports and our USB ports are nothing because it's an embedded application without Windows.
right, there's no operating system.
There's no operating system to get in our way.
Yeah. And I basically wrote a little mini RTOS for this real-time operating system. So I have
Guaranteed
guaranteed delivery times on the throughput, on the MIDI throughput. And so on rare occasions, as you turn the encoder, you may notice that it doesn't work. Like it might hiccup and jump the wrong direction. And it's because there's probably, I'll tweak it and maybe I can get it to work better. And it works like 98%, 99% of the time. But I just want to let everyone know, because Daryl brought up a good point. This thing is scheduled so that the priority is to route the MIDI. If there's MIDI sitting in that buffer, it's going to have priority to send those MIDI messages before reading the encoder.
Yep.
So although it might be frustrating, every once in a great while the encoder might hop. But remember, I'm hopping for your benefit.
Yes.
To make sure that the MIDI notes get delivered on time. Yeah. All right, where are we now? Labels. This is my favorite topic.
Yeah.
I'm so tired.
Me too.
Okay, we're going to press on.
You want a beer or some coffee? Maybe tequila.
Maybe both.
Beer, there's a drink with tequila and coffee.
Bull was
Brave Bull or something.
yeah,
Yeah.
or tequila.
Brave Barf.
How about vodka and Red Bull?
Vodka and Red Bull. Yeah.
Let's stay away from that.
I'd have a
That'd be a bad day.
diabetic fit.
Okay, so labels. We'll go up here and hop down into Tools and go over to Labels. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the Edit Labels. So this is, I mentioned earlier that we have a label database. It's kind of a fancy word for just a list of stuff in memory. But this window is only for just adding and deleting labels to that list. It has nothing to do with labeling your routings or anything like that. So all you want to do is, in this window, is just edit your labels. And so there are about, I can't remember, 20, let's just say 20, built-in labels. And if I rotate through here, oops, you'll see some of them like ambient and key 1, keyboard 1, keyboard 2, and pads and things like that. But you'll also see things like BeatStep. And well, how did BeatStep get in here? Well, it's because when I plugged BeatStep into the USB jack, the MRCC through its MIDI through its USB negotiations actually gets a label for the manufacturer and the product. And so what I do is every time I get a unique label on the USB port plug-in, I will add it to the list. So you don't even have to type them in if they're USB. I just gave away the big reveal. Earlier we did this demo and I typed a few of these in, so you'll see like Gaia, the keyboard over there, and Hydrasynth behind me. When I plugged the iRigs Key 37 in, it automatically created that one. And there's the MS-2000R that's behind me. So I'm going to come over here and I will... It's weird, I never plugged this back in. Maybe I didn't use it. And so now I've got a QWERTY keyboard with a USB cable. Where's my camera? There it is. Bing. So just a USB keyboard from your computer. Now, the thing is, you don't have to do this all the time, right? When I designed this, I sort of meant for it to happen very rarely, right? So that you'd plug in your keyboard. By the way, things will still route and work while you're doing this. But the idea of separating, editing the list, the label list, and adding a label list, let's pop over.
Applying them to ports.
Applying them to the ports was, two different functions. And here's why. I can come up to here and I can hit delete and erase that field. You guys can see that in the window over there. And I'm going to type in Neutron and hit enter. And now it's saved. And then I'm going to type in Pulse. Oops. Should have hit delete. Now Pulse. And enter. And then delete. And then I'm going to type in Orbit. And hit enter. Okay, so if I did this and went around my room and typed in every label of every piece of gear I might have, stuff up on my shelf, all my controllers, then all those labels are stored.
We'd be sitting here all day.
Well, because I'm a slow type.
No, you got a lot of stuff.
I do have some. I do.
Synth collector.
I don't think I have. So let's do Micro Freak. I don't think I typed that one in either.
Okay.
Okay. So there you go. So those are typed in. I unplug this guy, and I don't now have to plug. I don't have to type any more labels because I spent the 15 minutes. By the way, if I had to type in all the labels by twisting that encoder knob,
Oh, that would be torture.
one at a time,
Yeah.
it would never happen, and I would be so frustrated with this thing I'd want to throw it across the room. So
Yeah.
that's just me. I get frustrated. It's the New York Italian blood in me. But point of the matter is, you don't have to do that. The keyboard just did it for me. So now, once all the labels are in that database, you're good. So we can come back up to here, and oops, went too high. And now we can start assigning things, right? So notice this light turned. Can you see it? Yeah, it turned purple, and it's kind of hard to tell maybe, but it's purple up here. The text is purple, and let's just say I decided I was going to add my beat step into channel 1, and that's how my studio was set up. I would just hit assign, oops, and now they're both purple, which means it was saved. And then I can come over to port 3, and I can say, okay, I'm going to put my iRig into port 3. Okay, great. And now let's do some out ports. I'm going to put my
Hydra.
my MicroFreak. Well, that's actually here. So let's just do that. So port 11, MicroFreak. Come down here, save, and let's see. This port 3 is
Volca.
my Volca. So that's all at the bottom. I think I spelled it wrong, and you didn't let me fix it. Oh, by the way, if I hold the blue knob down, I can zing around by tens, so that's a lot faster. So Volca, and then on port 2.
It's going to
the other rack, but we were using the Hydra over there. I could just put rack there, for instance,
sure.
right? But I could also just put Hydra just for fun. Where is it? Each. They're alphabetical. There we go. Bam. Okay, so now I just assign labels to my ports from the database. I didn't need the keyboard, right? So if I unplug or replug things, I can just unassign them and reassign them, and I don't need to bring my keyboard from my computer over here, right?
Yeah.
That's the beauty of just sitting down once, typing them all in there, and it should go really fast because it's a real keyboard.
This code wasn't easy, by the way.
Oh
right?
God, no.
Yeah,
It was,
having to sort something on them. I mean, it's a microcontroller. There's no library.
no.
Steve
So
had to write this code.
this little microscopic word editor.
Right.
I had to write, and then managing, yeah. Anyway, so what do these labels do, and how do they help me later? Okay, so I'm going to pop out by pressing this button. It's going to bring me out to the activity menu. If I press it again, it brings me to routing. Okay, that's just how these buttons. If I'm in a modifier and I click it, it'll bring me to the modifier editor and back. It toggles. If I'm anywhere else, it'll toggle me round robin between where I was, which was the assigner, the activity window, and the routing window. And if I press it again, I'll go back to the assign. And again, I can press it again. So these are like the most common ones that I would want. So it's a real quick way to get around. So I'll go here, and I'm going to come down to all the way to here. Okay, so now I'm just looking at my imports as I scroll through here, and notice import 1 says beat step, and import 3 says iRig keys, 4 none, 5 none, 6 none, because we didn't label those. I'll quickly go past those. Oh, those are imports, no wonder. Okay, so those are all my imports. If I want to see the outports, I'm sorry, I think I kind of just screwed up the explanation a little bit. If I want to see any of the imports, I can hold the shift button down, any of the labels I should say, and then I can press the button that I want. So that's beat step. And notice I'm not selecting anything in terms of routing. I'm only seeing what these names are, right? So if you hold the shift button down and hit any button, you'll see the label for it. You won't actually do the routing. So here, so 1 was nothing, 2 was Hydra, 3 was Volca, 11 was Microfreak. So that's how I can see those labels. If I were to route those, for instance, from 1, and I hit that button, I'd make the routing 1 to 11, and it would tell me momentarily that 11 was Hydra. And if I wanted to see it again, I could just hold the shift and click it. And then if I was like, oh, do I need to route 2? I could just hold 2 down and see, oh, that's the Hydra. No, I don't want to route to the Hydra. But, oh, I do want to route to the Volca. So then I could just route it. And that's how those work.
Cool. Very handy.
Yep. And so then if I move my mouse cursor over to the outports and scroll through them, they will tell me what those are. So right now it's saying Volca and Microfreak. And if I scroll through all the inputs, it'll tell me what those are.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah. So that's the
Nice job.
That's the labeling. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It actually came from an idea that Ben. Maybe we should talk. Let's say
talk
thanks
about
to the guys that are on the team. So Ben is an old-time friend from a different hobby, and it turns out that he's a mechanical engineer, and he helped us out quite a bit with mechanical drawings of our physical devices, and worked with us on the actual design of them. So we would come up with the concepts and then work with Ben to think through what the most efficient way was to manufacture them, and then he'd also have a lot of great user ideas.
Yep.
One of the ideas Ben came up with was we had all these buttons, maybe I think it was even in 2 rows, inputs and outputs, and all the connectors over on the side.
Yeah.
And Ben said, why doesn't each button just have a line drawn to the connector so you know what button is doing what? And it's like, yeah, that's a great idea.
Any suggested a place to put a label so you could actually write the label in with a wax pen or whatever.
Yeah, like on a mixing console.
Yeah, that'd take up too much space, but with the label system, every port is aligned with the button, the LED, and the port, so you know exactly what you're doing, and that was a great idea.
Yeah. So we took the label idea that he had, didn't take up the extra 1.5 or 2 inches of real estate, and did it electronically. Yeah. So let's let's round it out and talk about the other people who are been working with us. So on the physical team, Nick Oakley has also been helping us, and Nick is a designer,
Award-winning
industrial designer, yeah. And Nick's an old friend of mine, and when we started the company, I asked if he'd be willing to have a look at some of our work and maybe help us with that design stuff. And design stuff, it's my favorite part of the job, actually. And he's been very gracious to help out with all the graphics design work on both the Noodler and the MRCC is ultimately Nick's work. I mean, I had a lot to input and did some rough drawings, but he actually finished the artwork, and we collaborated on a lot of it, and Daryl as well. And then Blake has been one of my another good friend for a long time, and he is a professional software engineer, and because I'm
very experienced,
very, very experienced. Yeah. And because I am not, he has come to my rescue many, many times in terms of, teaching me good software habits, development habits, and just teaching me stuff like, just the C++ stuff that makes my brain go to mush. And he's also written code that's in the MRCC, like the routing database, which was very efficient, and I'm glad he helped out.
Fast and efficient. It's a very big matrix.
Yeah. Yes. And then there's Paul and Jesse. I'll turn it over to Daryl to talk about Paul and Jesse.
Yeah. So Paul is an EE who's been working for what was formerly a Roland-owned organ company, and he's the lead hardware engineering manager actually now. And he helps us with circuit design, with layout. He's helping test it. He when we get stuck on anything electrical, he comes to our rescue. So we really appreciate his assistance. It's been really good, and he's a good friend. And then Jesse is someone we met from a Craigslist. Steve met through a Craigslist purchase.
I bought that thing up there from Jesse.
And this guy is a total synth nerd. Yeah, he's building Eurorack modules. He does a Portland build thing where he gets people that are interested in learning how to solder to come in and do DIY modules, and shows everyone how to do things. Mm-hmm. Runs a Portland Synth Jam along with some other people.
When we're not under COVID.
Yeah, when
it
we're
was
not
super
in a
popular, but
global pandemic.
Yeah.
And he's got a fantastic customer voice. Me and Steve, we're kind of old and crotchety, and we get short with people.
He's old and crotchety. I get short with people.
Yeah,
No.
Something like that. And but Jesse's really great, and he's super helpful and very smart in the realm of troubleshooting and synthesizer stuff. Any synthesizer stuff, he's got a vast experience, and he can help with.
So he can problem solve.
Yeah.
And even if he doesn't know what's going on, he could sort of.
So you find Jesse on our forum, conductivelabs.com/forum. Register there if you have questions. Leave questions in the appropriate areas, and either one of our experienced forum members will answer, or Jesse will answer.
Yeah.
And
once in a while, Daryl and I will answer too.
Yeah.
But Jesse is our ear. So if you want to make good friends with Jesse, because if you want something from us, he's the guy that's going to get it for you.
Yeah. He's we get his inputs, and we prioritize the list with his input.
Right. And we really do. We really do. Just in our last demo, we have. Well, let's finish up with Jesse, and then we'll talk about some of this.
So that's all.
I just wanted to say that when he brings a concern or a usability options to the table,
he's really representing the customer.
Yeah. And with his own experience, he's filtering what's important. And when he brings that stuff to us, we really listen. And we've made several changes, even in a few weeks that the beta program's been going on. There's been some changes and little teeny feature ads. But he also, makes me a better designer, because when he talks to me about what the customer needs, it helps me get into their mindset. Like this little button press about jumping from the modifier to the modifier editor. That wasn't a request
Yeah.
from anybody, but I knew it's a pain in the ass to get from one place to the other. And just thinking about it through Jesse's point of view
Yep.
and him helping the customers helped me have a better understanding of
What would make it easier?
what would make it easier to
Yeah,
use. Yeah.
yeah.
So Jesse, just want to
Thanks, Jesse.
definitely his contribution to the company has been awesome. And
Yeah.
thank you very much, Jesse. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Where were we at?
Okay.
Was that everybody? Yeah, I think that was everybody. And of course, thanks to our significant others.
Our significant others. And hey, happy birthday, Mom.
Oh, yeah.
Would it be embarrassing to say how old she is?
Yes.
80. She's 80 today. And I'm here doing this. So
Yeah.
we had a little celebration yesterday, but we'll probably have another celebration next weekend.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, and I want to say thanks to my sweeties, both my significant other and my daughter, who on a Sunday have given up. I heard on Shark Tank yesterday. I was watching Shark Tank, and someone said, anyway, the thing was, entrepreneurs are the only ones dumb enough to work 80 hours a week so they don't have to work 40 hours a week for somebody
Yeah,
else.
exactly. Yeah, right. Yeah.
I laughed my ass off.
Yeah, that's true. And how much do we make an hour, Steve?
Yeah.
Like $3 an hour or something.
Yeah,
So
I'm on salary in the company, and
Yeah.
I'm yeah. We won't say how much we make, but it is a significant difference from where we came from.
Yeah.
So buy a lot of MRCCs so I can
Yeah.
afford Christmas gifts for my kids. next
Yeah,
year.
right. You know what? If you buy a lot of MRCCs, what we're going to do with the money? We're going to hire more people to help us.
Build more shit,
We got
and there's a lot.
quite a roadmap of really cool stuff, and you're going to want all of it.
Yep.
You're going to want all of it. And speaking of that,
Yeah.
if you didn't know, we're pre-selling MRCC. We're getting close to production. All the parts are coming in. And so we started pre-selling on BackerKit. And there's a link on our website. If you go to the conductivelabs.com/MRCC, there's a link to BackerKit there and more information on MRCC. And the noodler we sell on our site, and I think I mentioned where else we sell it. We've got a sale on the noodler still. It'll be there a while. The cost of shipping's gone up so much that we're kicking in $30 up to $30 for shipping. Shipping's crazy. It's really gotten expensive. So we'll keep that on there for a while. But that's a sale, and then the price for MRCC on BackerKit is a significant discount from what it's going to be once we end the pre-sale and put it on our own website.
Yep.
So get it while it's good.
Yep. You know, the last thing on the list is the studio tools, and we haven't shown that in the last demo. So maybe we can try that. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
And we probably didn't show. Did we show this? So if you hold the green button down for 2 seconds, bink, the MRCC goes to sleep.
Oh, they're not seeing that.
Oh, shoot. Where is that? Oh, man, too many buttons. There we go. Okay.
So you see the lights are off on the MRCC except for this blue light, which is kind of obscured by the cable.
Right.
There it is. See the blue light?
And if we press when you're in that mode, if you press the green button, it just pops everybody back on. Optional. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so I was just going to say the blue light is really an indicator for when the hub is on. And in the manual, I think we say that MRC is ready to be used when the blue light comes on, but really what that means is the hub has come on, which happens pretty late in the process. And you have an option in the system menu for whether the hub stays on while it's in standby or whether it's turned off.
And the reason why is because if you turn off the hub,
Turns off anything connected to it.
so
maybe.
if like the noodler's plugged into it and that's where it's getting its power, it gets turned off. So the first time I had set the noodler up to do a bunch of things and forgot to save the preset and then put the MRCC in the standby and lost all that. That's when I added the feature to not turn off the hub
Right.
in the settings menu.
Right.
So
We thought of everything.
It's a lot of it through experience. So again, because it wasn't on that thing, so if you hit it quickly, it just brings your cursor up to the top screen. But if you press it and hold it for 2 seconds, then it goes asleep.
Yep.
And then a quick press to wake it up.
There you go.
There you go. Right. And if you hold the shift button and the Y guy, well, if you hold the shift button and press the Y guy and let go. Uh-oh. I think it's losing its mind. So we're going to do that real quick. What happens is
It's weird.
it's weird. So what we're showing you is the light show, and we will, oops.
Light show settings.
Oh, it's
you're
a
in
port
monitor.
Port monitor.
Oh, okay.
No wonder it's looking weird. Oh, you scared me there.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was like, what's going on?
So there's the chasers, and then we have the gradient, and this is really pretty live. The camera
Yeah, the camera kind of blows it out.
and the colors are really nice and vibrant, but the camera doesn't capture that.
And by the way, the brightness is controllable. Some of these things kind of go from dim to bright, and you can only get it so dim.
Yeah.
There's like a minimum dimness, but the
Yep.
there's a LED brightness setting. That one's super bright.
So there's different.
I like this one.
And when you're in this mode, if you hit any button, it'll show you.
It'll pause that
It'll
light
pause
show.
that light show and then go back. And if you rotate, so if you hit any button or rotate the encoder, it'll do that. Except if you're on the light show and rotate the encoder, it will not pause. But if, for instance, I come up here and rotate to change it, it'll pause by just rotating the encoder like that. Do you want me to pop up the schedule?
Oh, we got like 20 minutes, I think.
Where did the schedule go?
Schedule. I got it here too.
there it is.
So, this is, I don't know. This is kind of an old schedule, maybe.
Here it is. I'm going to pop the schedule up real quick on the screen for everybody, but oops, I'm not going to pop it up there because it doesn't make it any bigger. This is 5 to 5:45, which
Yeah.
is 2 to 2:45 our time.
Okay.
What time is it?
3:43.
Holy crap.
We've been talking a long time.
Okay, so we've been doing a lot of talking. All right.
3, 4, 5. MRCC demonstration 2, and then.
Q&A is at 4:30 our time.
Okay, so we're doing Q&A all the time anyway. So
Yeah.
anyone that has questions.
Yep.
Anyone that has questions, if you're joining us through YouTube, we don't have chat on in the YouTube stream. You have to go to the Synthesizia 2021 link that's in the description for the YouTube live stream and join the show there. It's free, and it's not just us. There's all kinds of great stuff to see.
Yeah.
And yeah, free to RSVP there, and you can go into the Conductive Lab space, and there's a little icon to click on for chat, and you can ask us questions. So we'd really like to have some questions, so if you have any,
Yeah, please.
jump in there and ask them.
Please come ask your questions.
Yeah.
I think we're done with the demo. Well, there's always more to show, but
There's so much to show. You could go forever. Yeah.
yeah.
Ports and routing and modifiers. We showed the arpeggiator.
Yep.
Clock. I think we covered.
I think it's covered.
Yeah.
I kind of want to, earlier when we were doing the Noodler demo, I was trying to get something cool going, but it's really weird your head when you're doing this, right? There's like demo sales guy.
Yeah. Right.
Then there's engineering code monkey.
Yeah.
And then there's, then
Be creative and make
be
something
creative.
that sounds cool. Right.
That's crazy, right? It's a different
It's a big task switch. Yeah.
different place in your head. And then
Yeah.
who wants to sit around? With the Noodler, I found that over time, about it takes me about 20 minutes to really get a solid something going on in a noodler. And it's not because I don't know how to run a noodler, which I know obviously know how to run really well, but you know, when you have four synths going at once, you want sounds to be placed in pitch space, so they're not overlapping in terms of pitch. Like
Yeah.
you want sounds in the frequency space. I know that's the same as pitch, but I'm talking about like the timbre of the sound.
Yeah.
Sharpie sounds versus dull sounds versus twangy sounds. And then to get a good ambient background going, and then tweaking on the modulation matrix and things like that. About 20 minutes to really tune it in.
Dial in something.
But then you just, how many days
It's like
when
the heavens open and it's like, that sounds so great, I don't want to touch it anymore.
and we don't. How
Yeah.
many when we were doing that? You remember
Yeah,
we'd
we'd
let
play it
stuff
for-
go all day.
Yeah.
Or I'd-
you
or
can
I'd-
set up
Yeah.
the modulation matrix
Yeah.
and,
So
and
it's
basically have an algorithmic thing going. But you have to put time into picking the sounds that work together.
yeah. And tweaking the mod matrix, right?
Yeah, right.
You know, we had like the coolest. We were so excited because we were just doing our this is two old guys in a balcony right now, but I was so excited because we got to Gaz Williams on Sonic State, and Gaz is a really cool guy. We chatted with him for I think an hour one day, and we sent him a noodler to do a review. And Gaz has such a unique way of doing demos.
That's a nice way to put it. We love Gaz.
Absolutely love
Yeah.
Gas, but the coolest possible thing ever happened with the noodler, and then it didn't. And that was that. Remember when the YouTubers were invited to a German
Yeah, that was Toman's.
Thoman's invite only for all
yeah.
the YouTube influencers, and Gaz showed up
And inventors.
and
yeah.
inventors.
Yeah.
Gaz showed up with the noodler in hand,
Yeah.
and we were like, we wish we were invited, but you know that was good enough, right?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Gaz was the first person that is, as I understand it,
That's what they said.
what they said on the video. He had like Roland and Korg and two smaller companies, big
remember who.
name smaller companies.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry, I can't remember because this is going back maybe 2 years now. And and square in the middle of the table the noodler, and because the noodler is a 4-part device, it can play 4 different things at once. He had these 4 vendors with their devices, and he had plugged them all in, and he was going to do a jam with a multi-company demo,
Yeah.
which had never happened before at
Yeah,
a
yeah.
trade show. I
Yeah.
don't know if I believe that, but this is how it was presented. And then this is all stemming from the mod matrix discussion we
Right,
were
right.
talking about, right? So really what you don't want to do is you don't want to have the mod matrix, which you can. You don't
we
want,
let you do things big companies would not.
right. You probably don't want to modulate which key you're playing in, like
really, really fast.
up through the 12 keys up and down, like every 5 seconds or 10
less.
seconds or whatever it was.
Whatever it was.
So
Just changing keys so fast.
it was kind of a disaster,
But it was fun too.
but it was a fun
funny.
disaster.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was fun in only the way Gaz can make something like that
Yeah,
fun, because everybody loves watching Gaz. But
Yep.
wow,
It was crazy.
it was a crazy demo. So don't necessarily modulate things on the noodler.
Yep.
That
simple is good.
simple is good,
Yeah.
and there's a zillion things, preferences and parameters to set. They don't all need to be set at once, or they don't all need to be modulated.
Yeah. You don't have to have every part on at once.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. So,
Hey, we got a question.
oh, good.
Yeah. Do we export our hardware? Indeed, we do.
Indeed.
So, from a retail standpoint, we ship to anywhere in the world, just about, except for some certain countries.
We
that
got an
we're not
order from
allowed to ship to.
Lebanon just yesterday.
Did we?
Yes.
Great. I think that won't be the first one to Lebanon, but
Yeah, yeah.
that's cool. We've got
Seychelles, what is that island called? Off
Seychelles?
Of Seychelles, off
Yeah.
of Madagascar.
yeah. It's gone
I had
everywhere.
no idea where that was
Yeah,
until I
it's-
looked it up.
Been to some stands and
Yeah, yep.
yeah, we've shipped noodlers all over the world. So
Yep,
yes,
yes.
we will ship you a noodler pretty much wherever you are. On our website, if you order from our website, when you get to the, you put the noodler in your cart, and it will show you a estimate of the shipping cost. And it might change a little bit when we actually get your address as you go through the process, but you'll get a really good idea of what the shipping cost is, and choices. So typically Portugal, yes, it will go to Portugal. And so it'll show you the cheapest method, the fastest method, and the best, price performance method. So the best price for
But
how long it'll take.
You might have some words of warning.
Yeah,
Wisdom,
so
right? We've sold a couple,
Yeah.
2 or 3.
so with our $30 sale applied to shipping, often you can get free shipping with Hong Kong Post. We ship out of a fulfillment warehouse in Hong Kong, which is really great. Everything's kind of automated. It just happens. And but Hong Kong Post is just some countries, Hong Kong's postal service, and as you may know, maybe with your own postal service from your country, may not be the fastest and most trackable solution. So I would recommend, if you got DHL as a choice, that's usually the best price for an express shipper. And as far as reviews, they take reviews from customers on EasyShip.com who use for postage, and they're a 5 out of 5. So they're doing really a good job. They're the only ones left that have a reasonable price for like a 2 to 5 day shipping service, and tracking is really good.
Well, what comes to mind is because Daryl handles all of our shipping and receipt, all that stuff, and because I'm just like head to down code monkey, and thank you for that, by the way. But I if you could give them some cautionary advice, because we try to do the best customer service we can, and things get lost in the mail, and we take it on ourselves to try to make good on whatever happens, right?
Yeah.
But there are some things to know, right? Like if you go through Hong Kong Post, for instance, it's gonna show up in your local postal service.
Well, yeah, first it's going to show up in customs.
In customs, right?
And because it's not an express shipper, they don't have their own customs agent.
Right.
So they're not really handling customs for you. Customs, depending on the country, may reach out to you. Like in Spain, no, they don't reach out to you. You have to follow the tracking and just hope that when it shows up there, you contact them in time, because you got to 5 days and they'll just ship it back.
If
to
you
us.
don't, and we've had several come
Yeah.
back to us in Spain, so
Yeah.
this is why I'm trying to make a big deal out of this, because if you don't, and I'm not saying you have to, if you're in a country with a great postal service, the United States, for instance, we have a pretty good postal service, and if I order stuff from China all the time, and it comes through Hong Kong Post,
Yeah.
and it gets here every time. I've never had a lost package, and I don't have to deal with stuff customs. But we've had a lot of people in countries that their postal service may not be as reliable,
Yeah.
and you can
and the handoff, from
and the handoff, right?
Hong Kong Post to customs.
Through
to your
customs,
local-
through to your local. Tracking gets lost, packages get lost. Sometimes they get there, but it literally takes 4 weeks to get there. And in the worst case, we've probably had, we've sold quite a few of these, but probably a couple dozen over the couple of years come back to us because they were undeliverable, even though everything was perfectly deliverable.
Yeah.
So just
Once it
if you
ships,
can give some advice.
we do not control the postal service.
Right.
We're not coming with the actual package, and we do depend on them to do the right thing, and sometimes stuff happens.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but for the most part, we have shipped thousands of these, and if using an express shipper is a better choice, but even if you want to go with something less expensive, we've had pretty good success.
Yeah.
Most countries.
But so just heads up.
Yep.
Is that the other?
That was it. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, might have one more here. Questions for MRCC? Yes.
Sure. Questions for anything?
All right. Yeah. Hey, Jeff, if you had a question, be sure to type it in. Thank you. All right.
Now that we talked about jamming on the noodle, I kind of want to do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Actually, we could use a few minutes break.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
I need some water. I'm going to lose my voice.
Okay. All right, guys, we're going to check out for about 15 minutes. We'll put a little screen up saying come back soon, and we will be back soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Bye for a few
Bye.
minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we're a little early, but that's great. What do you got going here? Sounds nice. So, yeah, we can switch the screen, I guess. All right, we're jamming.
Just noodling along.
Okay, there we are.
Hey, look at that, we're live.
I'll be darned. I'll be a son of a bitch.
Watch your mouth. All right, where are we at? What's next?
What's next? We're back. Hello.
Hey, everybody, we're back. Aloha.
Steve's been noodling. You never get tired of that. Playing around with the Emu Orbit, which trying to remember how to configure that thing is
Yeah.
it's challenging, you know, on the front panel. So what are we doing this session? I think we're just free form MRC and noodler stuff.
Jazz Odyssey.
Jazz Odyssey.
Spinal Tap. Brian Bergman. He wrote this.
Wasn't me. Turn it up to 11.
Do you have any visitors? Do we know if anybody's watching?
We have 18 people watching now.
Oh boy, 18.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, I remember my first meeting at work, and it was first couple weeks, and I said to my manager, I said, when do I know how to talk? When should I talk in a meeting? And he said, well, just count how many people are in a room, and then multiply that by 50, and that's how much money you're spending per minute.
Oh, yeah.
So whatever you say better be worth that much.
Right. Yeah, I don't think 50 will be the thing here. It'll be about 2 cents.
Yeah, I meant them, not us.
Yeah, right.
Well, $50 an hour. I don't
Yeah.
know what that math works out, whatever it was. Of course, that was in 1990, right? So who knows?
Hey, so we're doing a presentation of our new product MRCC, and also the Noodler, which many of you may have heard of or maybe not seen before. Our website is conductivelabs.com. We sell the Noodler there. We're taking pre-orders for MRCC, which is rapidly approaching production. In fact, circuit boards are being made tonight.
Why don't you show one?
Oh yeah, you want to see it?
I was going to show you.
Going downtown, gonna see my gal. Gonna sing her a song.
Cheech and Chong reference there.
Gonna show her my MRCC. There's the MRCC circuit board.
Whoa.
2 circuit boards actually.
It's kind of dark in here for that.
Yeah, it's dark. It's all matte black to reduce reflectivity inside the enclosure because there's a lot of LEDs in there. So, hey, look at that. You got that little light over there too. But,
Oh, yeah.
so, buttons. So this we call this the mezzanine board. The mezzanine board has the buttons, the LEDs, and the display.
Rotate it sideways so you can see it underneath.
There
So
you
it's
go.
like 2 layers.
Yeah. With a bunch of standoffs and screws holding everything together. And then over in in this vicinity, there's a great big microcontroller, K6 NXP K66 at 180 megahertz.
Yeah, something like that.
Fast.
Also known as a Teensy
3.6.
3.6.
Yep. But we put it all down on our board, so there's not like a teensy sandwiched in there.
Right.
However, those of you who are makers may be familiar with the little Arduino or teensy LED that blinks for whatever's on pin 13. And we have that LED internal, and on the MRCC, if you notice some amber flashing below the USB-B connector, that would be the serial data and I/O blinking. Oh, geez, that's right in front of the camera.
Oh, I guess I can do this, right?
Oh, there's the back if you want to see the back. Oh, look at that. That's a neat effect. Look at that. Whoa. Okay. All right. So, yeah, that's the circuit board. There's a lot of hardware on there, actually. On a Teensy, there's something called the MKL04, which is PJRC's bootloader chip, and it's the thing that lets you do the firmware updates over USB, and it makes MRC virtually unbrickable. We've not bricked one yet.
We have not.
And yeah, just don't use the wrong firmware, just be sure to put our firmware on there.
Well, we just had somebody putting the MRCC, the Noodler firmware on the.
Yeah, someone accidentally, one of our beta testers accidentally grabbed the Noodler firmware on the forum and ended up putting it on MRCC, and the light blinks, but nothing happens because it's got a whole bunch of different I/O. All right, so that's the MRCC, and for those of you just joining us, we're taking questions with a live chat program that is available through our page on the Synthesia 2021 show. So if you discovered us through YouTube, you don't have that. You'll want to use the link that's in the YouTube description for that show. It's delicious audio. That'll get you to the Synthesia 2021 site, where you can quickly do an RSVP thing and join the show. And there's a lot of content from a lot of great companies. Anyone who would be interested in MIDI stuff would appreciate. New synth announcements and videos, live streams from a bunch of different companies. Of course, they're all viewable later for the most part, so you can watch them anytime, but that's how you get to it. Let me grab the MRCC,
Yeah, we can do a show and tell.
and we'll just show you this real quick. So we got one on the desk, and we'll give you an overhead view when we're showing it, but this is what it looks like. And if that's a repeat, if you've been watching all day, we're kind of repeating our demos. But we've got buttons. What makes the MRCC special? Steve?
Buttons.
Frickin' buttons.
And LEDs.
Lots of friggin' buttons.
And colored LEDs.
Why do people take the buttons off their hardware? They're not that expensive. There's
No.
a lot of code.
There's some
involved.
code behind it.
Yeah, but they're really useful.
Yes.
So to route on MRCC, you pick an input, and then you pick an output, and it routes. It's that fast. It's great. You don't have to go to your computer and configure things. And there are 6 MIDI, DIN, and TRS 3.5 millimeter jack inputs. So 5 DIN and then a couple pairs in both A and B 3.5 millimeter MIDI flavors. So, Arturia stuff versus Korg stuff, so to speak. 4 USB host ports. It's a USB 2 hub. A PC MIDI interface connector. You can plug it into your PC or a tablet. Steve and I both like iPads for
Patterning.
using instruments. Patterning is a favorite. Yeah, patterning is an awesome. It's mainly a drum app, but it actually you can sequence with it too.
Yep, love it.
Yep. And then 12 outputs, and the 12 outputs include some 3.5 millimeter TRS jacks. On the inputs, you can use one of the inputs that are shared. So of these three, right here, you can use one at a time. But for the outputs, you can use them. You can use them both at once if you want to. So you can plug things directly in or get a dongle for a 3.5 millimeter to a 5 pin if you want to. Then color OLED display, an encoder for navigation, up and down navigation, enter button, shift button, and then the magic little Y-guy button here, and that's for our expansion capability.
Yeah.
So the MRCC is housed in a aluminum anodized aluminum enclosure, and on the end plate here, there's a USB-C power delivery connector, a power switch, we'll say an RJ45 jack. It is not Ethernet.
Don't plug your
Don't
Ethernet
plug
into
Ethernet
there.
stuff into it. A 3.5 millimeter jack for CV clock out, and you're using the MRCC for clock as a clock source, and a recessed button to do firmware updates. And firmware updates happen over the PC connection from either a Windows PC, Apple, or Linux. We got room under the enclosure for cables.
My demo.
Oh, let's watch. Ooh, look. Yeah, see? Room for cables.
Room for flossing.
Yep. And it sits at a nice angle so you can kind of see the face of it and then drape your cables over the top. And maybe you'll want to tie them with some hook and loop cable ties.
Velcro TM.
Velcro TM, right? Yeah, that's it.
Well-
each of the 4 USB host ports can do 500 milliamps as per USB powered hub spec. So with their powered ports, they could power. We haven't found most USB MIDI devices are like 100 milliamps. So there's plenty of power for everything. And we supply a international power supply with mains adapters, with socket adapters for a few different regions. Yeah.
And then this is the other side of that RJ45. This is the Remote 7. And we call it 7 because it's got 7 ports in it. It replicates the first 5 ports, and then they've got duplicates on 3.5-inch jacks there. One's an A and one's a B. So you can, if you have one of those in your rack, you can choose A or B. So we also provide a cable, a 10-meter cable. So for those American folks, that's like 35 feet. 32, something like that.
Something. Mm-hmm.
So that's 50 feet, I think, is a MIDI spec. So we're sending a 30 some odd foot cable out so that you can put this little guy into your rack if you so choose. So you just plug that guy in like that. This cable, let's flip this over to a different screen. Ooh, where's the table? Table. There it is. So you can jack this guy in right over here like that, and then you now have your ports, your out ports 1 through 5 over here will show up. Oh, you can't see me over there. These ports will show up over here. I think I just moved that. Boink. There we go. I'm screwing everything up. I just hit the camera on the table. There we go. Yeah, so give a demo of that later. Any questions?
I did have a question. Someone said, someone asked, are these USB connections USB 2 or 3. Specifically wanted to know because apparently the push 2 has some issues working in anything but USB 2, and they are USB 2 ports.
Yes. Good question. Yeah.
I don't know if the push is actually MIDI class compliant though. The USB MIDI class.
Yeah. So
I googled it, and in a discussion, someone said it was, but other people said it wasn't. So
it's a dodgy business plugging. So yeah, let's talk about that for a minute. So one of our goals for the MRCC was to create a bridge between DAWless jamming and gear that was targeted for DAW jamming. An example here is this guy, the K-Rig 30, iRig, K-Rig, that's a coffee, iRig 37, and it all it has is a USB cable jack for MIDI, and you know, some older gear, that same thing. You know, everyone's familiar with this guy, right? And this guy. Oh, I'm holding it up to the camera, and we're not looking at that camera. That's kind of silly. Which one is it? It's that one we probably want. Yeah, there you go. So there you go. So, you know, if you are using your PC and running a DAW and running SoftSynth, and you want to be able to run your controllers to your PC, I think that the best way to do that is to actually plug your controller into your PC via USB. Because some of the controllers will have bidirectional communication over that cable using MIDI, but it's, you know, I don't want to get into all the fine details of MIDI, but you can communicate bidirectionally with MIDI. If you know on both ends how to do that communication, it's just like a serial port. So you can send data this way and send data that way, and if you know how to listen for commands and react to commands, and send acknowledgments to commands, and everything's fine. And some of these more sophisticated controllers, like I just picked this guy up the other day, it's the Fire. This guy will do that, right? He's what is it called, Fruity Loops?
Yeah.
That's what this guy is supposed to control. And so built into the firmware on this guy is and built into Fruity Loops is the knowledge that when this guy gets plugged in, they will have a bidirectional communication. And the best way to support that is to go direct to your PC, I believe. What the MRCC is, do you have a comment?
No.
Okay. What the MRCC is for us is like all these controllers that I held up, like this guy, I really want to use this for my DAWless gear. I've got a synth right behind me. You're kind of hearing it. It's called an Orbit. It's like from 1995 or EMU Orbit, and it's got like one knob on it, and it's over here in my rack. And there's a ton of things that I want to, you know, be able to change on that. So I want to be able to route this guy to the Orbit, but this guy's only got USB. So that's the bridge that we've created is to route these things to gear like that. But when you're routing to the PC, I would go native and just plug it right into the PC. I bought this because I was super excited that it turns out that you can light up any of these pads and any of these knobs just come in as CCs. So as a programmer, I'm a little nuts this way. I love imagining writing my own firmware for this in a little box. And not having to build the hardware because it already exists. I can just build a little teeny box with a microcontroller in it that will be whatever I want it to be, whether it's a multi-track.
Basically, to map all the stuff.
To map all these.
All the inputs and
yes.
Then have a two-way communication so it lights up the lights and everything.
So I will be the host, and my app will tell this thing what to do, just like Fruity Loops tells it what to do on a PC. Yeah. Hope that's not blowing people's minds, but maybe it is. So I don't know. Anyway, this thing, the MRCC is fantastic for routing. stuff into a PC. We've got a port here. It's got 12 virtual cables. One of the use cases that I often do is I have the Arturia Soft Synth collection, the V collection, I guess it's called. And every couple of years I pay them $100 and they upgrade it. But there's some fantastic sounding instruments in there, especially for just if you're just having fun noodling around. And what I found though is that if you have a single MIDI cable going, like one of these breakout boxes that you can plug a 5-pin into your computer through a USB port, it's going to show up as a single port on the computer. And if you go into one of your instruments, like let's say the Jupiter 8, and you assign that port to the Jupiter 8, you cannot use that port for any other synth, even if you're using different channels. So it requires a port per soft synth if you're not using a DAW. Maybe you could do it differently if you are using a DAW, but this way it requires a port per synth. So when you plug this cable into your PC, you can route multiple controllers to multiple ports on your PC, and that allows you to control multiple soft synths. And likewise, if you're driving external gear with your DAW, you can assign those to different channels, the different, what do you call those things again? MIDI, I'm not a big DAW guy. Multi-track, so the different
MIDI
tracks
tracks,
of
yeah.
different MIDI tracks on the DAW, you can assign each one to a different channel. And if you'd like to or can, you can also assign it to a different port. So it just shows up here out these different 5-pin ports. Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't know how many new viewers we have versus viewers that saw the previous demo, but we could do.
Yeah, let's do some
Maybe
demos. Yeah, let's just.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start with the key step, which is probably
Ubiquitous
yes.
MIDI keyboard. It's one of our favorites.
Yep.
It has a nice feel to the key bed.
Sorry, I keep thumping my mic when I lean over, but anyway, I'm going to power this guy up. I'm going to power this guy up with just a USB port, because that's how it gets power. I guess I could have used a 9-volt, but just easy. So now we have lights. There's no connectivity, though. This isn't connected to anything. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the orbit there. And now I'm going to plug this guy in with a MIDI cable. We'll use a red MIDI cable so we can keep track of it. So MIDI out, and we're going to plug it into port, let's say 2. There we go. All right. So I'm going to unroute all of this stuff. Blink, 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 and then I just did that just to keep things clean. You don't necessarily have to. And I'm going to route now. This is coming in port 2, and I'm going to route that to our Korg Volca FM, and that's this black cable, so we'll route it to 3. And let me double check where we're at. So it's on channel 5, so I must be on channel 5. And how would I verify that? Well, this is one of the things that well, first of all, if you look in this screen, can you see that? Yeah. You'll see that there's a green arrow coming in on channel 2. Whenever there's any MIDI messages coming in that aren't clock, they will come in as, port 2. I'm sorry, port 2. That aren't clock will be green, and any messages coming in that are clock messages will come in as red. This red arrow down here is telling us that the noodler is outputting clock, and it's coming into A port. That's the A row, and it is indeed doing that. But since it's not routed anywhere, and you can see that because there's no white boxes, then it's not affecting anything. I can also tell that number 4 is routed to, what's that, 7 and 11. Let's see, yeah. So I can undo that and undo that just to keep it clean. Okay. So I've probably had this thing set up differently before, so let's just put it on channel 1. So now it's outputting on channel 1, and I don't hear anything, and I don't know why I don't hear anything. I mean, And if you're knowledgeable, you say, oh crap, I'm on the wrong channel, right? Now, Arturio was nice enough to put the keyboard MIDI channel in print right across the top here. And if I hold this button down, I can easily change the channel. And one thing that I always do, Daryl and I have both sort of adopted this idea, is that I always label my synths, well, mostly, label my synths with the channel that the synth is receiving on.
Helps a lot.
It helps.
To have labeled
Yes.
synths. Yeah.
Because some of them are a pain to change. Like, I can't remember how to do Volcas, and each Volca are different.
Yeah, you have to hold down some buttons while you power it up, and then get into a
Yep.
full menu.
And then we have some really, we we actually communicated with the
Dreadbox.
the Dreadbox guys, but the reality is the Erebus. Take it away.
The Erebus. So I've got a Dreadbox Erebus, and to change the MIDI port, you have to take the wood side panel off and access some jumpers or something.
Right.
I've never even bothered to do it. It's just on whatever port it came on, probably, and
Yeah,
or I did it once.
I think we took it off just to check it.
yeah.
And so you don't want to be actually literally having to unscrew this.
Yeah.
So we can map. That's the point here. So if we go to the next screen here, this is the routing screen. And you can see it's telling us 2 is routed to 3, which is also shown up here with the lights. And when I hit a note or anything on the keyboard on this, you'll see that I'm the notes are coming out on channel 1. And the green arrow is telling me that there's messages coming, and the 0 message is the play, and the X message is the stop. So start and stop, or I should say note on, note off. If I press down hard on the key, or just a little bit, you'll see AT, which stands for aftertouch. If I scroll on the pitch bend, you'll see PB for pitch bend. If I scroll on the mod wheel, you'll see CC1, because basically the mod wheel is just a CC controller on 1. And so that's how that works. So I know that I'm outputting channel 1, but I also have a label on my Volca telling me it's channel 5. So I need to fix this. So one way to do that is to just change this to channel 5. Now I hear the notes, and I can tell that I'm on channel 5 because you can see it. So that's verification.
It's magic.
That it's working.
It's a wonderful thing. Once you have this, you'll wonder how you lived without it.
Yes.
It's really great.
Yes. So that's the simplest way of routing. We have let's see. Yep, it's playing. We have a MicroFreak plugged into 11, and I can click that, and I know that that's channel 1, so that'll play the Volca. But if I change the channel to 1, so that's playing the MicroFreak. So I can change, I'm routed to both ports, so if I change a channel, I will either play one synth or the other synth. And again, when I hit the key, I can tell that I'm going out 1. And if I change a channel to 5, I could tell I'm going out to 5. So this is very, very nice to just know where messages are being routed. Yeah, and that's me routing 2 controllers. The demo we did earlier is I'll bring in this nano controller. And now this thing is set up on all kinds of wacky stuff because I was trying an experiment with it a long time ago. Let's say I did a demo earlier today, so I kind of know where things are a little bit. I couldn't tell you by rote memory, but I'm going to plug it into the D port, and I'm going to switch it to D, and I'm going to route D to the Volca. Okay, but the first thing I need to do is know where all these controls are being. Where's the camera? Oh, there it is. I need to know where all the controls are coming from, right? So if I turn this first knob up here, I can see on the screen, if you look over here, it's a CC.
CC.
And it's channel 1.
Is that 23?
23. Yep. And if I rotate this one, it's 24. And this one, nothing's coming out. And this one's channel 2, 23. This was channel 1, 23, right? And so if I scroll this one, it's channel 3, 23. So I've got different channels and different CCs mapped to this. If I scroll these guys, they're all over the map. There's channel 1, 2, and 3, and they're different CCs. So I think I was trying to put this thing to control 3 different things on 3 different channels. Okay, but in order to quote-unquote program this device and change let's switch. There you go. In order to program this device to change the settings, you have to go over to your PC, plug it in, download the Korg driver, download the Korg app, and then figure out how to run the app, which isn't too difficult.
Yeah.
But those are big steps when you're trying to be in the mindset
You just want to hook it up and use it.
you just want to use it. You're in the artist mindset, not the IT mindset. And although this sounds a bit IT-ish, it's a lot easier to do with this device than having to go through all those steps. So I'm going to rotate this thing again and see, okay, that's channel 1, CC23. Well, my Korg is on channel 5, so the first thing I have to do is map this to channel 5. So let's go back to that view. I'll put this over here, make some room. Okay. So I'm going to come down to this guy, and I'm going to map channel. That's my channel mapper. So I am going to go into that channel mapper by clicking on that button, and I'm going to map, what I said it was? Channel 1? Yeah. Channel 1 to channel 5. So now I know that this guy, at least this button, is going to be mapped to channel 5. And I wanted to, let's go back. I'm going to twist the knob again. Okay, and it's 23. And I believe 48 was the algorithm change for that. So I'm going to map, I'm going to go here and choose another modifier for CCs. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to map 23 to 48. Oops, there we go. When I hold the shift button down and rotate the knob, it'll go faster, like by 10. So now if I rotate this, I don't know if you can see it. Let's pull it a little closer. Yeah. So we got a camera. Yeah.
Actually, if you play it,
Let's do that. Okay, yeah. So turn it up a little bit. Oh, it's Star Trek.
Ooh. Wow. So that's changing the algorithms with the knob on the nano control.
Right. Actually, it's not.
What's
Sure,
changing?
I don't know. You sure? Something's changing.
It says algo. 1, 2, 3.
Yep. So anyway, that's one way to map a device that you didn't know how to change, but you know what it's transmitting on because you can see it on the screen. And if you know what the target destination is, you can modify both the channel and the CC. So normally this isn't necessarily required to do all this mapping, but we're just saying that that's what this kind of device, the MRCC, allows you to do, is to take any off-the-shelf controller, even configured in a bizarre way, and just note what the controls are. You can maybe write them down, and then you could map them to whatever device you want.
Hey, does this play button do anything? No. Doesn't start the. Okay. Just
Yeah,
checking.
that's this button. But let's show that. That's a good one. Another thing that I like to do is I love to use the arpeggiator. Problem is when I hit the play button for the arpeggiator on the key step. Oops.
It starts the pattern
Right.
on the Volca.
So if I've got my hold button on, now two things are going. The Volca's internal arpeggiator is going, and my keyboard or sequencer on it, and my arpeggiator on my keyboard's going. So if I stop that, we can hear just the one, right? But every time I hit stop and start, it launches that, and that's very, very frustrating, right? So in this routing, D1, which is what this, not D1, this one is on 2. So on 2, I can come into these filters, and I can filter the stop, start, continue messages by just tabbing over to it and activating it. So now when I hit play,
Oh, you picked the wrong one.
I picked the wrong one. Oh, that's the one that's going, my mistake.
Yeah.
Let's turn it off. Yep. Boink. Okay, so now 2 to 3, my mistake. This guy, the Volca is plugged into 3. So now I can do that, and
There we go. Yep.
That's a lot of messages.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the beauty of this, is that no more stop, start, continue messages.
And you can see the red arrow between the input and the MIDI message is red, which means there's clock coming from the key step.
Right. Yep. Yeah, so we just demonstrated multiple. So another thing we didn't even mention, right, which is key here. I mean, maybe rewinding the clock a little bit. But what we did is a MIDI merge on top of all of that. And never
did?
and never did we even have to think about what it means to do a merge, right?
What did we merge?
Well, we merged the chord controller CC messages coming into this USB port with the note messages coming out of the key step coming into this 5-pin port.
Nice.
And we merged them both to the Volca.
Yeah, so we can change the algorithm
So you
from
can change
this
the
guy, and we can play notes from that guy.
Right.
Nice.
Exactly. So yeah, so that merging is like all happens in the background magically. If you have multiple inputs routed to the same output, they will just merge. Now, some word of caution here. It's not magic, right?
No.
So
It's Steve's hard work coding.
no, thank you. No, what I meant to say is that there's a speed limit to MIDI. It is almost as slow as Morse code.
Yeah, right.
So literally, I'm not joking. It's really, really, really slow. I think one message a millisecond is about max throughput. So if you are playing black MIDI or whatever it's called, where you've got 1,000 MIDI notes per second going, and you merge those or whatever, you can definitely cause a throughput problem, and the buffers will fill and they will dump. In other words, they will into the bit bucket. They will not not all the message will get through.
Yeah.
So
That works on a computer with a soft synth and a computer application, not over
over real USB cable, MIDI cables. Yeah.
Right.
So anyway, just a word of caution: it's not the MRCC that's crapping out. It literally is the protocol has such a timing that you can only send one MIDI message per millisecond. Right.
All right.
Okay, so let's undo some of this stuff. By the way, let's while we're here, I just want to say something about routing. So I'm going to route to all three of these, and you'll see that this light is brighter than these two lights. This is telling me this is the setting that's on the screen. Because there's three outputs for this one input, I can choose to see any of these outputs by just clicking on them. And what's important to realize is that each one of these have a different set of settings. So if I go into these modifiers and add some modifiers for this routing, 2 to 11, that will not affect the 2 to 2 and the 2 to 3 routings. But in order to manipulate or edit those different parameters, you need to be able to select it. So that's what I did. That's why one's bright and the other ones are dim. Now, if to choose that, I have to hit the other bright ones, and then the question is, how do you turn them off? Well, or unroute them. Once they go bright, that's when you can turn it off. So so you basically are toggling through 3 presses, which is on, and then I'll move over one, then it's select, and then it's off. And at first it might feel a little clumsy, but it actually is pretty quick. You'll get used to, if you want to turn the thing off, it has to be bright.
Yep.
In order to make it bright, it's got to be blue.
Got to be selected.
It's got to be selected.
Yeah.
So it's not that tough.
Yeah.
Also, if you move your cursor under the imports, you can scroll through them, and you'll see the light moving down as I scroll. For these USB, there's 4 each. That's why it takes 4 clicks to get it to move. And then there's 12 of them on the PC port. These are the virtual ones. So I'll go backwards, and then you'll see 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right? And 2 is where we had the settings. So that's how you can quickly scroll through all the inputs. Of course, you can also just touch them like this. oops, really fast and move through them that way.
And if you hold the AC port, you mentioned there are 12 virtual ports. If you hold the button, you can pick the virtual port on the kind of white with a little green tint button. So you can pick port 4, and then you can route to it.
And you notice in the window here it says port 04, P04, which is PC4.
Yeah.
And so we're routing PC4 to 5. And I can go back here and go like that. And now I have PC1, and it's not routed to anything.
Yep.
If I switch this and go to 4, you'll see it's routed. Yep. Okay, so just a quick overview on how that works. Also, when you have, I know 2 has these 3 routings. If I go over to the outputs and rotate through, you can see it'll rotate through all the blue lit lights. So I can quickly scroll through all those and check all the modifiers and stuff. I don't know, but yeah, oh, we didn't save them. Okay, so we'll talk about that later. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and I'm going to unroute these things, and we'll unplug some stuff and then do another thing.
Done with this one?
Yeah. Maybe not the table.
Okay.
Is that no, that's the big one.
Oh,
Okay, so the iRig 37 is a big keyboard. It was a DAW-based. What am I showing it? There it is. It's a DAW-based keyboard.
USB only.
USB only.
Yeah.
So you can't generally play anything other than soft synths with this thing. But that's, you know, so as we talked about earlier, this was one of the goals of the project, is to be able to utilize equipment that was targeted towards DAWs only. So we'll plug that into the C port. I'll choose that as my input. Now, as I press on the buttons, you can see in the window, it's telling me that this thing is set for channel 11. And so if I want to play the Volca, who's on channel 5, I could either change the Volca, which I don't know how to do, or change the iRig, which I don't know how to do. I've learned it a couple times and keep forgetting. Maybe you guys remember this stuff.
Not as easy as the key.
No, it's not. There's no channel and then up. So what I could do is, oh, I better plug that guy back in. Okay, so let's plug this guy into port 9, and I'll route C to port 9 by just pressing that, and now the routing's done. And I will come down to this modifier and do a channel map by clicking on there, and I will map 11 to 5. It's already done. So that's how you solve that problem of mapping.
Very handy. Very handy.
Yep,
That was fast. I mean,
very fast.
yeah.
And if I rotate my pitch bend, you'll see pitch bend up there. If I rotate my mod wheel, it's CC1. If I rotate the volume, it's CC7. So this actually has three MIDI controller knobs. 2 traditional CCs, 1 is a pitch bend. But if you go, so we can map that. So we can go to these CCs, velocities. Is it velocity? I keep forgetting. No, it's a CC. So I can go to the CC mapping. Oops, there we go. And I can choose the inbound CC and the outbound CC, so I can actually map it. And this was CC7 because it's volume. So I can come down here and I can say CC7. Now you're going to have to remind me again, was it 48 that we...
Yeah, if you want to...
There we go.
The algorithm.
Yeah, okay, can you see that? So now, yeah, you can probably see that. So now you see up here, as I rotate, well,
Yep.
so I'm changing with the volume knob from the iRig with just one little mapping, I can use the volume knob to change. And if I don't, we looked up earlier and couldn't find the filter cutoff knob.
No, they don't.
I don't think it maps, believe it or not.
Yeah.
But you could map this to filter cutoff and have actually a filter cutoff here. And you can map CC to anywhere you want. Also, let's pop back and let's go over here and load up CC. And we're going to do CC. So this is CC preset 2 and this is CC preset 1. If I click there, that's the one up here in this corner. I could also map 1, not 1, but watch. If I go backwards from 1, I get velocity and aftertouch. So I can actually map velocity or aftertouch to a CC. Now, this guy does not have, believe it or not, the Volca FM does not receive velocity built into the note on, note off message. So I can choose velocity, and then I can come over here, and I can't remember. Do you remember what it was? 41? Maybe it's 41. Yep, it is.
Okay.
So now if you look at it as I strike the key,
You're getting velocity.
I'm getting velocities,
Yeah.
which you normally don't get. So with just a couple of mappings, I map the volume to the algorithm. I map the velocities to a CC, which you ordinarily don't get, and I map the channel from this unit to that unit.
Yeah.
And pretty quick.
Beauty.
Yes.
It's a wonderful thing. Want to show the maybe the clock and the arpeggiator real quick, and then
Yeah. Sounds good.
yeah, maybe we'll switch over to Noodler or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's go back up here and scroll. Oops. And scroll over to clock. So this is the internal clock to the MRCC, and when it's not ticking, it just shows these 5 or 6 parked red lights. When you are ticking, it'll count off the metronome timing. You could change the bit BPM, you'll see it'll go faster. If you hold the blue button down, you go by 10, so you can get it going really fast. Right? Go drop back down to like there. Let's see, and if you want to route it, so if I want to send that clock to what's on cable 9, which is the Volca, I could just hit that button, and now the clock is getting sent to the Volca. It's that simple.
Yep.
I'm going to turn that off right now, and we're going to go back out to extra menu and then down into the ARP. Now the ARP has its own routing. In other words, it's not routed from the.
It's independent of the routings that you set. Yeah.
Thanks. That's why it's called an extra, because it's sort of like an add-on.
So you actually want to unroute what
Yeah.
you're going to ARP.
Because if I do this, then what's going to happen is I'm going to get that note pressed directly as well as the arpeggiated notes. So I'll undo it. Now nothing happens. And I'll come down here. Actually, if you hold the up button and rotate, this is another little quick, you can get down there faster. And it's, so the source port is C1, and the channel is 11. I know it's C1 because I'm looking at it, right? And 11 because when we hit the keyboard, we saw that it was coming in on 11. And then we're going out 9, so I'll just scroll over to 9. And this guy is on channel 5 because I have the sticker. Okay, so now if I hold down the keys, I should get an arpeggiator, but I haven't turned it on yet. So I could use these up and down keys to tab stop to the start and pause and the latch. But also, if you just hit that button, oops, that's fine. There we go. Now I kind of like it to latch, so I'm going to hit the Shift and Enter button, and that's the quick toggle for latching. So now, and so now I've turned an iRig 37 into a kind of an Arturia key step
Yep.
by being able to map the channels anywhere I want and being able to have an arpeggiator. We could do a little quick tour of the arpeggiator, so we can change the direction. So it's up and down, ping pong, the order you play them. And then we have a fun one called shuffle. So I'm going to use these 5 black keys. But if I hit them again,
Basically randomizes the order, the keys you press
Yep.
once, and then repeats it.
right.
Very Safari sounding.
Yes. You can also go multiple octaves. So this is 3 octaves. And then we've got gate. It's kind of funny.
That's a weird effect.
Yeah.
The gate effect on this FM is very dependent on
Yeah, that one's not doing anything. Yeah, we found that some of these on
yeah.
there we go.
Yeah, there you go.
That's kind of like the Hammond sound.
It's got a quick cutoff on this one anyway, but
You really
get
chop it down.
staccato.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then clock div, get it going really fast. Or you can slow it way down to
4 to 1.
4 to 1. So that's one key press every 4.
So if you're doing some
Yeah.
ambient drone
Yeah.
work, that might be pretty useful.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
have a long drawn out voice, it evolves.
Which reminds me, there's
Yeah.
6 arpeggiators.
Yes, there are 6. Not necessarily meant to play all at the same time, but I have played, I think 3 or 4 of them at the same time. If you change this here, you notice that everything changed in this window. That's arpeggiator 2. So I could actually, if I had the key step, because it's easier, I could change the channel that the thing's transmitting on, and I could, for each one of them, change the source channel and same port, different source channel, and have 3 or 4 arpeggiators going on at once,
Yeah.
which can sound terrible if you don't know what you're doing.
Right.
But also you can just have them, like this one's not on right now. If I go down here and press that, now that's off, and I could go here and turn that one on, right? So you can
Yeah.
you can have different notes stuck in those, and you could switch between them and turn
Right,
them
right.
on and off. Yeah.
So for those of you that have the noodler, the noodler is not a traditional arpeggiator where you play the notes on the keyboard and it just arpeggiates what you play. There's a note pool. Anyway, we'll show you more about that. But the arpeggiator on the MRC is a very standard,
Yeah.
but a very full-featured arpeggiator.
Yeah.
And there's 6 of them. So yeah, you could set up all 6, for instance, for a song or performance. You
Yeah.
save the patch, so they're all saved, and then you can switch between them as you need them for the performance.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we gonna do so we want to switch, or do you want to do something else?
Let's see.
I love the label thing. So
Oh, we
maybe
should show the labels.
Maybe
Yeah, why
maybe
don't you
maybe
show the
we
labels?
maybe we won't do we won't do the big reveal, but we'll talk about it. So I'll unplug this guy, just get out of the way. So when we designed this thing, one of our helpers, Ben, did a great job. Let me grab that one.
Maybe that one.
Okay. So Ben,
Oh, where are we? We're lost.
I think you might think about these up here. That one.
There it is.
There it is. Okay.
All right. Hi,
Okay.
we're back.
Okay. I lost my train of thought. Oh, Ben was helping us do some design work, and we came up with this idea of moving the ports to the top and the buttons to the top instead of front and back like a traditional rack mount. And then we also had a version where this was about 2 inches bigger, and we had scribble strips where you can actually
Right.
wite on them.
Little
So-
wax. You use a
little
wax pen or whatever.
Yeah,
whatever.
like you'd have on a mixing
Mixer.
board. But we did away with those because we wanted the economy here of real estate. And so what we ended up doing is doing digital or on-screen labels. So what does that mean? Well, let's go over to the labels and have a look. So under Tools, we will go to Labels. Now, there's two pages for labels. One is the Edit Labels and one is the Assign Labels. We're first going to look at the Edit Labels. So Edit Labels is a screen that just lets us, well, edit the labels. There's a list of labels. You can think of it as a database. It's kind of a fancy word, but it's basically just a list of labels. And where do those labels come from? Well, for one, there's about 20 of them in there that I just stuck in there like a pad and keyboard and PC and some, I put Noodler in there, but they're mostly generic labels that you could just use if you just want to get started and not doing editing. If you want to edit, God, I can't help myself. I got to do it.
Show him.
I got to do it.
He's stealing the keyboard from the system we're streaming from, so let's just hope he doesn't break it.
Yeah,
No,
that's like the second or third time too.
Yeah,
so
it's working.
It's still working. Okay, good.
USB is
Pretty robust.
pretty robust.
Okay, so this is
So
just
we tested it to the limit with all these cameras.
yeah. We've got 4 cameras and a mixing and a Zoom mixer. Anyway, typical USB cable, typical USB keyboard, QWERTY keyboard from my computer. So if I plug this guy in any of the ports, and I highlight this box in white, now I basically have this microscopic word processor. And what that's really useful for is labeling. So if I hit delete, it clears it, and I can type EVO Evolver. So that's one of my synths. Hit enter, it's saved. That's it.
Nice.
What's that one over there? What's the white one? That's the roll.
Yeah, SH32.
I can't see that far, and I don't remember the name. So, oops, I got to hit delete first. SH32. Enter. Done. Delete. What's the? What's that? Virus, right?
Oh, you got a virus. B.
Virus. I'll just say virus B. Okay. Enter. Boom. So I just in that amount of time, I just entered 3 of my synths, right? So the idea behind this screen is not to use every day, but literally to use once, or well, when you get a new synth, and for some of you that
Just
might be once a week.
Yeah.
That was not planned. You could just jack in your keyboard and just type in all. So when you first get the MRCC, you could just spend 10 minutes, plug in your keyboard from your computer, type in all your labels. They're saved on the SD card, and your list of all your possible your label pool or whatever you want to call it, your database of labels are all in there. You type in all the controller names, all the synth names, and they're just there. Boom. So then you unplug it, and now we can just scroll through the list of all these things. And so we'll start at the top. It's ambient, which is a built-in one, but
Once you've entered them, they get
alphabetized.
alphabetized.
Yes.
Yes.
And BeatStep got in there when we literally plugged it in via USB, because USB reports the manufacturer name and the product name. So we take those and we make sure we don't put them in there multiple times and capture them. So BeatStep was in there by plugging it in. Evolver I just typed. Gia I typed earlier. Hydrasynth earlier. iRig 37 came when I plugged it in. The rest of these are built-in ones. Microfreak, I think I typed that. Serum I typed. Neutron I typed. Orbit I typed. But Rev2. So here's a lot of my synths mixed in with the generic ones, right? Okay, so that's how you type them in, and now they're there.
How do I use them?
Let me tell you.
Okay.
But wait, there's more. The green button will pop me up to the top menu. I'll drop down one and go over. Okay, so now I want to label my ports. This is the action that might happen more frequently because you're plugging things in and out. Maybe you're not, but so you don't need your keyboard for this. Now you're just going to assign a label from that list to the port. So if we, let's see, we have the Volca plugged into port 9, so I'll just touch the port 9 button. It glows this purplish color. The text is purple, and I'll tab down here, and I will scroll. And if I hit the blue button, if I hold it and rotate, I go fast. So I'll go to the end, Volk FM. I know I spelled it wrong, but I didn't want to edit it earlier because Daryl was yelling at me. So then I'll assign it by just moving down the assign button, hit enter. And now they both turn purple and Volka's there. Well, let's just, I'm going to go over to import one and go all the way to the top really fast. And we'll just add, let's just pretend the beat step's there. So assign. And then number 2, come down, and let's say I'll just use the generic controller. And then 3, come down, and iRig, come down there, save it. Okay, so we got 1, 2, and 3 assigned, and then let's do some more of the outputs. So output 1 will come down here, and let's just say that's the Hydra. Assign 2. Let's say that is the MicroFreak. So I will come down there and say assign 3, come down, mode, assign. Okay, so I assigned 3 of these and 3 of these. What view are we on? Okay, that's good enough. Good enough view. So I just assigned these labels. Now what did that do for me? Well, I'm going to press the encoder, which is going to bring me back to the routing. And I can come back up here and go to activity. I meant to go to routing. Okay, so if I press the shift button when I'm at the routing screen and hit any button, can you see that? Yeah. And hold it down, it'll tell me the names of the things that are plugged into them. Isn't that cool?
Very nice.
Also, if I route, if I just want to do the actual routing, I can hit 1 and say, okay, that's the beat step. And now which output? Oh, I'm looking for the HydraSynth. Which one was that? Oh, there it is. It's 1. So then I just route it. And now notice it tells me HydraSynth
When you select
when I selected it, right. And if I come down here and rotate through these, it'll actually show them to me. So there's beat step, controller, iRig keys, none, none, none. And if let's just assign all these outputs just for fun. If I go over to the outputs and scroll through them, you'll see all the names pop up. It just wraps around. So there's
nice. Very nice.
HydraSynth, MicroFreak, Serum, none, 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 and then we did the Volca like that. So that's what the labels are for, so you can sort of find things. So like I have one of these MRCCs in my rack over here, and all the cables are coming from behind, and I've got a clear, an empty slot with a little bit of what do you call that, a brush kind of material, and the cables come through there and plug them in. So I can't visually see where they go, but I can label them so I don't have to remember where they go. I would just hold the shift button and just press the different things and say, ah, there it is. That's what I want, 3. And that's how the labels work. Super cool. Very exciting.
Very, very convenient.
Very convenient.
Yep.
Okay.
Why is that all in there? Because that's what we wanted.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's what drove most of this, is just the needs of what a normal studio or average studio would need.
Yep.
Feedback has been really positive from our beta test. We have about, I'd just say 30 units, about 30, something like that, 25, 30 units out in the real world already. These weren't sold, so guys on Kickstarter, don't get upset. We're literally just trying to beta test it. So when you get your product, it's at least past the blush test of testing with folks. And by the way, I don't know if Daryl mentioned, but it's the MRCC is for pre-sale right now. But I just wanted to, and Daryl can tell you where that is and all that, but I wanted to to reassure that our Kickstarter folks know that all those pre-sales happen after yours are delivered. So they're all queued up in order. Kickstarter folks will get theirs first.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right.
What time is it? It's
5:30.
It's 8:30 New York time.
Yeah.
It's like 3 in the morning in UK.
I feel like it's 3 in the morning for me.
I do too. We've been
Tired.
sitting down here all day.
My brain hurts. I'm
And
ready for a
my,
beer.
my throat hurts, and my brain hurts, and my back hurts for sitting in this chair.
You love these chairs.
I know, but when I'm coding, it's a
You know,
different.
Costco folding chairs can't be beat.
Can't be beat. I've sat in one for 2 years, 3 years writing code.
Yep.
It's the best office chair, ergonomic office chair ever.
Hey, so we're doing this presentation as part of Synthesesia 2021. If you discovered our YouTube stream through YouTube and not through the Synthesesia 2021 site, there is a link. If you join it, you can still join it. And there's a chat button in there where you can ask us questions, and we'll try to answer them on the live stream. Otherwise, if you're watching this sometime after the live stream,
You can't.
what?
You can't chat with us after that.
No, but you can go to our forums.
Oh, yes, you can.
So you can go to conductivelabs.com/forum, register on our forum, and you can ask us questions.
Mm-hmm.
Or even unregistered, you can read the forums.
Yeah. Well, you'll talk to Jesse on the forum.
Yeah, you'll
Jess-
talk to Jesse.
Jesse is a fantastic guy that contracts for us, and he does our customer support and beta test program, and all-around great guy. Helps us doing some tech projects, and he's very intelligent guy, knows a lot about synths, is a synth freak himself.
Yeah.
That's why he took the job.
Yeah.
And so yeah, good guy. Make a great asset for us.
Yeah. All right.
Do we have any questions?
Nope.
Nope, no questions. Do we have any? Is anybody watching?
Yeah, I think there's a few on. Let's see. Yeah, we got 20 now.
20 people watching.
20 people watching.
Is it? Are they
You
just
better
playing?
keep your energy up.
Are they
your
playing?
energy level
It's
up.
just a drinking game.
You want a
for them.
beer?
It's just a drinking game. Yeah, we should get a beer.
Yeah, I'm about ready for one.
It's just a drinking game for them. How many times are we going to say MIDI?
you
Drink.
guys take a shot every time we say MIDI. Yeah.
MIDI,
Or-
MIDI,
or
MIDI,
every
MIDI,
time
MIDI,
I
MIDI,
say
MIDI, MIDI.
Cool.
Yeah.
Or nice.
Nice. Or if I say that's bullshit.
I'm Ed McMahon, and you're doing Garcia. I'm like, oh yeah, that, yeah, nice. Oh.
We should start our own drinking game. Now. It's called Drink
Drink.
when you're thirsty.
Chug. Well, I was thinking.
Yeah.
We got something on chat. Let's see. Pre-order. Okay. Swatch Sim, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Someone saying thank you very much.
Cool. You're
Thanks for
very
watching.
welcome. We're
Yeah.
having a blast. Yeah. It's been a really great 3 years. It's been 3 years or 4 years?
4 years.
4 years.
Yeah,
Damn.
I think we started in. I virtually retired in 16,
Yeah.
and then I think February 17 is when you called and said, "Hey, I saw this cool video on Notes and Bolts
Dude.
about how to use an Arduino to
Dave.
make a MIDI controller."
Dave, if you ever watch this video, thank you, thank you, thank you. We wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for you. Literally, I watched Dave's Notes and Volts. If anybody is interested in, that's watching, in doing your own projects, your own DIY MIDI controller or little synth projects or whatever, Dave from Notes and Volts is actually a very, very cool guy. Well, I should say I do not know him, but I love his personality on his video. He is a no-nonsense, really kind person that has meticulously laid out the instructions and takes you right along the journey with him on all of his projects, and provides all the resources, the source code. In fact, the Noodler source code is loosely based on some code snippets I pulled out of. There might be one line of code that Dave typed that's
Is that right?
in the Noodler. Yeah.
From the original.
From the original.
Prototype.
I remember watching that, and this is when I called Daryl the next day. I was flipping through YouTube videos. He says the name of the video was something about like make a MIDI controller out of an Arduino, and I heard of Arduino, and I took a afternoon seminar on one like 4 years prior. So I had kind of experienced it a little bit and thought it was. I didn't think much of it at the time. I don't know why I didn't.
You
What
hadn't
a
thought
big
about
mistake.
what you wanted to use it for, though.
Yeah, must not have.
Yeah.
And this time I was already. We were both had left the company we were working for, and I was just taking a year off, taking some time off to just. But my brain started really wanting to do something. So I'm watching this video, and he shows how to make a MIDI controller out of an Arduino. So I had an Arduino upstairs. I'm a Lego fan, and I'm looking over there because that's where all my Lego stuff is. And I was going to build an Arduino controller for a Lego project. Never did it. So Dave inspired me to go upstairs, break out that Arduino little kit that I bought from China or something, and lo and behold, I'm plugging this thing in, plugged a MIDI port in, and I had it connected to some synth of mine. Might even have been this Volca. And I pressed the button, and a note came out of that thing, and my head just went.
Hey, I can make that. I can do
I
that.
can make anything I want. I just exploded.
And then 2 months later, we had this super elaborate.
I'm gonna
crazy...
show.
Yeah, sure, show 'em.
I'm gonna
They
show.
had this crazy elaborate MIDI controller. We didn't make it into a product, but it's the disco floor of MIDI controllers.
Yeah, nobody's ever seen this before, so this is the first time. Let's get an overhead shot, right? Let's just get the total overhead shot. There it is.
There it
Bam. This. Oh, that's not it. There it is. This is our first product right here. This is a Mega, Arduino Mega, and a little board, and we wired up all these encoders.
Yeah, they're all touch.
Capacitive sensitive encoders. We had a little screen over here.
So the idea was you have a menu that you can slide in here.
Yeah, you can pull this
and
out.
Underneath is all these RGB LEDs, kind of like we have over here.
Right.
And you pick a column, and then when you touch one of these, that menu item is what you're controlling.
Yeah,
so it's
kind
just
of
a
like
controller.
like a desktop evolver interface.
Yeah, like an evolver
Yeah.
interface. Waldorf does a really good
Yeah,
job at these
yeah.
kinds of interfaces.
Yeah, like these pulses.
Yeah.
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 But we thought it was just a good generic one that you could just press these buttons and then choose the thing, and then and you can program it to do any CC or parameter that you want. And so we created this little prototype where this guy slides in. We even had an idea that you could have a little barcode on here, and you could, when you slide it in, it would program it.
Yeah.
And then we thought, maybe not.
Yeah.
But it worked.
Yeah, it works great. And
Yeah.
yeah. We just weren't that
Yeah.
excited about making a MIDI controller.
Right. Not this simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, that's it. That's the Conductive Labs project product one.
While you're putting that away, I'm going to answer a question.
Okay, good.
So we got a question: what kind of ports are on here? And well, you can see it on this view. So I'll just point to this. So we got 6 5-pin DIN and 3.5 millimeter jacks, and on the 3.5 millimeter jacks, there's MIDI Type A and Type B, which previously was known as
Arturia and Korg.
Korg and Arturia, and so now the A was the K and whatever. So if you're not sure what your device is, you can try both, and one of them should work.
Yeah.
You can use one of the 3 when they're shared like this, or one of these 2 on the inputs, and on the outputs there's 12 outputs, 5-pin DINs and 3.5 millimeter jacks. You can use both 3.5 millimeter jacks at once on the outputs.
Yeah. So you can route both of them.
Yep. And
So you don't. Let's pause for a minute if you don't mind. So you don't need to use the dongles. The intent is like the Arturia MicroFreak has 1/8-inch MIDI, and so we just plug it right in there, and you're done. So it's just a stereo 1/8-inch cord to the MicroFreak with none of the funky adapters. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
And then 4 USB host ports. It's actually a 4-port hub host, and they're USB 2, and they're all powered. So it'll power pretty much anything that's standard USB 2 powerable. The PC interface port, USB Type E to your PC or a tablet. We both happen to primarily connect them to our iPads. and it works great with those. And it has 12 virtual MIDI ports. And then, and the USB host ports have 4 USB virtual MIDI port inputs each.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's the ports.
Oh, well, sort of. And then he may be coming in late.
Yeah.
So we also have the side port, which is an RJ45. And that RJ45 connects to our Remote 7. And these 5 ports replicate these 5 ports. So when you buy this, you get a 30 some odd foot, 10 meter cable. And you can run it to your rack, for instance, and then have these 5 ports show up in your rack.
Strap it to your keyboard rack or put it in your 19-inch rack.
Right.
And if you want to mount the MRCC in a 19-inch rack, we have brackets for that too.
Yep. And then on the side,
And
there.
if you haven't seen those, there's some brackets. There they are.
Yeah, top camera. Yep.
Yeah.
We have a big hole in the side here so that you can route cables through the side if you don't want to route them.
Or at least be able to get your finger in there to hit the power switch.
Right.
Something like that.
Right.
Yep.
And then there's a clock out on the side here, which is a
CV clock.
12 or 12 volts or 5 volts.
Yep.
At different, and you can set the PPQ on those.
Yep. And then Eric left, but I think he had a question. Can you show how the MRCC can extend the capabilities of the noodler?
Boy, yeah.
Yeah, sure. One way I talked about earlier is the noodler is a very special kind of arpeggiator that plays out of a note pool that you define based on the key and mode that you set and the chord that you press. The MRCC has an arpeggiator that is a traditional arpeggiator that plays the notes you press on your keyboard. You can use them both at once. You can clock them. You can use the noodler clock on an input of the MRCC to clock the arpeggiator there, or vice versa. And so they're on the same clock, and you can kind of synchronize them that way.
Do you want to actually show the noodler working with something?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Well,
so, yeah.
Show the noodler.
Okay, so
Sure, I'll
this
put
is actually an output. I plugged it in the wrong place. Okay, so that.
By the way, Steve's noodler is a little colorful. It has. we asked our manufacturing rep to shoot some of our black knobs. Normally they're black knobs. We had him shoot some in various colors to see what they'd look like. So Steve color coded them. So there's the 2 blue ones that are the pad settings. There's a green one for the drone, and then the orange one for tempo, key, and mode. And all the red ones are
Motif.
for motifs.
Yeah. And I don't like it at all. I just haven't changed them back. We did get chrome knobs.
The chrome ones look really cool.
Which you may spot once in a while in a photo somewhere. And those are really fun.
Yeah.
And I don't know what we'll do with those. Probably nothing, but it was a lot of fun to have them. Yeah, so extending the noodler. So the noodler's coming into the MRCC through USB and being powered by the MRCC. We can route the output, let's say, let's go in here and see they're all going out USB 1, which is what they need to, and we can route USB 1 to the Volca, and so the Volca is on channel 5, so that'll be motif 2. And that should, which is really slow. I'll change the clock div here. Okay. Motif 1 we can route to the Microfreak, I suppose, which is on channel 12. Let's go back here, and that's 1, so that should just work.
Some of these, like are you playing in E?
Not yet.
Okay.
I can in a second. I was going to show.
Because that one's not on the mixer, but you might hear it over on my.
Right. So these 2 are the Microfreak, and they're on the 2 motifs. So we can turn those off. Then this cable right here is coming all the way from the rack-mounted MRCC over Daryl's shoulder there. And this shot. There you go. You want to point to it, Daryl?
Ah, right
Right there. Yep. So we can plug this into an output like 2, and we can route there, and I can hit the pad.
That sounds nice.
Oh, 5 is, I'm going to change that. Yeah. So now we've got this poly chain, so wait a minute, what's going on? Pad should be going out to 4, 5, 6, and 7. There we go. So
I hear the EMU.
yeah,
So the EMU, sorry, but the EMU isn't attached to the mixer.
yeah.
You might pick up some of it over the speakers from our mics.
And if I send something out. I'm going to send up to 11.
Orion says this is the coolest MIDI router I've ever seen. Did we get carried away? It's pretty deluxe with the all the RGB LEDs and all the buttons and the OLED color OLED screen, which is not cheap. It's pretty expensive, but it sure looks great.
So that's the Orbit playing the pad, which is playing across. How's the level? It's probably loud. So the Orbit's playing 4 of the timbres as interleave notes on the pad. And the pad, let's see, is... The pad's that middle one, and it's being modulated in the modulation matrix. So notes are turning on and off as it's being modulated back and forth across 4 different channels of the Orbit. And then we've got... Sounds very Pink Floydish. Yeah.
It's nice.
And that's being played by the Motif 2. And then the question was, how can it be extended? Well, let's turn these down a bit. I'll just turn them off for now. Volume down. So we can take this iRig 37, and we cannot plug it into the Noodler because the Noodler does not have a host port. So we can plug it into the MRCC, and that's the D port, and I can go from D, and I can route it to A.
So when you light up, when you use the right button on port A, it's output,
Yeah, output.
and the left button's input.
So we're going from
Blue
D.
is always output.
I'll turn that off. So we're going from D to A. And you can see that on the screen right here, D1 to A. And this thing is outputting on channel 11. So what I'm going to do is this going to confuse everybody? I don't know. Let's see. I'm going to make my Noodler control channel 11. And hopefully what happens is when I hit a key, yeah, it worked. When I hit a key...
Maybe you can go back to overhead shot. So
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, we're not on overhead shot. My mistake. Okay, so whenever I hit a key now, because the white keys are mapped to the buttons around the Noodler here, the chord degree buttons. So let's turn these up now. And right now we're playing a C chord, the notes of a C chord. If I hit the E chord, now it's playing an E minor. And so now I'm controlling the Noodler with the keyboard. I can go up to a... I like that. I forgot how much I like this Orbit playing ambient stuff.
yeah.
And I can also change the chord type by using the black buttons, the black keys. So the cluster of 3, the first one is triad, the second one is 7th, and the third one is 6th, I think. Yeah, I think I changed the mode. Anyway, you get the point. So yeah, so you can use USB-only devices to control the noodler. In fact, I won't try to do it right now because it just takes a lot of time to set things up. Not a lot of time, but definitely too boring to watch. Can you grab me that controller? It's the Nano over there?
Nano is right behind.
Oh, okay, thanks. So we could also use the Nano, and that could also be plugged into a USB port like that. And because the noodler is fully CC controllable, I could map these controls to control the noodler. So by using the note keys on the iRig and these sliders and knobs, I can operate the noodler maybe in a I don't know if it's more comfortable this way, but you can do that. Yeah. And how I would do that is, again, because turn this down. When I select D, which is what the nano control, I mean C is where the nano controller is plugged in. I can select that as an input. I can route it to output A. And now I'm essentially merging the iRig and the nano controller and sending it to the noodler. And it's all happening over USB here, as well as the notes coming out of the noodler. So there's information going into the noodler that way over this cable, and notes coming out of the noodler over this cable, and we're routing the output of the cable to this guy, which is sent over here through that other MRCC to drive these guys.
Yep.
And it's relatively easy because, you know, for straight routing, there's no menu diving. It's just the button. It's just the colors right here. And if you go to this first screen, you can see where all the routings are in one global view of the entire unit. So if I hit this, you'll see it down there turn on briefly. Yeah. Any other questions coming in?
Yeah, there was a question about resellers. So besides our pre-sales on BackerKit for MRCC, we'll eventually, probably around the middle of April, start selling on our own website. Might cost a little more then. And probably around mid-May, we should be able to ship some to some resellers. And currently our resellers, we don't know who will want to carry them, though people have been asking already. So
Yeah.
Our resellers are Perfect Circuit in California, Patchworks in Seattle, Washington, USA, Snyder's Laden in Berlin, Germany, and soon maybe Amsterdam will get some noodlers.
Yeah.
And
So we suspect those guys will carry MRCCs as well.
yeah.
And if there's any retailers out there that want to talk to us, yeah, feel free. It's
Yeah.
Steve or Daryl at conductivelabs.com or Steve.
Thanks. No, I want to talk to you guys.
Yeah,
That'd
absolutely.
Be great. Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
It's getting close to a wrap for me. I'm
Yeah.
kind of brain dead.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not being of much help either. I'm ready for happy hour.
Yeah. I'm ready for a nap.
Yeah.
Well, we had a double whammy today, right? It's a Sunday, and this is supposed
The
to
time
be,
changed.
and we had a time change.
I had to get up at 8 a.m. That was it. Oh, and that would have been 7
a.m.
I didn't even know that was a time.
You're usually still awake at 7 a.m.
I
from
do
the
stay
previous night. That's
I stay
how
up
early
late.
do you go
I
to
stay
bed?
up late a lot.
And that's usually not meaning
I
7, 8.
don't see the sun come up like I used to, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he does. In the summertime, he does. Up this high in Portland. Thanks everybody for
Thanks a lot,
watching.
everyone, for watching. Yeah.
I like this format. I think this is fun. It was great to have the Synthesthesia show format to sort of bring us. Spent literally 2 or 3 days, and we had to buy some gear and to try to get this whole thing.
Figure out how to do YouTube streaming
and OBS streaming that, and USB cables to the all that.
Steve had to write some software for his little switcher box.
Dude, this isn't my switcher box. Notes and Volts.
Oh, that was.
I typed this right off of Notes. Where is it? Right off of Notes and Volts. He made a bigger version of it, but this is the OBS controller that he did. I literally just modified his firmware, his code just a little bit.
And it's keyboard.
It's just keyboard keys. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
So when I hit a button, it's just sending keyboard strokes. It's basically a keyboard. It's like me hitting when I hit that. It's like Control A, Control B, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
OBS commands.
OBS, and I routed them. Yeah. So thanks again, Dave, for that. Yeah. Where were we? Oh, so anyway, I just wanted to say I really enjoyed this format, and now that we've got some wireless mics that work well, and we've got 2 cameras. I literally had we're just going off reservation right now, but we have these C920s, Logitech C920 cameras that we're using here, and then one cheapo, the camera. Oh, sorry. Not pointing to that. This overhead one is just a cheapo action cam I bought, but and then we've got this little document camera to hover over the screens. Now that we've got all this stuff, and I was going to say, I just like talking about this to some people because I had to take these friggin' cameras apart.
Oh, you had to hack the cameras
because the focal length was so bad that I couldn't be more than 2 feet away, or else I was out of focus.
Yeah.
So there's some YouTube videos about some guys that show you how to take the camera apart and how to twist the lens. Oh, it's a quarter turn, 90 degrees clockwise, the lens cover of the CCD, and then that creates a longer focal length. So we have these 2 cameras. They've been modified. I think we're relatively in focus on this shot right here. So now that we've got these cameras and the mics, and we figured all this crap out, I think I'm going to do more of these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, people have been asking for a long time for a chord sequencer.
Yes. Okay.
And,
so maybe we'll do a live.
lesson.
Maybe
Yeah.
we'll do a live chord sequencer lesson
Yeah.
and Q&A, and we'll just record it,
Yeah.
and then we'll post them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think that's good. All right. So I guess that's it.
That's it. So long, everyone.
See you later, guys.
It's been a fun day.
It was a lot of fun.
And if you're watching the reruns,
Oh, right. You might be coming from the future.
yeah, you might. Yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, you guys go check out our forums. We're also on Facebook, Conductive Labs, on Facebook.
Yes.
We've got a Twitter account, Conductive Labs. We're on Instagram, but we don't use it much because we're old and don't like to type on our phones.
No.
So yeah, you can find us in those places.
Yes. And always remember that when you die, your toes will be 1 second older than your head.
Yeah.
That's a space-time reference. Enjoy. That's it?
All right.
Okay, we should sign off now.
So long.
Okay, I'm going to hit the pause button.